What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I wanted to share a story with you all about an experience I've had with Tinder. I haven't told a story in a while, and I thought this was a good one to tell. I still have Tinder, but I don't use it anymore. And over the last year, I only really used it to survey my matches about Brendan Fraser and just kind of gauge their interest in a Brendan Fraser comeback. Basically, I was just a fucking Brendan Fraser epidemiologist on Tinder. But that wasn't always the case. Back when Tinder was first starting to get big a few years ago, I put a lot of effort there and went on a few dates from Tinder. The majority of the dates were absolutely atrocious, just abysmal. But one date in particular will stand out as the worst date I've ever had, and probably will ever have. It's the worst date you could ever have. So I was talking to this girl from Tinder, and she was a real cutie patootie, and I was making some smooth moves. Hey girl, you got that baloney, I got that turbo dick, let's make a sex sandwich. You know, some real suave shit. Yahar, matey, your cooter be wettin' me Willie wants to set sail. Let's fuck, you know, some good shit, and she was into it. So we'd come up with a whole date day, you know, we were gonna meet and do all these things together, and it was gonna be a fun day. And when that day rolled around, it turned out there was no fun to be had whatsoever. So the plan was I was gonna pick her up and we were gonna get food first, but I couldn't really figure out which house was hers because the address was all kind of fucked up in the GPS. I guess she lived in an underground bunker. So I pulled up to this weird looking house. It looked like a little crack shack, and then an old man exited the door as I was texting her. So I was like, oh shit, this guy that looks like a ZZ Top member's coming into my car. I've been bamboozled. I've been schmeckeldorfed. But then she calls me and it turns out I was just at her neighbor's house. But then when I pulled up to her house and she exited the door, it was the exact same experience. This girl looked nothing like her Tinder pictures or any of the Snapchats she sent me. This was a completely different person. But she was fun to talk to, so, you know, I still thought it was still going to be a fun day, even though she didn't look like what I expected or anything like that. So she opens my car, and as she sits down, she just rips ass. Just fucking explodes from the anus. It's like she just jumped on a whoopee cushion once she got in my car. And there was no reasonable excuse you could make here, you know, like, oh, damn sneaky sneakers making fart noises down there. No. It was very clear to everyone, including God, that that was a really hard breaking of wind. But she tried her best to try and hide the sound, so she just started coughing super loud. So that way, you know, oh, it was just a cough, a really loud cough. But she really overdid it. She went into a fucking 40-second coughing fit for a 1-second ass rippage. I don't understand. Maybe she was just farting the whole time she was under this coughing spell, just shitting her pants in my passenger seat. But I was worried I was going to have to fucking take her to the hospital. She just kept coughing and coughing and coughing, and I was panicking. And then all of a sudden, she stopped and apologizes, and that's when the smell hits. This disgusting, foul Methodist fills my car, and it takes the breath right out of me. It makes my eyes water and my nose burn. It's like a biological weapon was just unleashed within my vehicle. I didn't know how to react, but I couldn't point out this elephant in the anus here. I just needed to pretend like I didn't smell anything. So I tried to act completely normal, but she was saying something to me and I couldn't make out what she was saying because it was as if a grenade had just gone off in this car. My ears were ringing, my vision was blurry. Her voice was muffled, her words were gibberish. She sounded like a fucking adult character in the Charlie Brown cartoon. Nothing was making sense. For a moment, I had exited this corporeal world through a fart. But then the dust began to settle and I came back to reality. And I just asked her to repeat what she said, and she did. I don't remember what she said. All that was on my mind is, how can I get out of this? So I came up with this genius plan, this absolutely brilliant scheme. So I told her, hey, look, I forgot my dad told me he wanted to go bowling today. We already made the plan last week, and I can't leave him hanging like this, so we can go get lunch, but after that, I've got to skedaddle. And she wasn't buying it. She knew something was awry here. What bowling alley are you going to, she asks. As beads of sweat start streaming down my face, I start trying to connect words that could sound like a bowling alley. So I came up with Sky King Pins. It doesn't really sound like a bowling alley. It sounds like somewhere you'd go to watch airplanes race against each other, but it was the best I could do at the time. And she was okay with that. What pounded bowling ball do I use? 15. First one that came to mind. I usually use a 16. I throw the fucking lead down there. I throw fucking cannonballs when I go bowling, but 15 because it's the first number that popped into my head when she said that. Next question. How old's my dad? That one caught me off guard. I don't know why she asked me that. I don't understand the relevance, but still she asked, and the only thing I could think of was my dad wouldn't be happy if I told someone else's age. Then she asked me a couple other really stupid questions, but one that was a real tit slapper, one that I knew I'd have to be very careful with how I answered. She asked, okay, can we hang out after you're done bowling with your dad? I didn't know what to do. This was the Gordian knot that I'd need to cut here. How could I address this question? Because I don't like to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't like to make anyone feel bad. So I couldn't just say, no, of course we can't. I just had to tiptoe around it. So I came up with this really long-winded story, this very elaborate novel of what we were going to participate in after bowling. Oh, after we go get a few strikes, we were all going to go to my grandma's house where she's making her world-famous salmon sugar pancakes. I'm sorry, it's just got a whole lot of plans for the rest of the day I won't be able to. And she was disappointed but understood because, Grandma's whipping up her good old-fashioned dirt and soil crumpets or whatever the fuck I told her she was making. I don't even remember what meal I said. But she understood. And then we got to the restaurant. We got our food. Things were winding down. Eating, there was nothing too out of the ordinary that happened there. Just general small talk until she got a phone call from her parents. They had called her to yell and scream at her because her grades were slipping. I could hear most of it. It was extremely uncomfortable to sit through. It sounded like she was being shouted at by a fucking drill sergeant. And then she started breaking down into tears in the restaurant. And I'm not really good when people are crying around me. I don't really know how to handle that. So I would just kind of, cheer up, sport. They don't know you. You're strong, and it's just school. Come on, champ. You don't let that affect you. We're having such a great day. Come on, just think of all the fun we're having here. You're farting and shitting in my car and stuff, and now you're crying in this restaurant. Come on, let's just get you home. It was just very uncomfortable. There's not even words I could use to describe just how awful that situation was for the both of us. Because I know it was shitty for her too. Because she's crying in front of this person she hardly knows. And that was pretty much the end of the date. I brought her home. The car ride was completely silent for the 15 minutes from the restaurant to her place. And then she just said, all right, see ya. And I was like, all right, take it easy. Peace out. I'm out ski. I'm bouncing. I said all of those to her, and then I went and left. And then I checked with her later to see if she was feeling better about that whole situation with her parents, and she said she was, so that's good. But yeah, that's the worst date I've ever had, and also pretty much my experience with Tinder summed up into one story. And yeah, that's it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Hangover. I'm playing origami. Let's do this shit. So I'm still in the tutorial, but I'm getting there. My stomach feels like ass, and overall I feel like ass. Where once there was stomach, now there is only ass. I drank a lot of alcohol last night. I was just drinking everything. Someone could have handed me a glass of urine, and if they told me there was vodka in it, I would have downed it immediately. I just would have taken it to the fucking house. And I haven't really slept, so I figured I might as well play a game, because why not? I actually dozed off for a little bit, but I had a weird dream and I haven't been able to go back to sleep since. I was battling Professor Snape with magic, and it was some pretty advanced shit that I was unleashing on him. And I was talking in an Irish accent, good lord. And then a skeleton ship showed up and I told him to get on, and he did. And then once he got on, I summoned a tricycle using the Accio tricycle spell. Yep, that was a stealth kill right there, he didn't even see it coming. So then the tricycle showed up. Okay, so I'll just avoid the light. So the tricycle showed up, except it was made out of foam and it didn't have any wheels, and it could fly. So I flew it to Olive Garden, and then I woke up. Man, yep, I'm playing this game the way it was meant to be played. There it is. Minus 500 points. Oh, shit. Yeah, you like that urethral swab? Just checking for chlamydia. Yeah, you too. Spontaneous urethral swab. You like that? Nobody likes that. Don't ever do a urethral swab. Oh, goodness me. But yeah, I've been having a lot of Harry Potter related... That was an aerial kill. You all saw it. I did exactly as the tutorial asked. I've been having a lot of Harry Potter related dreams recently. A couple, I don't even know how long ago now, but like a week or two ago, I had a dream where I was fighting Godzilla in a WWE cage match to save Hogwarts. I actually wrote that dream down. It was one of my favorites I've had in a while. I fucking gave Godzilla a rock bottom. Come here, pussy, I can smell your anus. And I liked what I smelt. Mark it down in the sailor's log. That is my first stealth kill of the game. In a game that's supposed to be all about stealth. But it's like my father always said, sometimes you fuck, sometimes you are fuck. You never know which it is. And you never know if you don't go, what yo. Alright, this is nice. Just like doggy style, this is a good position. Now should I attack them head on, or go about this in a more intelligent... What is this man doing up here? What is this man's job? Craig, just go stand up there and look at us. I'm surprised he wasn't pissing off the ledge. I would have liked to have caught it in my mouth. I've always wanted to be a human urinal. Oh fuck, you weren't supposed to see this. I'm sorry, this is for your own good. What the fuck? The man just got killed by a phantom. I scared him so badly he committed seppuku. Oh shit, no. Oh wow, alright. All it takes is 2 hits. These guys aren't fucking around. They mean business. But unfortunately for them, I don't believe in business. I only believe in hangovers. I'm coming for that ass, though. You're mine. I will grab you by the pussy, baby. You like this? Motorboating his ass cheeks right before I take him down. You give him that pleasure and you give him that pain. A lesson I'm sure we all learned from the timeless classics, Three Ninjas. Such as Three Ninjas, what is it, High Noon at Mega Mountain? The one with Hulk Hogan? Yes, that is one movie that really stood the test of time. Gotcha, bitch. You like that? Whoa. Man just fucking blasted his sword across the world. He wasn't going down without a fight. And by that I mean he just wanted to throw his sword away. Oh, fuck, he got me. Take that sword. Guess he was trying to alert his friends. I respect that. It was a good attempt. But unfortunately, I'm a well-trained operative here. Oh, I completed the chapter. Now we're fucking cooking. And like any good chef, I'm gonna go puke and masturbate to help with this hangover in an order that would surprise you. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. Alright, well that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm sure some of you are well aware that on Saturday, a live stream was conducted on my channel in which I appeared absolutely obliteratedly ass-face shit mastered drunk. I didn't just appear that way, I most certainly was in that condition. And it wasn't until I sobered up 2 days later and woke up from my alcohol-induced coma that I really reflected on this, and I thought to myself, you know, that just wasn't professional of me. I've built my entire YouTube life around this idea of professionalism and portraying myself as a professional man, and to come home after drinking the copious amounts of alcohol that I consumed at the bar and pull the kind of shit I pulled, starting a live stream in my condition, that is just deplorable behavior. I was falling over all night. I was like a zombie that had just taken too many muscle relaxants. It was fucking awful. I vividly remember one of my hardest tumbles of the night, one of my hardest spills. In fact, it was by far the biggest eating of shit that I've ever experienced in my life. I was on the little dance floor at the bar, and I was busting out some real groovy dance moves. I was getting jiggy with it. I was throwing my ass in a circle. I was really feeling it hardcore. So I went front and center, you know, center stage, limelight, made sure to set an example for everyone out there to really set the tone for the bar. So I started bouncing side to side like some shit out of Step Up. And it's a move I was doing called the SpongeBob. It's an old one where you throw one leg behind the other and go to the right and then go to the left. It's like the walking on the beach from the SpongeBob episode. And it was a popular dance move when I was still pretty young, you know, back when fucking dinosaurs were still jerking each other off and whatnot. And I can do the move pretty well, and I was drunk enough that I was actually doing the move. But unfortunately, the ground was kind of slippery, and I totally lost my balance, and it was like a fucking cartoon character, like some Tom and Jerry shit where they pull the rug out from under Tom, and then he just does like a fucking flip. I did like half of a cartwheel, except I landed on my left shoulder and slammed my left ear onto the floor. It was like the fucking floor was trying to tell me a secret, and I was getting all up close and personal with it. But what was cool about this is, when I slammed this floor hard as a motherfucker, I had used the slight bounce, that momentum from hitting the floor, to propel myself up with my left arm, because I stiff-armed the floor while I was getting that little bounce, and I actually launched myself right back onto my feet. It was like Dracula rising from his coffin, except horizontally, and no one even knew I fell. They all thought it was part of my little dance routine I was busting out here, which was cool as shit, but it really hurt, and I still feel that. My knee hurts from it too, because really no part of my body was spared from that crash. I'm actually surprised I didn't go to the hospital, because being as old as I am, if I fall down, that's pretty much a guaranteed trip to the emergency room. I'm so fucking old. If I reach into my drawer to get a spoon too quickly, there's a good chance I'll tear a ligament. 22 years old is the new 80. But anyway, after that incredibly awesome yet painful shit eating, I started to drink. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I made something known as a joke, where I was pretending that I did that sober, but in reality I was absolutely blackout drunk by that point, almost, because I still remember it. I was on the verge of blackout there. That was me dancing on the fine line between sobriety and falling on the dance floor. But anyway, the reason I'm even telling you any of this is because I want you all to realize just how drunk I was that night. And from what I'm told, I invited a lot of people over. I really don't remember anything past falling, honestly. I remember getting a couple more shots, but after that, I don't remember anything. There's a couple videos that some friends showed me where I'm ripping my shirt off at the bar, or at least attempting to. I posted one of them on my Instagram if you really want to see me being annihilated in action. But back to the point I'm making this. I don't know what was said in the live stream or what went on in the live stream, and I'm not going to watch it. It's on my channel. I know the live stream in its entirety is there, but I'm not going to watch it because I know I'll feel embarrassed about it or feel weird about it. But I'm also not going to delete it either, so if you want to watch it, you can. But yeah, overall, one of my more tame blackout drunk experiences. I've definitely done stranger shit while blackout drunk, but at least you all got to hear it firsthand. But yeah, just wanted to make this because I know a lot of people are saying, oh, he's probably not ever going to address that live stream like it never happened. Nah, fuck that. I'm calling it out. Don't remember the night, but apparently some shit went down. I mean, you know, what can you do except not be absolutely incoherently, belligerently drunk? But yeah, so that's about it. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Let's do this shit. This game induces the most intense feeling of nostalgia anything could ever give me, because this is the first game I ever played on Xbox Live when I was 10 years old, and I just have so many fond memories on this game, and those memories are some of the best I have. I was insulted constantly when I played this online, but I was too young, too naive to understand what it meant when they said I gargle smegma and such. When they said I had a really little dick, I didn't know what it meant. I thought everyone was just trying to be my friend, you know, and break the ice with me. So I just have this really positive impression of this game from all the fun times I had on it. So I downloaded an emulator today so I could play it again and re-experience that same feeling of thrill and wonder. Except, you know, the game's been out for quite a few weeks now, so the online play is not still intact, so I can't hop online and get called a turbo shit pisser or anything like that. But that's alright, I just wanted to play the game again, you know? Big Daddy's home, baby. Did someone order the Big Country Smasher? Because that's a big mistake, you'll be shitting for 3 days straight. How's it hanging? Oh shit. You know, this doesn't seem familiar at all. I don't even know if I played the campaign. I think I only played the multiplayer on this. Thought that was a man laying down, it's just a couple of rocks. Fuck. Oh, R1's to shoot. And I forgot the controls are a little different here. Haven't missed a beat, still got the same level of pinpoint accuracy I had when I was 10 years old. Looking good. Oh yeah. One shot, one kill, there it is. Fucking feeling it now. Give me that. Oh yeah. I took a paintballer hostage. Big whoop, you wanna fight about it, pussyface? Didn't think so. This guy's not even trying to break free, he's just scratching his chin on my fist. It's like a cat looking to be pet. Get out of here. God, this game is so good! Fuck this game. It is absolutely impossible to aim here. I can't hit shit. The controls are so wonky and ass-y. Just a lot of ass here. It's making my dick real soft. I actually shot someone to death. That's probably like one of the first people I've killed so far. That hasn't been melee. I really miss the multiplayer in this game, damn it. This campaign is just not doing it for me so far. But I remember one time I was trying to communicate with my team. Person's name was Elite Lion, but I must have been fucking illiterate because I called him Elite Leon multiple times to... Damn it. I'm not getting the rogue bonus this time. They really put it in my keister. But yeah, so I was calling him Elite Leon and trying to be really strategic. Excuse me, Elite Leon, we're gonna need backup on catwalk, over, and shit like that, you know, really getting into it. Hold on, I'm gonna change auto-aim on. Make this a little easier on myself so I can tell these stories without stressing too much. So, and I was really going in at this, and this guy, he must have been in his early 20s, maybe mid-20s, and he says to me, I would rather hear someone fart in the mic than have you keep talking. And I'd never been so hurt in my life. I was like, wow, you'd rather hear farts? Yeah, that comes from buttholes. But I'm trying to talk, we're trying to win. And I was just so hurt, and it was amazing. That's something I'll never forget. That's just a great Xbox Live memory from back in 2004. I used to play this online constantly, and I got really good at this game. Like, I was putting asses to faces left and right. There was no one that wasn't catching these cheeks. They were all getting rectums to the mouth. My 10-year-old, dirty, non-hairy rectum was getting caught in everyone's teeth. And then I remember, oh my goodness, one time, I was just going real in, and two older guys got very upset at me for doing so well. and they said my mom's gonna get it hardcore for me being a little asshole. And I was shocked. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know they meant they were gonna come put their wiener inside of my mom's cooter, take it out, and put it back in multiple times at very high speeds. I thought they were gonna come assassinate my mother because of me. So I turned off the game, I ran to my mom with tears in my eyes. I was like, Mom, I'm so sorry. I was doing really well on this game, and I was kind of talking some trash. I called some people some poopy lips, and they got really upset at me and said that you're gonna get it hardcore tonight, Mom. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Just please lock the door, turn the alarm on, call Dad, get the men in black over here, some shit. I am so sorry. And my mom wasn't taking it seriously. Oh, hardcore, huh? Sounds lovely, nerds. Go back and play. And I didn't understand why she didn't think the threat was real. I was very terrified that they were going to come put all 3 inches of themselves inside of her. But regardless, this was the first time it occurred to me that maybe everyone online isn't as nice as I thought they were. And that actually brings me to another story. This one's pretty bad, actually. There was a very prominent clan in GoldenEye Rogue Agent that I really wanted to be a part of. They were super good, really well known, and I wanted to be a part of it. So I started asking around on like who to get in contact with and how to join. And a ton of people, almost everyone I talked to, told me that they accept anyone as long as they send them a picture of their penis. And to 10-year-old me, that was the deal of a lifetime. Wow, all I have to do is send this guy a picture of my pee-pee maker and I can join the clan? Oh, sign me up, gee willikers, I'm all about that. But luckily, all I had for a camera was a Polaroid, and it's not like I'm gonna take a fucking Polaroid picture of my penis, send it to him in the mail. He's not gonna have like a P.O. box for penises. So I didn't get to join the clan. If only my walkie-talkie had a camera option, though, and also internet access so I could send it over Xbox Live. Yeah, I would have been the best fucking member of that clan, really. I was wrecking ass at GoldenEye Rogue Agent. I wish things worked that way now, being an adult. I wish I could just send Steven Spielberg a picture of my Johnson through email. He'll look at it and be like, you know what, that's a pretty good Johnson right there. I'm gonna give him a lead role in my next film or some shit like that. I wish the world worked that way. It'd make things a lot easier and a lot more interesting, I guess. But yeah, I can't really think of any other Xbox Live stories right now. Those are like the 3 that really stuck with me from this game. What's this guy doing? Oh shit! He's just hit by a boomerang? Is Captain Boomerang back there actually kicking ass? Instead of sucking it like he did in Suicide Squad? What is happening? There's nobody here. Alright, I guess they were just getting fucking assaulted by a poltergeist. Amazing. Is that the end of the level? That's how it ends, everything explodes and I'm fucked. Whatever. I really don't even feel like playing this anymore though. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. What? Wow. Fantastic start. Absolutely splendid shit. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I wanted to share another story with you guys today. I know I just told one yesterday, actually, but that actually happened last week. I made that video last week, and I only posted it yesterday. And the night after that happened, we went out again, and I had another unfortunate encounter. And another one that was just out of my control. It was my friend again, not the same guy, just another one of my friends, someone I thought I could trust, you know, someone that I thought I could give my Yu-Gi-Oh card collection to and expect to have it returned to me back in mint condition. I haven't fucking touched my Yu-Gi-Oh cards in years, but I feel like that's a pretty big display of trust. I'd let them walk around in my animal slippers, which is something I don't let a lot of people do. So, you know, I trusted this person, and it backfired yet again. And this is a tale I don't tell easily because I genuinely have been having some fucking PTSD flashbacks to this scenario. Every time I think about it, it's like a frag grenade goes off in my apartment, my vision gets blurry, everything seems like it's covered in smoke, my ears start ringing. You know that feeling where it sounds like Alpha 5 from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers having a thunderous orgasm in your ear? Yeah, every time I think about this, that's what happens to me. So this story starts the same as all of history's most influential and most memorable stories. I was taking a fat shit in my bathroom getting ready to go out with my friends. We were pre-gaming a little bit, not too hard because there's really no point to pre-game super hard to happy hours and other drink specials. So we finish this, I pinch off the grumpy, and I'm ready to rock and roll. We go to this different bar, not the same one from the night before. And this was around the time Hurricane Herbert or Hermione or whatever the fuck the name of that hurricane was hitting. So it was very moist out. There was a lot of moisture in the air. There was a little bit of rain, just some sprinkling, just spitting out there. So people were fucking climbing over each other, World War Z style, trying to get into the bar. Pretty long line, but it wasn't too bad, and it wasn't raining really hard or anything like that. It was just kind of a nuisance. So when my friends and I got into the bar, we started going turbo immediately. We just went up to the bar and just started fucking slapping drinks hardcore and just getting absolutely obliterated. And while we were doing this, a girl that I kind of knew at the time came up because she saw us. She's like, you know what? I want to get in on that action. They're going hard in the paint. I'm about that life. I'm going to try and put anus to faces over here too, like these guys are. And this girl is absolutely gorgeous. Probably one of the prettiest girls that I know. And it's not like we're super familiar with each other. We never exchanged numbers or hooked up or anything like that. But we had gotten fucked up at bars together in the past, so we knew each other a little bit. And this girl was going, and she was fucking ordering drinks faster than we were. She's like, come on, hold on a second, pussy tits. I'm getting 2 more. And then just taking them both, bam, breaking shit on her fucking face. She wasn't doing that, but that would have been pretty cool too. But yeah, it was just fun. And after doing this for like an hour or 2 hours, however long it was, one of my friends, he was flopping around like a noodle. He was too drunk, so he went home because he lived pretty close. And then it was just me and my other friend, actually the same friend from my ceramic story, G. So it was me and G and this girl. And we were ready to leave. We were going to go back to my place, which is also walking distance from this bar, and we were just going to hang out for a bit. And since Hurricane Hermione was hitting in full force, shit, the rain was fucking coming in sideways. It felt like hail. It felt like we were just getting bullets shot at us, and it was kind of cool. And on this adventure back to my apartment, this 0.2 mile walk, the girl and I had made out, and things seemed to be going pretty well, She seemed like she wanted to come back and stay over. And G was going to sleep on my couch bed hybrid thing, because my couch pulls out into a bed, some Star Trek style shit. I know, real advanced technology. And because that's what he usually does when he gets too drunk, because his place is too far away to walk to. And he's done this many times in the past. So we get back to my place, and her and I are just waiting for G to go to sleep. We were just waiting for him to be like, all right, y'all, I'm tired. I'm peacing out. I'm going to have some sweet dreams real quick. Night, night. And he wasn't doing it. He wasn't feeling it. This guy, he was in it for the long haul. He wanted to stay up till the sun was coming up. And eventually her and I were like, all right, we're getting tired. We're going to call it a night. And G was like, all right, Charlie, take me home. And I was shell-shocked. I was like, excuse me, that has to be a joke. So I laughed in his face. I was like, oh, you really yanked my chain good there, partner. No, I'm not doing that. I'm definitely not taking you home. And he was adamant about this. He was not budging. This man had slept on my couch at least 10 times in the fucking past, even when I didn't even want him to or know he was sleeping on my couch. We would just be playing a fucking game and he'd be like, all right, Charlie, I'm going to sleep, and just crash on my couch all night. And then tonight, the one time I fucking needed him to crash on my couch, he was just not having it. He was driving a fucking hard bargain. And we just went back and forth. I was like, gee, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'd already sobered up because we'd been at my place for a while and I wasn't drunk anymore, so I could take him home if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. And the girl was just watching both of us going back and forth. It was like an Indian soap opera where it keeps zooming in on the girl as she's looking at the two people talking, you know what I mean, real dramatic like. And I could see beads of sweat just dripping down her face. No, please, don't budge. Don't drive him home. She was very concerned that I wasn't going to plant my feet and was going to give in to this. And this was just a real-life example of that conundrum. What happens when an unstoppable force of sexually driven hormones meets an immovable object of reluctance to sleep on a couch? And unfortunately, I just gave in because he just kept going. He's like, you know what, fuck it, alright, I'll just walk home, it's not a big deal. But he'd be walking 3 miles through a really shitty part of town. It's akin to walking through a fucking minefield. And I just kept giving him every chance in the book. I was like, gee, come on, you've slept on that couch so many times, wouldn't it just be far more convenient if you did that? He's like, no, Charlie, no, I will not sleep on that fucking couch. That couch has poopy on it right now. I don't want to lay in poopy. Just on and on. And then I just kept saying, gee, look, please, I don't want to do this. I was fucking begging him, don't make me do this. And then eventually I just gave in. Yeah, I was like, fuck it, G, you win. I'll drive you home. And then I could see the girl was very disappointed and upset, and so was I. I had fucking tears in my eyes, and I was begging her, please, it'll only take me 20-25 minutes to do this. Just wait in my bed. Just, nap for a little bit, please. Sorewa, machurizo, just wait. Just, everything. I was just trying it all. It was like a scene in all of those romantic movies, like the really sad scene where they're chasing each other through a garden. The dude or the girl is shouting the other person's name, and they just can't hear it. They just keep walking. She had already made her decision. She wasn't going to wait. She was going to just go back to her place. Since we live in the same apartment complex, she just walked right back to her apartment and went to bed. And then the entire ride, I was bringing G home. I was so fucking tight about it. I was just telling him, G, you know what you've done, right? Do you realize the implications? Do you realize what you have fucking done to me, G? And he in his defense, I don't think he knew what was going on, even though I pretty much blatantly told him to his face, like, please, this is what's going on. But he was pretty fucked up, so I'll give him that. And yeah, ever since then, I've just been tossing and turning in my sleep. Sometimes I'll have nightmares where I will be in the same situation again, except my entire apartment will go up in flames, and that's preferable to what actually happened. I would have rather my apartment just get fucking taken out by Hurricane Hermione at that point in time than have to have this memory, this very sour memory. But yeah, that's the back-to-back nights of unfortunate circumstances I had no control over. The double whammy, the double fisting, the double penetration, the double dare, the double disappointment. Yeah, and that's about it. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical. I decided to kick this month off with a story. This actually happened last night, and this is for anyone out there who in the last 24 hours have embarrassed yourself in front of the person you're attracted to or completely ruined your chances with that person. This is for you to let you know you're not alone. I'm in the same boat and we're in this together. So last night some friends and I decided to go to the bar, and while at the bar there was a girl I found extremely attractive there, and I'd seen her around quite a few times at this same bar, but never really went up and talked to her. I was too shy for that. But last night I was feeling particularly confident because I had won a stuffed animal from the crane game at the International House of Pancakes, so I wasn't shitting around with the shit-arounds anymore. So I gave my nipple some stimulation, a few circles around them on the areolas, and I decided to buckle down and go up and start a conversation with her. And to my surprise, the conversation was flowing nicely. We went through about 4 or 5 sentences, and I hadn't even spilled my drink on her yet. I didn't even mention the word turbo, so this was going far better than anything I had done in the past, until my friend comes along. My friend's a big Pokemon Go player, and I play too. I have a lot of good Pokemon. I fuck shit up on the Pokemon Go front. And he starts talking about Pokemon Go, and I'm like, fuck, you just sank my battleship. She's not going to want to talk about this. Especially because my friend was doing calf raises and just giddy with excitement, just absolutely jubilant over nothing. He just couldn't sit still. I couldn't understand why he was doing this. It didn't make any sense at all. He had no reason for it. But she actually went along with the conversation. She played Pokemon Go too. She loved it. And my friend was saying how insane my Pokemon were. Because my Pokemon, there's some pretty powerful bitches in that arsenal. I got a lot of 2000 CPs and 1600 CPs. I'm not trying to flex too hard right now, but I got some high CP Pokemon over there. My shit fucks. And he wanted me to show her, but I insisted I wasn't going to do that. I didn't think it was a good idea. So he reached into my pocket real fucking swift like a real master thief, pulled out my phone, brought up the Pokemon Go app, and then showed her my top CP Pokemon. Now the problem with this is I've named all of my top CP Pokemon some variation of the word cum, such as Cum Duck for my Gold Duck, Cumcutioner for my 1619 Executioner. He's a pretty fucking big boy, he means business. But yeah, all of my Pokemon are named some variation of word cum, except for one of my Pokemon, which I named something far grosser. I named them Smegma Saucer. And he shows her this without thinking at all. She sees it and is immediately disgusted with me. She even scoffed at me. And you could just feel the mood swing from a mile away. I'm sure the whole bar knew that something sinister had just unfolded. Some type of dark presence just came over this bar as she saw all of these Pokemon names. I could feel my urethra prolapsing like it was eating my penis. It was just such an uncomfortable situation to be in, and my friend just kept going on and on. Look at these Pokemon, can you believe this shit? Oh, he fucking caught these. It just on and on and on. And she'd had just about enough of it. She put her foot down. She tried to trooper it out. She gave a real valiant attempt, but he just kept going about these Pokemon. He was like the world's worst Energizer Bunny wingman. It was fucking ridiculous. So she walked away as he was still spouting out this shit about these Pokemon I caught. And my buddy just couldn't believe it. He was baffled. Can you believe this, Charlie? She just walked away. What is that about? And I was just beside myself. I was very upset about the situation. I don't even know why he came over there. We've never even talked about Pokemon Go together. We've played a few times, but we don't play that much anymore. So I don't know why he did that. He was plastered, so I'll give him that excuse. But it was just so ridiculous and unnecessary. But you know what? Looking back on it, if she can't handle me when I'm naming my Pokemon cum, she doesn't deserve me when I'm not naming my Pokemon cum. Or at least that's how I'll sleep at night, I guess. But that's fine. It's alright. It was a learning experience. Now I know not to. I didn't learn shit from it. But yeah, that's the story, and that's it. See ya. Did I ever tell you about my first boner though? That's always a good origin story. It's like fucking X-Men Origins Wolverine. Like I have a whole story for my first boner.
How would you even remember your first boner?
Because it was a really special occasion. Like it was my first planned boner. Like Like I'd always got, you get the random boners. You're like, oh, my pee pee's a little hard. That's odd, as a kid. It's not odd now. Like I know what's going on now, but
All right.
back then you don't know. And I remember the very first time I started to correlate things. I was like, when I see boobies, my pee pee gets a little firmer. So for the first time in my life, I went out of my way to look at boobies. And I remember when my wiener got hard, and it was a strange occasion because like I didn't know what to type in to find any of that. So I typed in the word fudge, and on like the fourth page of Google Images was a woman with an extremely hairy vagina, and it was enough to get me hard. And I was like, oh fuck, what do I do now? What's the next step? So I tried to suck my own dick, but since I wasn't flexible, I compensated for like the lack of mouth on wiener action, like the distance between them. I compensated by pissing into my face. Or at least that was my plan. But
All right.
the second I started to like force urine out of my wiener, I couldn't go through with letting it hit my face, so I just like dodged back. I was like, I'm not doing this. I can't. If this is what boners are, I don't like them. I just didn't know how to treat it. But yeah, I remember my
All right.
first boner. I remember when once I started getting mastery of the boners and understanding how they worked, I still didn't jerk off because I didn't know that was what you were supposed to do in that situation. So I never really jerked off, but I used to do everything else. Like I'd start slapping my boners because I thought that felt good. Even though it hurt, I was like, oh, this is probably normal. This is what you do. You just slap it around and let it know who's boss. So every time I would get like a boner, even in public, I would slap it around. It was so embarrassing. I used to do it under my desk at school and hope nobody heard or noticed. Ugh.
Like you're like you were trying to kill a fly.
I don't know. I don't know what my thought process was, but like I would get a boner and be like, oh, I'm gonna slap it around, and I just start giving it the business. And it wasn't until like I must have been like 14 when I first learned about jerking off. Like all
I
of the boners up till then were just in vain.
my two friends like two. I think it was two. Like there's more than one guy who told me that they first used this weird technique where you jack off with your boxers still on. You basically just rub your knuckles over your dick, and you keep rubbing back and forth like you're trying to play guitar, but with your knuckles against your dick. And because it would be over your boxers, it would feel good without bad friction. And but the obvious downside being that when you come, you do come into your boxers, and
Hmm.
then your mommy has to clean that up and be proud of you.
I don't know if she has to be proud of you. I think that's only in my family.
No, I mean, if you're a parent, I guess that would be like, I don't know, like a milestone, like if a real life achievements, like oh,
Yeah,
my kid
baby's first
first,
ejaculation. Yeah.
you're like oh that's cute. He doesn't know how to hide his cum yet. Oh, I bet he even left his porn tabs open. Honey, look at this. Our son came. He just left it out in the open.
Oh,
What
he's just like you, honey. He's watching the good old chicks with dicks.
adorable. Alright, so you touched your wiener in front of a whole basketball
Oh, I didn't
court. So
just. You're selling me short there. Touching my wiener is doing me a justice I don't deserve. I was beating my wiener like it owed me money.
that's good. Do they also do that in America, where, or anywhere really? Because I've only heard about this in Turkey. I've seen it in Turkey, where the entire back row of a classroom in grade school will just be jacking off.
A friend of mine, well, not a friend of mine, a friend of my friends used to jerk off and come during class a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
But
I
he
mean.
wasn't in the
But
back
like,
row. He would do it in the front row. And no, like who's gonna stop him?
oh, like,
Who's gonna go up to this guy who's jerking off openly in front of the class and say, "Please don't do that," or like push his hands away from his cock? No one's gonna
was
get that close.
was he alone in it? Because what I'm talking about is like organized, like a whole row of guys would go to the back.
Mm-mm.
Uh,
It was just a lone ranger.
I see. Well, that was a brave man. That guy's a pioneer, probably.
Yeah, no, that guy really tried to bring about a revolution that no one followed. But he had the right
Yeah.
idea. When you're jerking off, you're invincible. No one's gonna stop you. No one's gonna come up to
Dude,
you
I
and
mean,
like take your hand away from your dick. Like no one's gonna slap your
shit,
hand away.
that's a hero, man. I bet he's like jerking off on Everest right now. You know, one of my actual like bucket list items is just jerking off while skydiving and coming before I land. It's just something I want to try. So I just have a story where You know those douchebags who always have to one up your story. Like you tell them about something cool that happened to you, they're like, "Oh yeah, that happened to me too," but like it was, and they tell you some bullshit that's just so much cooler than yours.
Yeah.
And I want to have that story where like you tell me I don't know, you were at a bar fight and it was so cool because this big guy he got tackled through a post, and I'll go, "That's nice. Have you ever jizzed while free falling?"
Yeah, I've always wanted like an ace in the hole type story where if someone's trying to one up
Yeah,
me, I'd be like, no, 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 you sit down and listen to this. But I don't have anything like that yet.
yeah, exactly. Have you ever shoved a dildo up your ass and then like sucked your own dick mid-air?
Well, I don't think anyone would be impressed by that. I think they'd just be scared. Kind of. The jerking off while
Sh-
skydiving is cool, but adding the dildo is just an extra layer of flavor you didn't need.
No, Charlie, there is a thin line between respect and fear, and I dance on it.
I remember one time my parents and I were going to go to the movies and we had it all planned out, but I really wanted to jerk off. So I told them straight to their face, look, I really want to go, watch some porn and ejaculate. And I made them wait for me to go do that, finish, and then we could go to the movies. And we had to go to a later movie because I took longer than I anticipated.
Well, that's really
Yeah.
that must have been an awkward wait.
I can't even imagine.
Well, I mean, no, because there's like it's like bittersweet, like your dad must have been like, oh goddamn, we're gonna miss the movie because of the goddamn asshole, but at the same time, wow, he's really
He's
like some
committed to the
salmon.
yeah, he's committed to the craft. I
Yeah,
think
well,
I think
that's
there was a bit of respect there, like my dad was proud. That's my boy. Can jerk
yeah,
off just like his old man did.
yeah, 20 minutes now. Wow.
He's still going. Man, nothing used to stop me from jerking off. I broke my right hand one time, just went lefty, just off pure instinct. I was like, I know what to do with this thing. Just right in there.
Good.
Yeah. Made sure to tell my parents then too. Look, guys, I'm gonna have to mix it up and go lefty this time. Is that okay? Am I breaking family traditions if I do this?
All right. Uh, you're really committed to involving your family in your
Yeah, I was a
jerk sessions.
yeah, I was a weird kid, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Oh, that reminds me. One time I was coming as I was staring into my brother's eyes. It was uncomfortable. I was jacking off, and I guess I forgot to lock the room. No, no, I actually here I remember. Like when you wake up in the morning, you just have a monster steel erection, and
Hmm.
you don't want to get up without jacking off first because it will feel like you just left something in the middle of it. It just doesn't feel right. So I
Yeah.
started jacking off under the covers, and just as I'm about to come, the second I'm starting to come, like the jizz is in the dick tube, but it's not out yet, my brother comes into my room, just opens the door and says, "Hey, are you gonna get up or what? Breakfast is ready." And I'm just legs spread, and I just look at him, like into his eyes, and I come under the sheets. I don't think he noticed, but still,
Yeah.
uh,
Huh.
yeah, it was a little uncomfortable.
That sounds like it would be a little uncomfortable.
Imagine if that happened to you and your like dad or mom.
At that,
Stuff like
I was
because
basic. I was.
it's your sibling that's kind of well. But if like your I don't know mom catches you like coming, wouldn't you feel like you were cheating on your dad? Like I don't know.
No, well, that's a weird way of putting it, but I feel like I was conditioning my parents for that reveal. I think they were just waiting for the day they accidentally told me to come eat dinner, and they just saw me like spread eagle on the floor, just looking up at my computer, jerking off her in some weird
Shit.
position, fucking hanging from a fucking rope in the air, doing some of those what do they call them? The drape acrobatics while jerking off. I think they were just waiting for something unexpected or something disgusting.
Oh my. Ooh, here's what I used to when I was still like not a believer, but like if you're young and people tell you, oh, all of your dead relatives they're in heaven and God is real and blah blah blah, you believe that shit, right? You don't question it. So at some point, for some reason, I developed this weird kink where I always like it would bug me like, wait a minute, like all of my dead relatives are in heaven and they're watching me every moment, like even when I take a shit. Like
I used to think
if
that
I'm
same
just
way.
yeah, it's just so weird. Like I don't have any privacy even when I'm just doing homework or watching TV, they're watching me. So, and this devolved into this weird kink where when I was jacking off, I would kind of get into it, like, damn, yeah, they're watching me, and they can't do a thing about it until I die. They cannot question me. Like my grandma, my grandpa, like my entire lineage might be watching me like squeeze my balls right now, and they can't do a thing about it. And I still have to live like 60 years, and that's like I'm gonna beat the monkey 60 years, and they're gonna have to watch it, and that's only when they get to question me, and only then am I going to be embarrassed.
That just reminded, like that for some reason you saying that reminded me. I used to jerk off in the weirdest positions because I thought it would feel different. I remember the weirdest one I ever tried is I threw my right leg over the computer I was jerking off to, and I was just jerking off like into the computer, like with my penis head touching the computer. It looked like it was like I was basically like a pair of scissors that were open but only on one side. It, like
No,
over the
no, I
computer.
get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. You were
And
like doing lunges to your computer, like squat thrusting, fucking your computers. It's
yeah.
kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah, I was really into it, and I was like, yeah, you like that, you like that. But I made sure to like get my foot off there before I came, 'cause I didn't want to fucking blast my computer. That'd be a really disgusting trip to Best Buy. Sorry, we don't cover ejaculation damage. Quite some power you got there, though. Oh, you tried the old rusty snowman. Yeah, you got to stay at least 2 inches back when you do that maneuver.
We can offer you the new Retina screen to come
We can offer you this.
safe.
We can offer you this gel screen so you don't break the glass.
All of that stuff really doesn't work. Like you Google ways to jack off like more fun because it just gets boring. But uh, it doesn't work. That stupid trick of use your other hand. It will feel like a clumsy stranger. Why would I want a clumsy stranger to jack me off?
Yeah,
I
no, it's
myself,
stupid.
I'm 25 years old. I've trained my left hand for 25 years. I've specialized it. Its entire purpose is sometimes to pick my nose and jack me off. It's a specialist. It's a jack-off assassin trained and raised for this one purpose. And even that hand has a difficult time sometimes. Why would I use my right hand? Why would I want something so clumsy? That's stupid.
It is
That's like
dumb.
saying, hey, let us animate this snowman so he can jack you off. Why? No. But a stupid, just all these dumb techniques, it doesn't work. I cannot for shit jack off with my right hand, even though I'm a righty.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
I think I told you.
Yeah, you told me about that one.
We talk about dicks behind the scenes too, guys.
It's not just on stream. We're always talking about things. It's sad.
That's a secret, like, club language.
Yeah, I wonder
So
if the,
communicate.
I wonder if my upstairs neighbors have heard every story so far. I hope they
I
have.
hope so.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
My choking of the chicken. One of the times it just didn't go the way I planned. Like I ejaculated before I even started jerking off. I don't even know how it happened, but it happened, and I panicked. I was like, "This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't in the blueprints." And I immediately just started crying. And then I went to my parents, like, what obviously still with cum trousers. I was really young with this one, and they were like, "What's wrong?" And visibly taking steps away from me because you can smell cum. Like it's got quite a whiff to it. It's quite the Methodist. And I was like, I came without touching my pee pee. And they're like, it's okay, it happens. But I was so upset about it, and I was crying for the whole night about it. And I was like, now I have to wait until I can make cum again. I have to wait, make sure it's normal. What if it's not normal? What if I'm just gonna start coming randomly now when I get boners? I can't do this. I can't handle it. I need to wait now. And I was just panicking and just going nuts. And,
Uh,
ugh, it was so uncomfortable.
it's just so fascinating to me. I wish I could do it, but instead I have to like really beat it hard, like I'm trying to squeeze the juice out of a potato. Just really, I cannot do. I don't know how they do it.
I also one time got it in my head that it'd be really, really sexy if I started peeing before I came. That backfired immediately because once I got to the point where I was like ready to ejaculate and I put that on standby to urinate, I just pissed my pants and all over my carpet. And I was like, oh fuck, abort mission, abort mission. And then I just like ran to my bathroom while still pissing my pants.
There,
But by the time I reached the toilet, like I had already had my vinegar strokes, so then I started coming. such a fucking mess.
I mean the
Like I was a fucking well-oiled machine back in my prime jerk off days. Now I'm just standard stuff, but back then,
yeah,
man, that was wacky.
yeah, mommy's proud years. It's just when you're child, like those cum stains and skid marks.
Yeah,
He's growing up.
he's just like his father. I'm surprised there wasn't bumper stickers on our car. My son jerks off a lot and he does it great.
Yeah,
Proud parent.
God.
I used to bring other objects into the equation too sometimes to see what would stick. Like I just take whatever was around my room. Like one time my dog's squeaky toy was in there and I was like, you know what, this could be cool. So as I was jerking off, I was squeaking the toy in the other hand. It was, needless to say, it wasn't as hot as it was in my head. Man, I really could go on for days about the dumb shit I used to do. Wow. All about my penis. My penis has been through so much.
Yeah, mine too.
Well, yours seems at least standard.
But
Mine was just weird. I confused it. It's like, you know how in exercising they say confuse your muscles? My penis was beyond confused for X amount of years.
my friend made me giggle once when he told me that he beat it so often his dick was calloused, like on one side. You ever jack off in a hot shower?
Yeah, oh,
Because
oh,
it's
yeah.
really difficult.
Yeah. It gets really
Because
dry.
No, not that, but I was in this hotel room once when me and my mom were staying someplace, and I was younger. Uh, for some reason, that like water was just super hot, and I was super into it. Like I like hot showers, and it was super steamy, and I just started jacking off, and I just couldn't come. But I got a fucking grudge. Like that was my fucking Moby Dick. I was gonna come. I was not gonna leave the shower, and it went on for so fucking long that I started to get dizzy because it was just so hot and so steamy, and just my blood pressure just plummeted. Because my heart rate was just going up because I was still trying to jack it with like 2 grams of oxygen left in the fucking shower room. So I got out super dizzy. I was about to collapse on the floor. I just had to sit down. And my mom, of course, she didn't know what the fuck was up. She just thought I was taking a shower, and now I'm about to like puke and collapse on the floor. So she took me to a doctor. And so we're sitting in front of the doctor, and the doctor's asking me like, "Have you been physically exerting yourself?" And now I understand what she meant, but at the time I said no. So she said, stuff like that can happen sometimes. Just keep an eye on it or something like that. I'm sure she like knew what was up. I bet I wasn't the first guy I was about to pass out because he jacked off in a hot, steamy shower.
I was just taking a shower. I can only imagine from your mom's perspective what the fuck happened in there.
Yeah, no, she was just genuinely concerned.
Yeah.
I guess I would be the opposite parent, where if my son told me he was like about to faint after he came out of the shower, I'd be like, yeah, right. You fucking asshole, just get to your room and finish jacking off there. And then 2 hours later, I just find him on his bed with a fucking heart attack because it was an actual condition. But I didn't believe him. I thought he was just lying. I did this when I was a child. I didn't know he had an actual heart condition. Then I'll feel guilty about myself, and
Yeah.
I'll never be able to jack off in the shower again.
Yeah, you'd
The
ruin that
PTSD
one.
flashbacks to my son. This isn't funny. My son died like this. On the spot, he was looking at this very drain as he was jacking it.
My son used to love to jerk off in here. Fucking 2 hour stream all about our disgusting stories of our wieners. I love it. I wouldn't have it
Yeah,
any
it's
other way.
awesome because I wonder what Pinar would think of me if she listened to any of this. And nothing like this has ever like come up.
I'm gonna send it to her one day. Just catch her roll off guard. Here's Kaya behind the scenes. The
Yeah,
face he doesn't want you to see.
Yeah, you do that, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Don't worry.
I don't worry. I get that. I don't know. I kind of just want to send it to her just to whet our friendship, just to just to test it. Like, is it strong enough? Like, can she handle me at my worst? Does she deserve me at my best?
Can she handle me at my flaccidest? Does she deserve me at my hardest?
Yeah, like if I'm disgusting to her just because I jack off, does she even deserve me when I am lucid and not horny? I should send this video to everyone I meet. Like, hey, Ashley, like you and me have been getting close, but here's a video I want you to watch, and it's just 5 hours of me discussing my erections, and it's really important to me that you watch this and then give me an opinion.
If get into online dating and make that like mandatory viewing for all of the matches. Hello there, future potential wife or breeding mate. Here is 4 hours of all of my jack-off stories and my flaws. I expect you to listen to all of it. There will be a test once we begin conversation. Enjoy.
Like chapter X is like, I talk about trying to suck my own dick at 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, timestamps.
Yeah.
Fucking chapters. Chapter 1, The Awakening.
Yeah. Put stars next to the most important ones.
Yeah.
Cubicle.
Yeah, just tell the boss. Just tell the boss to his face, remind him, be like, sir, I do jack off. I tried a jerk off stance. I actually gave it a nickname. I called it the grandfather clock, and I spread my legs as far as I could get them, like well past shoulder width, and I just let my cock dangle, and I jerked off while like slowly swinging forward, so that way it would go forward and back like a pendulum. That was kind of cool. I had a bunch of different stances I would take just to try it out to see if it felt any different or any cooler. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Wanted to tell another story tonight. A couple years ago, I used to mention from time to time that the hardest class I ever took in my academic career was a ceramics class in my sophomore year of college. And back then, a lot of people used to ask me to elaborate on it, and I just kind of figured now was the optimal time to do so. 2 or 3 years later, when the interest is really peaked in the ceramics story. I see people all the time buzzing in the comments. Do you guys remember 3 years ago in that video that has 4 views on it in total, when he mentioned ceramics being such a hard course? I just need to know how it could be so fucking difficult. So, that coupled with the fact that ceramics in general has been a really trendy topic in the world recently, because I believe there's only one human being left that's still practicing the art of ceramics, so I figured it's time to strike while the iron's hot and get in on this ceramics action. So my roommate and I were going to go ahead and call him G, because that's actually what he prefers to be called in real life, because he doesn't like his real name, so he wants people to call him G. I know it's some Men in Black type shit, but I respect it and I think it's pretty damn cool. G and I took a ceramics course. It was 4 credits. We both really needed the credits, and we thought it would be an easy A and it would be an enjoyable experience. But it turned out it was absolutely miserable. I would rather have my ass cheeks crushed by a hydraulic press than go through that class again. The nightmare really began on the first day of class. We immediately knew we had made a massive mistake taking this course. The professor rolls in by damn near kicking down the door because he was carrying a plate of his favorite ceramic pieces that he himself made over the years, and he was just extremely excited to show us what real ceramics looked like, so he made this fucking extreme entrance that looked like a cereal commercial from the early 90s. He comes stumbling in like he's trying to balance on a pair of invisible roller skates. He had a very difficult time walking a straight line for whatever reason, and he also created thunderously loud footsteps everywhere he went. I swear he just slapped his feet on the ground as hard as he could. You could hear him coming from a mile away. If you had a drink on the table, it would be like that scene in Jurassic Park if the fucking ceramics professor was on his way. It'd just start jiggling and shit, and you'd know he was on his way. It was just very unnecessary and obnoxious. So he rolls in, he's sporting a pair of jean shorts, a yellow polo, and an apron, and this was his standard uniform. You would not find him in anything but this attire. If you found him in any other clothes, you would basically found the Mewtwo in Pokemon Go. That shit just was not going to happen. Sometimes the color of the polo would vary, but he would always be wearing jean shorts and an apron. He had really blonde hair and gray eyebrows and a white mustache. It was a very strange clash of colors, but his mustache was the most interesting piece to me because it wasn't just the normal mustache. He wanted it to be the Hulk Hogan mustache, but his genetics, his facial hair just wouldn't allow him to have it. But it didn't matter. He may not have had the look of Hulk Hogan, but he certainly embodied the spirit, because Hulkmania ran wild in that fucking ceramics class. Shit was just brutal. He surprise suplexed every single student in that class. He let us know right away that it was going to be the hardest course of the semester, and he was not wrong. We would have a quiz every week and a test every 2 weeks on the history of ceramics. Obviously, there's no textbook on the subject because no one gives a shit about the history of ceramics except for him. So what he did is, over the course of a few years, he made hundreds of videos on the history of ceramics and put them on Vimeo, and we would have to watch them in order to pass the quizzes and the tests, and each video ranged from 3 to 4 hours, and I swear to you, he made up every sentence. Each video was just a jumbled, filthy mess of ass grease. It sounded like a badly written Magic Treehouse book. It was just so fucking abysmal. He would say things like, "Oh yes, of the Aztecian tribe, Chief Barbed Scrotum was boinking his wife while making the world's first teacup. When he finished, he exclaimed, 'Teacup, made have I,' in quotations, as if I'm supposed to believe that my fucking ceramics professor was there, watching Chief Penis Hair plow his wife and make this ceramics piece. But he tried to play it off as fact. He would even cite sources. My ass. It was just fucking nonsense, but he would actually make it a question on his quiz or his test. Just this really quick shout out in one of his videos here. At hour 1 minute 43, I was mentioning Aztecian Chief Nutsack Wax making the world's teacup. Verbatim, what did he say when he finished? And if you didn't get every word right, you just got the whole question wrong. There was no debating it. It was just fucking stupid. The whole thing was just dumb. And if the quizzes and the tests weren't bad enough, this man was beyond strict with the actual ceramics pieces we had to make. He gave us the world's worst directions on how to make the pots. He just made the whole thing sexual for absolutely no reason. Oh yes, you take your clay right here, and he's just holding it right near his cock. You just start, putting your thumbs in there. You want to get them real deep in there. You want to get those fingers in there too. You gotta make sure it's at least 2 inches thick. If it's not 2 inches thick, you're getting kicked out of my fucking class. I swear to you. Fucking swear to you. I'll call your parents. He was just super creepy about it. Didn't help anyone. Our first assignment was to create 4 pots to his exact unrealistic specifications with no exception. There was no such thing as real pots have curves in that classroom, because if you didn't have your ceramics pieces to the exact dimensions that this professor could jerk off to, you weren't gonna pass the class. You were getting an F. There was only an A or an F. If he could come in the pot and be satisfied with his load in there, you got an A. If he couldn't see himself coming in that pot, he'd either break it or just give you an F and take it. It was just miserable. And we also had to paint the pots with slip, but that shit's just impossible. I don't even want to get into it. Fucking Pablo Picasso couldn't paint a pot using slip. It's just stupid. That was just dumb. So needless to say, G and I didn't do very well on the first 4 pots. We had spent at least 20 hours working on them, and he said it didn't even look like we tried, which was just incredibly insulting because he saw us spending a lot of time in that stupid ceramics laboratory just working on this stupid shit. Yes, I understand my pots came out looking like chicken eggs that had been stepped on, and G's looked like clumps of asbestos, but still, you shouldn't be grading on your students' artistic prowess considering this was a 100 level course for non-art majors. That's just not fair. You should be grading on using the techniques, improvements, shit like that. So that was just ridiculous, but the next one is the one I will never forget. The project was to make a big ceramic vase, and G spent an extraordinarily long amount of time on this one, and he even said to me, "Charlie, I'm going to kiss some ass real quick," so he even made a special piece just for the professor to let him know that he was putting in the extra time and the effort. So when the critique day rolled around, G presented him with his present first before the class started, and I was with him, and the professor looked it over for a moment, then he looked up with the most menacing, hollow, soulless eyes I'd ever seen, just staring a hole through G. And then he piercingly asks him, "What is this?" in the most condescending tone I'd ever heard. And then G says, "I made it for you. It was a present. I just wanted you to know that I'm putting in that extra work that you thought I needed to do." And the professor slaps it out of his hand onto the floor, walks away, doesn't say anything else. And then G has to embarrassingly pick it up and throw it in the trash. It was absolutely surreal. It was just downright evil. And I think he held a grudge because when it was G's turn to be critiqued on his vase, he was testing the structural integrity of it and accidentally broke the vase. And by break, I mean fucking exploded that shit. He was pressing on the sides with so much force. It was like he's trying to do a fucking Hulk clap. It was like that scene in Ricky-O where that man smashes the prisoner's head like a watermelon. That's what he did to G's vase. Just fucking destroys it and then fails him because it wasn't strong enough. I don't know what the fuck the professor was expecting. No ceramics are designed to withstand crushing force from a fucking floppy Subway sandwich of a man. That's just ridiculous. Obviously, G dropped the course after that incident, but it was just so hard to sit through and just witness. It was just absolutely mind-boggling how a professor could actually do that. I stuck with it till one more critique. The project was to create a creative bowl, and I'd just given up. I went for Bowser's shell design, but I didn't really give a shit. I just made a really wobbly bowl that didn't even sit flat, and then I threw spikes on the side of it. He hated it, obviously, but he kind of gave me a little compliment in front of the class. He held the bowl up and said, Class, this is an example of a good idea, but absolutely horrible execution. And then set it back down and went on to critique the next person's work. Whatever, I really didn't try. And I was actually just going to stick with the class and just take the failing grade, because withdrawing from a class, dropping a class mid-semester looks a lot worse than just getting an F. But he actually pulled me aside when I went to class the week after the critique and said, please don't come to my class again. He actually said to me, he actually took the time away from the class to pull me into his office and ask me not to come to his class anymore. He was that disgusted with my ceramics abilities that he didn't want me tainting his class with my artistic ineptitude. It took every ounce of my willpower not to rip my shirt off and motorboat his face with my nipples. I wanted so badly to slap this man across the face and ask him who his daddy was. Didn't do either of those things, and I just withdrew from the class. It was just, I don't even know how to describe that experience. That was such a message that this guy hated my ceramics so much and thought that it was such a big waste of his valuable time that I shouldn't even just go to his class. Like, let's say I genuinely enjoyed ceramics and I just wasn't good at it. He's gonna tell me that I'm so bad I don't have the right to even try or go to his class? Fuck you, man. What a colossal sack of shit he is. But yeah, that's my ceramics experience, so yeah, that's it. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical. This is less of a story and more of what I learned today. So I live alone in an apartment complex, and since I live alone, I like to take full advantage of this freedom, so I like to sing loud, I like to talk to myself in weird voices, just really capitalize on being alone. I like to helicopter dick my penis around and just really get out there. Well, not get out there, in fact, quite the opposite. Stay in here and just do all these things that really wouldn't be appropriate in the company of a roommate or someone else. And I've talked about this before. I like to take popular songs and change the words around a little bit to incorporate the word wiener into the songs. For example, Drake's One Dance. I need a one wiener. Got a wiener in my hands. Stuff like that. And I was doing that today with Shaggy's It Wasn't Me hit song in the early 2000s. And I wasn't really changing any of the words around. I was just belting it out, really flexing those pipes, letting it howl. To be a true player, got to know how to play. If she stay a night, convince her say a day. Never admit to a word when she say. And if she make a claim, you tell her, baby, no way. Stuff like that. And I was doing that going into the closet. And as I was doing this, I heard the girls above me. I heard one of them say to the another girl in the room, God damn it, he's doing it again. And immediately it made me stop singing, and it just made me stop and think. How much have they heard from me? And I started to reflect on everything. Then I decided, let's just test this out. Let's see how much they can truly hear from me. So I started waiting for them to have a conversation of their own, because sometimes I could hear them when they're being particularly loud. So I was just waiting for this to present itself, and it did. And then I went into the closet, and I just started talking at a pretty normal volume. I wasn't really projecting myself. I wasn't shouting. I was just talking normally, like how I am right now. And I did this as they were having their conversation. They stopped the second I started talking, which means they could hear me, and I interrupted them. That means they could hear pretty much everything that I'm saying. They can hear me right now, actually. That's the impression I got from that. So I decided, let's have a little fun with this. So I ululated a little bit, I'll admit. That probably threw them for a loop. But still, it made me really think about all this. That means they can hear me when I'm making videos and shit like that, which means they've heard me say things like, cum blasted lobster loads and shit like that. That just sounds weird out of context. Did you hear me, ladies? Cum blasted lobster load. And you see, now I know I have this tool at my disposal that I can at any point in time say something that will make them up there question what the fuck is going on down here. And it also makes me a little embarrassed, because now when I'm singing these songs and I'm just belting out these boner jams, I have to wonder what they think of what I'm doing right now. And I'm really not the kind of person that likes to be disruptive or anything like that, so it makes me want to take a step back and just evaluate how loud I'm being, or if they can hear me. So it's, it's just, I don't know. Just thought it was worth sharing, and maybe even serve as a lesson to all of you out there that you may not see anyone around, but there may be someone that can hear you or see what you're doing right now. So think twice before you break out that trombone and start playing that shit, because trombone doesn't sound good under any circumstances, so you probably shouldn't play that to begin with. But I don't know, just thought it was something worth sharing. That's it. So yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical, and I want to talk about something genuinely important today. So one thing that I've done for pretty much my whole life is I try and see what's wrong with the world. I see what's broken, and I never have a solution to fix it, because I know there's jack shit I can do to actually fix these big issues. I'm just a normal man with two nipples. I jerk off sometimes. Sometimes I don't jerk off. I'm not in a position of power or a position where I can actually make a difference in these issues. But I do like to talk about them sometimes, like when I talked about the college textbook scam last month. I like to bring these issues to your attention so that way it'll make you all think, and maybe some of you will view them as a big issue as well, and maybe even have a solution to them. So, the issue I want to talk about today is the false positive field drug test that the police use. Now, this isn't going to be some big fuck the police titty fist or anything. I just wanted to talk about this field drug test that they use and how unreliable it is. So let me give you the gist of how this goes. If you get pulled over by a police officer and he has any suspicion that there's drugs in your car, he sees a fleshlight on your passenger seat. Sir, is there cocaine in that fleshlight? I'm gonna have to put my penis in there to find out. If it comes out with powder, I'm gonna be very suspicious. And then they'll ask to search your car, and if you don't give them your consent, most of the time they'll bring out a canine unit to sniff around your car for the presence of drugs. You don't need me to tell you how unreliable that shit is. There's a reason Clifford only played with friends and family in the TV show and wasn't around sniffing drugs in fucking trap houses or through cars. These dogs aren't Jason Bourne. You can train them all you want, but they're not gonna be able to detect drugs accurately. It's not the fucking supermen of canine species here that have X-ray cocaine sniffing vision. But regardless, a lot of the times the dogs will start barking and clawing at a door or whatever, which immediately gives the officers the right to search the vehicle. Then from that point, the officers are obligated to test any substance they find there, whether it be a food crumb or your cum, they're going to test it. And the way they test for it is they take the substance, they drop it into a little pouch, and then they break an ampule or a series of ampules, and then depending on what color the solution turns, it either detected the presence of a drug or it didn't. And these tests blow elephant anus. It would be more accurate if you tested the presence of a drug by measuring how long the person can hold a handstand for. It's just so fucking awful. So let's dive right into this shit. They use a multitude of different tests for these, but I'll just pick out the biggest ones, the most common ones. For marijuana, the biggest one is a test developed in 1972 called the Thornton and Nakamura Protocol, which has, since its inception, been proven many times to be inaccurate. There's only one study validating this in any regard, and all that study basically said is their test would be able to distinguish marijuana from other drugs. So if you drop some dank kush into their test, it will say, yes, that is some loud, noisy weed kush marijuana. It's not cocaine or meth. So if you've got a fucking monkey's fist worth of weed in your fucking test pouch, it will tell you that yes, that is marijuana. It is wildly inaccurate in any other scenario. So why do they use it then? Why has it become the gold standard? Because it is so cheap to administer. All of the field drug tests they administer are anywhere from $2 to $10, and the general public doesn't know how inaccurate they are. They don't know how bad those tests are, so no one's really up in arms about all these false positives. The test they use for cocaine is they break an ampule of cobalt thiocyanate, and that will turn blue when exposed to cocaine. But the problem is, that shit will turn Smurf skin blue in the presence of Tylenol or Mucinex or a plethora of other very common materials and foods. So that shit is just useless. And there's another fundamental problem with using the changing of colors as the end-all be-all for drug convictions. That shit is subjective. It is up to the officer's discretion if it really is a positive or not. And there's a lot of things at play. If it's really sunny out, that's going to change their perception of the color. If it's really dark out, that's going to change the perception. Their flashing lights will do that as well. There is so many things at play that it's just impossible to get accurate readings of the color. So that shouldn't be used. But with 1.2 million people a year getting arrested on illegal drug possession, a lot of those come from these field drug test results, and it is the end-all be-all. If you get that positive, you're going to have some repercussions. Of the people who do get tried on these results, most of them accept a plea deal, which fucks them. A lot of them go to jail, which obviously fucks them. And now I know a lot of you are asking, what's the point? Why would they be going to jail for something so trivial? And the answer is pretty simple. The prison system is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and the more people they lock up, the more money they get. That's not some conspiracy, that's genuinely how it works. And drugs are an easy target. People who use them, drug addicts, they are the easiest target to just throw in jail. Because no one bats an eye when a drug addict goes to jail. No one thinks, damn, they probably should have gotten help instead of going to jail. That would have been a more logical situation. Even families turn on their own children if they find out they're drug addicts. They're like, yep, fuck. Turns out Rutherford was a drug addict. He deserves to be behind bars. Instead of reflecting, maybe it's my fault as a parent for not being there for him and reaching out and trying to get him help. So by going after drugs, they have this very good cushion that they can use, so there's no really backlash. yep, this person tested positive for drugs there. They deserve to be in jail, right? And society will be like, yep, drug addict, he had drugs, deserves to be in jail. That's generally the consensus because people associate drug addicts with bad people instead of people who just need help. So they can prey on that all day long. So far, I've kind of just wanted to give a general overview of everything, and now I want to get more specific on the field drug tests that they administer that ruin people. So this video is from the Marijuana Policy Project, and they state that 70% of the time these field drug tests give a false positive. That's worse than a coin flip. That's like flipping the coin, catching it, and then wiping your ass with it, and then just saying heads or tails. It is abysmal, and then they demonstrate just how shitty these tests are. So they opened the bag and just filled it with air. It was a completely empty bag with just air in it. They did the test and it tested positive for the substance. They put Tylenol PM in the cocaine test. Tylenol PM tested positive for being cocaine. Every single chocolate bar tests positive for marijuana, and the list goes on and on and on. There is so many cases. A man had a Jolly Rancher tested from his car and it tested positive for meth. Another man was thrown in jail because they tested sugar from his car and it tested positive for cocaine. These aren't isolated incidents or flukes. You can do them yourself. These tests are so fucking cheap. You can just go to Toys R Us and get Barbie's first drug test pouch and it'd be just as accurate as the ones they're using. And these chemistry jokes ruin people's lives. And I'm not blaming the officers for it. I really genuinely don't think they know how bad these tests are. But these tests absolutely demolish a person's life. They will be outcasted by their family if they don't go to jail. If they do go to jail, well then I don't even need to tell you how fucked they are. If they do a plea deal, they are still super duper fucked. There is no winning if you get a false positive, and you are more likely, way more likely to get a false positive than an accurate reading. I don't want to get into any statistics about how many innocent people are behind bars right now because of these false positives, or how many people have been turbo ass blasted by these field drug tests. So I'm just going to put links to the sources that I've used in the description of this video, so that way you can read more about it yourself if you're curious. So yeah, I mean, there's really no more scientific testing that can be done to prove how bad these tests are. It's kind of scientific fact that these suck shit. So I think really the only thing now that will fix it is if people actually start making a big hubbub about how awful these drug tests are and that they shouldn't be used. So that's kind of why I made this. I just wanted to talk about the issue and bring it to light and hopefully raise some awareness about the problem. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. For years I've gotten emails asking me to tell more stories, so that's what I'm gonna do tonight. Cozy on up, pop a squat down by the fireplace, and listen to my nipples. Ashamedly, this tale isn't that old. It happened last year. After my long-term relationship ended, I had devolved into a socially inept husk. I had completely forgotten how to flirt or talk to females in a romantic way. It was bad. Every time I even tried to talk to a girl, I sounded like a troglodyte ODing on sleeping pills, and God forbid a girl ever made the mistake of starting a conversation with me. They would soon find out that I was fundamentally fluent in aphasia. The shit that was coming out of my mouth was just unintelligible. It was downright disrespectful to humanity how bad I was at flirting. But there's one night in particular that I still lose sleep over when I think back on. One event that to this day, when I'm about to ejaculate, makes my penis tingle in an unpleasant way. It was the very first weekend after my breakup, and I was going to a bar with my friends. I was going out with the intent of just drinking and having a good time and not worrying about anything. But my friend's sister insisted she wingman me that night, and I knew deep down in my soul that it would be a fucking train wreck. The night was darker than usual, the moon tucked away behind the clouds as if trying to cover its eyes and shield itself from the awkwardness that was about to unfold at this poor little bar. As if the moon knew just how shitty this experiment was going to turn out. But anyways, in my friend's sister's defense, she was an outstanding wingman, but the odds were stacked against her because she was trying to wingman a fucking sinking ship of social skills. So she was taking me to meet everyone at the bar. We met a ton of people. She was just dragging me along like I was her suitcase, except this suitcase wasn't filled with clothes or toiletries, it was just filled with awkwardness. And nothing too noteworthy happened. I managed to meet all of these new people without shitting my britches, which was a Herculean task, so that's an accomplishment that I'm very proud of. But then the very last two people we met will forever be etched into my memory. It was two attractive women, just casually drinking at one of the tables by the bar, as the bar was clearing out since it was getting late. The weatherman may have predicted cloudy with moderate humidity, But what he couldn't predict, what no one could have predicted, was the storm of awkwardness that was about to befall the area. My friend approached them the same as she had all the others, and as I trailed behind her, I could feel something deep inside of me pulling me, as if a future version of myself was trying to yank me away from the situation so I wouldn't have this memory. But alas, I disregarded the feeling and continued forward, each step towards their table, a new scar that I bear. We make it to the table. Small talk begins. Names are exchanged. I instantly forget both of their names, but I remember how I introduced myself to them. I extended my hand for a handshake like I'm conducting a fucking business meeting. Oh yes, ladies, I'll need the stock reports on my desk, 8 a.m. sharp. But the worst part of this gesture is when they do oblige my handshake, I kung fu grip them. I grab their hands hard as shit. It's like that scene in The Predator where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers get in the handshaking competition. Oh, they got you pushing too many pencils. Well, I was pushing too much awkwardness right from the get-go. So yeah, suboptimal start, bit of a rocky beginning. Chalk that one up to nerves though, you know, that's excusable. So my friend's sister starts distracting one of the girls. Oh, do you go to UT too? What sorority are you in? This and that. Working under the assumption that I am not a bumbling goober and can handle a one-on-one conversation with the other girl. Rookie mistake. I absolutely could not handle that in any capacity. It was abysmal. I have no doubt. I can say with confidence that it is the worst conversation she had ever been a part of, and probably to this day is still the worst conversation she has ever been a part of. With each sentence that I diarrheaed out, I could feel it getting more and more uncomfortable for the both of us. So, do you like alcohol? I mean, it's a good beverage. Envelope adhesives, how do they keep those damn things together? You know, some strong shit. Oh, this is some nice shoes. I like shoes. I wear shoes sometimes, too. I don't wear shoes when I sleep, though. I take shoes off when I sleep. I'm not weird. I don't take the shoes. It was fucking miserable. And this continues for about 15 or 20 minutes. I don't know how she resisted the urge to just puke in my face, but she just let me keep going. I'm just over here hooting and hollering about our universe being a simulation or some shit. And then eventually she gets so bored, and I'm confused because I'm having a conversation with myself in my head, and I'm having one with her. So I was just, by the end of it, I didn't know if I was talking to myself or talking to her. It was just a weird situation altogether. But she gets so bored, and she puts the kibosh on it. She says, "Look, I've been having a shit week, and I just want to go home with a guy tonight, okay?" And then she puts her hand on my hand. And then I looked her in the eyes. We locked eyes for a minute. And I said to her, "Well, you're going to have to hurry up because the bar's clearing out. I wish you the best of luck finding a guy, but if you don't find one, I'll eat your pussy for a little bit if you want." That is verbatim what I said to her in response to that. I could never forget those words. They're burned into my brain. The second those escaped my mouth, I became sober. I was inebriated going into it. I said that, and then I could have flown a fucking plane at that point. I could feel my asshole pucker. My anus was becoming the universe. It was like every cell in my body was being bludgeoned by a cactus. For me, this was proof that whatever higher power or creator exists, they truly don't care about this world. Because if they did, they would have sent a fucking wild ice cream truck to take me out right then and there. And the look on her face, I will never forget it. It was a look of pure shock, confusion, and anger. Every emotion a human is capable of feeling, she felt in that moment. And then she pretended to get a phone call so she had an excuse to leave. That makes her a good person in my book, because what she should have done is say, "Hey, get the fuck away from me, you creepy homunculus," or something to that effect, because that's what I deserved. She was nice enough to actually make it seem like she just had something else to do instead of just telling me to fuck off, which she absolutely had a right to do because she had just put up with my ranting and raving for 20 minutes, and then I basically just rejected her to her face with my last little humdinger there. So to me, that woman is a hero. Now to make matters even worse though, my friend's sister and the girl's friend heard what I said. It's like the music in the bar just cut out and everyone stopped talking right before I uttered those words. But luckily, she never mentioned it because I'm assuming she erased it from her memory immediately after, so that way she would spare her mind the anguish of trying to comprehend what the fuck I was thinking when I said that. But yeah, so that's the story. It was by far the most uncomfortable situation I'd ever been a part of and created. I mean, I did both. I was both the participant and the orchestrator. So it was weird, but yeah, that's the story. That's it. So yeah. So last week was by far the drunkest I think I've ever been. Every couple of weeks, my friends and I like to do something called the trifecta, where we'll hit 3 separate happy hours here. There's a 6 to 8, 8 to 10, 10 to 12, and it's $10 all you can drink. And we just go and get real fucked up, but last week was something special. Last week was a whole new beast. It was just caution to the wind, sun's down, ass frowns. It was ridiculous how much we drank that night, and I just was annihilated. But I can remember almost everything from that night, and those memories that I have are probably some of the weirdest in all of my mind. For instance, at the third happy hour we hit, a girl was flirting with me, and I really wasn't that interested, but I was making general small talk, what's your major, where are you from, etc. But I asked some really weird questions. I threw in some zingers, some real humdingers, but two of them really stand out, two of them that really stick with me. I asked her if she was a trombone enthusiast, because I guess I got it in my head that I wanted to be playing some goofy-ass instruments right then, because I love goofy-ass instruments, I own a ton of them, including the trombone, and I hit her with this, and it was like I asked her $1 million Jeopardy question, because she froze, and then she very sarcastically said, "Oh, the trombone, that's a great instrument, don't you mean tromboner though? Oh," and then I was taken back. "Excuse me? Are you insulting the trombone?" And I guess you could tell that I was a little perturbed that she was speaking about such a glorious instrument in a less than respectful tone. But anyway, the conversation continued. She didn't leave after asking that, surprisingly. But then I asked another weird one. I asked her if she liked milk. I have no idea why I asked her if she liked milk, but I did. And she said she liked milk, and then I was like, it's time to be a real gentleman. So I asked her if she wanted some milk. In my head, I was reasoning with myself, I've been drinking alcohol all night. Could really use something in my system that's not alcohol, sober up a little bit, cleanse my palate, let's get some milk. And it doesn't register with me that this bar is not going to serve me milk. I go up to the bar and I'm asking them for milk. They're obviously not going to serve me milk. I'm probably the first lunatic in the 400 years that bars existed to ask for milk. But it doesn't click with me. It just doesn't, it doesn't make any sense, in my head. Man, why aren't they serving me milk? And I'm turning to people left and right like, can you believe this shit? They're not serving me milk. What kind of fucking establishment is this? How do they not have milk on tap, But anyway, I'm there for about 10-15 minutes making a real fool of myself trying to get some milk. The girl probably left the second I asked for milk because that's just a weird thing to do. So, obviously, I don't blame her for leaving. I would have done the same thing. And then, I find my friends and we decide we want pizza. And I want 3 slices of pizza, so I get 3 slices of pizza. I get the pizza, decide I only want 1. So I take the other 2 slices, I shout, "Kablasto," slam them together, and create an explosion of grease. Surprisingly, it doesn't get on any of us, but I wasted 2 perfectly good slices of pizza and $8, or $6, one of the two, I can't remember. But yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical. About 2 months ago I mentioned in a video that I had OCD when I was growing up and throughout my teenage years, most of my teenage years. And since then I've been getting a lot of emails and questions in general about how I was able to get rid of it or at least keep it under control. So I wanted to talk about that. So this is for anyone out there that has obsessive compulsive disorder, and I hope I can help you out a little bit. So my universe got ass blasted when I was around 12 years old. I started having these routines that I needed to follow or else I just didn't feel right. And then eventually these routines evolved into these rituals that I absolutely had to follow and could not break. And they were very weird rituals. I mentioned one of them in that video 2 months ago, but there was at least 100 different rituals. I had to sleep in a certain position on my bed. I couldn't even go to sleep unless I put on the movie National Treasure every fucking night. So I had that movie run every night for 2 years, and I'd just fall asleep during it. And God forbid if that CD ever got scratched, I just wasn't sleeping that night. I also had to make certain facial expressions when I was watching porn. This isn't a joke. And it had to be the same porn video. I watched the same porn video for I don't know how many fucking years. And I had these set times in that porn video where I had to make a certain expression or else I just couldn't jerk off. I'd have to take a 5-minute break and just let myself recuperate before I could go back at it. It was a horrible time, really. I mean, I'm kind of laughing at it now, but then it was horrible and I was miserable. At first I thought it was normal behavior. I thought to myself, well, I'm sure every young man out there is making fucking Regis Philbin facial expressions like he's on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire every time they're trying to choke the chicken, so I didn't think anything of it. But after a while I started to think, this really can't be normal. I don't want to live in a world where there's a bunch of people doing these stupid rituals that I'm doing. So I googled it and narrowed it down to 2 possible ailments, the first being obsessive compulsive disorder, and the second a faulty wireless router. I thought I could confidently scratch off the latter, so I was left with OCD. Then I had this debate with myself if I should go see a professional about it, a therapist, because I was almost 100% sure it was OCD. All the pieces just fell into place like a jigsaw puzzle of anus. But then I thought, they're probably going to prescribe me medication, and I didn't have a lot of faith in the medication a therapist would have prescribed me because I thought One, the medication would either perpetuate the illness further, and I would have to keep going back to them to get more drugs that would cost my family a lot of money, and it wouldn't even solve the problem, and I definitely didn't want to do that. Or two, it would make it worse, because I had read that shit sometimes makes it worse, and I definitely didn't want to take that chance. I don't even know how it could have gotten worse. I guess I would have just had to follow like a specific set of steps every single day and never deviate from these specific walking patterns. I have no idea how it could have fucking gotten worse, but I didn't want to take either of those chances. So I thought it would be best for everyone if I just tried to figure it out by myself. Now, I was really good at hiding it. None of my friends knew I had OCD. No one knew I had OCD outside of my family, and even my family really didn't know the extent of it. They only knew some very small bits and pieces of it. And I feel like a lot of people with OCD are really good at hiding it, so you would never know if somebody actually has it. And that means that they don't ask for help, and I didn't either. But looking back on it, it really probably would have been beneficial if I involved some people in helping me get over this. But I didn't, and I eventually did figure out a plan that got it under control and pretty much got rid of it. So I looked at it in a big scale. I knew I was in control of my actions. I knew I was the one doing these rituals. I was making this conscious decision to do these things, and I was in control of that, nobody else. So I knew I couldn't just break these rituals, get rid of them all at once. I had to go in small steps in order to do this. So I started to break them down into smaller rituals. I started to break them down piece by piece, making them just a tiny bit shorter than they were, or eliminating some very tiny things. And the first one I really targeted was one I had with eating. I had to eat a meal at an exact time every day. I had to eat each meal at an exact time, and you started to make bargains with myself. I would eat this meal a little bit sooner or this meal a little bit later, and that was the first thing I really went after, because that was something very small that I could control every time. So I started to change the meal times up, and once I started to get those more flexible, I was eating meals 30 minutes sooner or whenever I felt like, then I started to go for the bigger ones and make those a little bit shorter. Instead of sleeping in a specific position on my bed, I would move over a little bit, or I would do this, or I would do that, stuff like that. The National Treasure one I had already gotten over because the DVD actually did break, thankfully. So after 2 years of being hostage to Nicolas Cage's acting in that movie, despite it being a pretty decent movie, I was finally free of that one. So that was before really I knew I had OCD. But with the sleeping habits, I managed to just convince myself to sleep in different positions, different sides of the bed. And I just started making these little changes to my rituals, and eventually I made the changes bigger and bigger and bigger until eventually I could convince myself to just not do the ritual at all. The ritual was so short and consisted of so little things. What's the point in even doing the ritual? And I was able to do that. I was able to just not do the rituals, and now I don't do any of it anymore. Now, there are still a few remnants of my OCD that I just cannot seem to get rid of. For instance, my YouTube profile picture has been the same negative 50p image for the last 7 years, and I just cannot, no matter what, convince myself to change it because I feel it would just cause such a discomfort to me. And a few other little things that are still reminding me of OCD are still there because of OCD. But for the most part, it is completely gone. I don't struggle with it anymore. I'm not miserable because of it anymore, or miserable in general. And I know how hard it is to ask for help, especially if you have embarrassing rituals, but it's really, that's the best piece of advice I can offer you, is to ask somebody for help in breaking the rituals. For instance, I would have loved if I asked somebody to make sure I don't do this specific component of a ritual or something like that and make sure I stick to it. That would have definitely made it easier, and I probably would have gotten over it a lot sooner. Overall, I just hope me talking about the subject and sharing my experience with OCD and how I got over it helps somebody out there come up with a plan, or inspires them to ask somebody for help in getting past it and getting rid of it, or keeping it under control, or something along those lines. So hopefully this helps somebody out there. And yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. And 3 days ago, my urethra was swabbed. This video I want to serve as a PSA for any man that might be faced with the option of doing a urethral swab. So for those of you who don't know, a urethral swab is an STD check. And since I'm a hypochondriac, anytime that I'm given an option of checking for something, I'll always do it no matter what. In this case, I was 100% sure I didn't have anything, but just being the way I am, I always do the check. It really just doesn't matter what they're testing for. They could tell me they're testing for radioactive alien cum on my skin, and I would say, yep, sign me up. I need to get checked for that. I think it's about that time of the year. So he told me what the test consists of, and I really wasn't that worried about it. I thought he'd come back with maybe a little gizmo or a trinket that I'll put in the tip of my pee-pee hole and take it out, and that'd be the end of the story. That'd be all she wrote. So I say yes to it, And then he walks back in the room with a fucking pike from the Middle Ages. This thing was fucking massive, and it had a little cotton ball in the end, but it may as well have just been barbed wire. But I really wasn't that concerned. I didn't think this man would be able to fit the entire behemoth down my dick hole. I mean, if he did, it'd be coming right out of my anus. So I was still okay. I wasn't that worried. And then he said it wasn't going to hurt, so I was even more comfortable. I knew he wasn't going to shove the whole thing in there and start tickling my lungs or something, so I was okay. So he gently took my flaccid cock in the palm of his hand, and with one swift motion, as if he was hammering a nail into a piece of wood, shoves the entire gadget down my dick hole, and everything stood still. For a brief moment, the world stopped spinning. There was no war, there was no pain, there was no sorrow. Everything froze. And then I was filled with immense pain and agony. It was just so painful, my body reacted in strange ways. I had like a fucking vision like That's So Raven. It was just a really weird experience that I'm having a hard time describing. And then he started twirling this medieval torture device 4 or 5 times clockwise. It was a tornado of agony and just anguish down there in my penis. And then it resonated throughout my whole body. For a second I thought my arm had fallen off. It was just absolutely absurd. And then he yanked it out, not even gently, just vroom, just yanked that shit right out like he was starting a lawnmower. I thought he was gonna pull a fucking baby from my urethra. And then this man had the audacity to say, "See, wasn't that bad, huh?" As I feel like my heart had just been tugged out of my one-eyed snake. And I just didn't know what to say. I said, yeah. That's all. All I could utter was a yeah, because I didn't want to make myself seem weak or like less of a man in front of this guy. So what started as a normal checkup turned into an excruciating experience that mimicked something you'd see in a horror movie from the 1940s. I've gone through some pretty tough injuries, broken bones, but this one took the cake and fucked it too. And it wasn't just an ephemeral pain or some type of fleeting moment. It persisted for 2 days until yesterday. Every time I urinated, it felt like I had just shoved my womb broom into a wood chipper. And I was just huffing down Tylenol, and I even bought some urinary tract pain relief stuff. And they definitely helped a little bit, but what it also did was change the color of my urine to an orange with a tinge of green. So every time I pissed, it looked like Shrek had just fucked an orange until it exploded. Basically, every time I used the bathroom and peed, the toilet ended up looking like a Jackson Pollock piece. It was fucking surreal. And I still, I'm better today. It's been 3 days since then, so it's definitely a lot better. But I still bear those scars because every time I piss now, I'm just worried, will my dick have a PTSD flashback here? So really the point of me telling you this unpleasant story about how my dick's been feeling like there's been broken glass shoved in it is you don't need to do a urethral swab if you want to get checked for STDs. You can do a urinalysis, which I didn't know. So do that. Never do a urethral swab under any circumstances. I don't know how the fuck the doctor can think it doesn't hurt unless he's been training his cockhole for 20 years, gradually building up the size of things he can stick down there from a Q-tip to a fucking soup ladle. But don't fall for that propaganda, because getting your urethra swab feels like your wiener gets fucked by a cactus. Just do a urinalysis. I wish I had just done that. But yeah, that's besides the point. Don't do a urethral swab. So yeah, that's the message here. See ya. That was a pretty good attempt. I'm getting closer. I'm going to sleep until I make this. Yeah! Oh, it's my closest attempt yet. Going back to the reverse hanky-spanky technique. Yeah. A lot closer. See, you're only as good as your over-the-shoulder lighter toss. I'm the best. I eat ass. The fun never ends. The amount of times I've not even gotten it out of this room is astonishing. For my city. Oh! Alright, fuck you, Tampa, I guess. Sorry. This is the one that'll put me in the history books. Why is this so hard? The lighter broke on impact that time, so I'm using a piece of Trident gum. There's no fucking way I'm gonna see that. I won't know if I made it or not. I'm using a pin now. The lighter broke on impact that time. That was a shitload better. Wow, it's a new ball game now. This one's for you, Dad. Oh, shit. They say the pin is mightier than the sword. I didn't have any way of integrating that into what I'm doing here, but I figured I might as well say that old saying. Pretty sure my chances are the same if I close my eyes. That sounds about right. I don't think I've made it onto the fucking counter yet, and I've been doing this for over 30 minutes. A little more power and I had it. The one! This is the one. Not bad. Bloop. Please! Yep, getting better all the time. Have it your way, Chevrolet. Are you in good hands? Nike, just do McDonald's. I know when that hotline bling. Oh! Oh! Where'd that get? One thing. Pin in the shot glass. I'm getting really close. Get a noise complaint from the neighbors. Hey, who's playing tetherball down there? Little do they know, I'm just making a pin in a shot glass. You really wouldn't think it'd be so hard to just put it in this guy's mouth, but for some reason it is. Not a lot of wiggle room in there. In the first round, the Orlando Magic would like to select Charlie. No, I missed. Even if I do make this shot, I'm gonna feel so fucking hollow with all the time I've wasted on it. Yep. My accuracy has been slowly improving substantially. Slam dunk! Shit. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? Target locked. Three broken pins, one broken lighter later, and then I make it. I feel like a fucking cat chasing a laser pointer. Calculating. And if I make this, I better be on fucking Stanley's Superhumans. Fear not the man who has thrown 10,000 pins. Instead, fear the man who has thrown the same pin 10,000 times at a shot glass. I don't even get excited anymore when it gets on the counter. This must be what it feels like to get your shit sucked by a Dementor in the Harry Potter universe. I'm about 10 feet closer now than when I started this. Don't care, Steph Curry. I feel like turning on the TV wasn't the best idea for focusing. I thought perhaps it would ease my mind, but nope. At first this was a fun challenge, then it became a life mission. Touch the shot glass, that's the first time that's happened. We had contact last time, now we're going all the way. They call me Hawkeye. Christmas is coming early. Pretty close. My time. Dope City, population, pin in shot glass. It was at 60% when I started this. It's at 18% now. That's all I need. How did that even... I don't get it. When all you see is failure, you're probably trying to throw a pin in a shot glass. I moved the shot glass a little bit. I haven't shaved in a while. I may never shave again because I'll probably be sitting here throwing this pin at this shot glass for the next 10 years. Make America pin again. I think we're approaching an hour and a half now. Whatever. J.K. Rowling once said, practice makes perfect. Perfect practice makes Lord of the Rings. I wonder if this is close enough. I guess not. I really need a shower. I haven't showered yet. No, I just smell like failure and defeat, so I'm calling it. Why can't I? There it is. Game time. I did it. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I just wanted to tell a quick story recapping my day today, just in case any of you are having a rough day or maybe have done something embarrassing. This will reassure you that you're not alone. And the footage in the background is just Beef Testosterone in his final UFC match, getting his 33rd victory in a row and retiring. He's an inspiration to us all. I pray that we all can one day be half the beef and half the testosterone that he is. Now about my day today. I'm still in college, I'm in my senior year, and I'm required to take this one senior class to graduate, and today we had an extremely big presentation that we've been working on for a couple months. The presentation was more or less just giving a research proposal to the class, presenting it to them, and I never dress up, but I had to for this. I needed to look professional and spiffy, but I don't do that. I usually just wear a solid color t-shirt, flip-flops, and basketball shorts, so I don't really have any dress-up clothes. And also, if you've watched any of my videos from the last 2 days, you'll know that I have laryngitis, so it's difficult for me to talk. It's a lot better right now, but it wasn't when I did the presentation, so this was just a huge catastrophe. So I went to my wardrobe this morning and I picked out some pants I've never seen before. They probably haven't seen action since 1974, and I didn't realize that they were just way too big on me. At the time, they felt like they'd fit and worked nicely, so I rolled with them. By the time I get to class, I know I've made a mistake, because these pants have been falling off me the entire walk there, but I'd already made my bed, so it was time to jerk off in it. I get to class and I'm already sweating profusely because of the whole pants ordeal. I'm going to have to be walking around during the presentation, which is going to make the pants subject to falling down, so I didn't really have any plans on how to combat that. My group gets called, so my friend and I went up there. He delivered his part of the presentation, and the whole time I was just brainstorming on how I can prevent myself from getting fucking nude in front of the class, giving them all the cock meat special, and eventually I came up with this plan. I was going to spread my legs, not too much, I didn't want anyone to really notice, but a little bit, you know, a little spreadage, butter on bread type shit, spread lightly. I didn't want to go up there and make it look like I'd shit my pants and just waddle around. That was the only plan I had, so I gave it the green light in my head. My turn to present, and I executed Operation Hidden in Plain Sight to great success. From what I could tell, they were none the wiser. But this doesn't mean the presentation was going well by any means, because my voice still sounded like Lex Luthor was talking through a ham radio. And every now and then, a fucking wave of phlegm would just crash into my throat and close it up entirely, so it would sound like I just got waterboarded for a moment. And then my voice I'd have to clear my throat, and it sounded like Satan was trying to interject his 2 cents into my presentation. And it was just genuinely uncomfortable to listen to for the entire class, I imagine. And I still wasn't out of the woods with the whole pants situation either, because no matter what I was doing, they were just gradually falling off my waist, so I had to keep increasing the distance between my 2 legs, just increasing how far they were spread, until I caught myself. I was like, holy shit, I look like Van Damme when he was doing splits on 2 trucks. So then I just gave up, scrambled behind the podium, and just delivered the rest of the presentation from there, and just decided to accept the points lost. Because I looked at the professor, and he knew something was awry. He was doing some weird shit with his eyebrows, and he looked genuinely uncomfortable, so I was just like, damn, well, if you can't handle the dick, get out of the classroom. I just accepted that I was fucked. So then, I was just gonna roll with it. If my pants were gonna fall, they were gonna fall. I was the chef, and if Gordon Ramsay was telling me to serve up a Wiener Wellington to the class, then I was gonna do it with a smile on my face. I managed to struggle through my part of the presentation and tossed it back to my friend so we could take it home and be done with this. But he threw a curveball at me. He hit me with something I couldn't have ever expected to happen. The worst case scenario happened. Our subject was stretching, and he asked me to demonstrate a toe touch static stretch. Now, if you're unfamiliar with a toe touch static stretch, it's where you bend down and you touch your toes and hold it for 30 seconds. I wasn't mad at him for it or anything. He couldn't have known there was a war being waged in my nether region. He just couldn't have possibly guessed that the Battle of Little Big Penis was happening downstairs. But still, the spotlight was on me. Time froze. I stood there, bewildered, confused, and yet overcome with a feeling of serenity. I stopped and just thought to myself, after all that I've done, all that I've worked for, this is how it all ends. I knew these pants would surely fall if I did this stretch, so I did the only thing I could in such a short amount of time. I discreetly placed the left side of my hand into my anus and pushed the pants into my ass crack and pinched as hard as I could with my ass cheeks to lock them into place. I took a step forward, and I did the stretch. I touched my toes. Ass clenched firmly, firmer than I have ever clenched my ass before, and I held it for 10, for 20, for 30. I had completed the stretch. The pants stayed intact. I walked back to the podium a proud, victorious man, and nobody in the class knew what an achievement that was. And then the presentation concluded. That was the biggest part of my day. Everything else was pretty standard, boring stuff. And yeah, that's it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I wanted to go ahead and do my little yearly answering questions / emails video. But before I get into that, I want to say thank you all so much. Both for the emails you've been sending me and the support you've given me on Patreon. I honestly just can't say thank you enough. I really didn't expect that type of response on Patreon at all. And I'm just absolutely blown away by the support you all have given me. So thank you so much. I know I never really talk to you all, like my subscribers, directly, but I just want you all to know that I really do think of each and every one of you as a close friend. I'm going to go ahead and answer some questions from emails now. The first question is, do I shave my asshole? I definitely feel this question begs for an answer, and I feel like I should answer it. So, there's not like a real clear-cut answer to this one because I don't separate my ass cheeks and take a razor to my anus, but I do sometimes find myself exploring that vicinity with an electric razor. Now, it's not like I plan on going there. I don't bend over and instantly put the electric razor there, but when I shave my pubic region, which I absolutely need to do, otherwise it looks like Chewbacca's armpits, I'll use an electric razor and then, sometimes start heading south towards the taint. Once the taint's cleared of whatever lawn it was sprouting, I'll sometimes go towards the asshole. Never in the asshole, but around it. Like grinding on the ass cheek. So I'm basically just getting rid of the hair that's sticking out. And the reason for this is simple. Sometimes when you take a shit and you have a lot of hair around that area, it'll sometimes get caught in there, like sloths hanging from a branch, and then it just takes a lot longer to clean yourself. So really, sometimes I do it for convenience. So the answer, simple answer, yes. More complicated answer, yes. Next question. Have I ever been recognized in public by my voice? Yes, it's happened one time in my life. I was at Target. I don't remember what I was buying. Knowing the weird shit I sometimes come home with from there, I was probably buying a noodle pal and a coloring book. But anyway, the person who was checking me out said, "Hey, you sound like this dude." And I was like, "A dude, hey? I'm a dude. What dude?" And he said, "This dude," and then he said, "Critical." And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." I got super awkward about it, really shy, and I started playing with my nose for some reason, so he probably thought I was some real fucking creep, and then I just left. So yeah, it happened one time, and I didn't know how to respond, so I damn near pissed myself. Next question. Do I have any history or experience in the medical field? I don't have experience in the medical field. I never worked in it, although my major in college was human performance. So I learned a lot about anatomy and physiology and how the body responds to exercise and shit like that. But no, I never practiced it professionally or anything like that. Next question. Am I a good singer? Fuck yes. I'd like to think so. But objectively, no. I'm actually a pretty horrible singer. Alright, next question. Do I like to travel? Traveling in itself is fun, as long as I can do it by automobile. I absolutely am terrified of flying. I cannot fly. I've flown about 3 times in my life, scared, assless every single time. The last time I went flying, I was sitting next to an old woman, grabbed her thigh instantly, right when we were taking off. Just grabbed her thigh. She must have been alarmed, but she was very nice and played it off cool. But when we were getting in the air, damn near just looked right at her and started screaming in her face. Flying is just not for me. Next question is one I've been getting a lot recently. Why don't I just drop my partner network? I can't. I've looked over the contract quite a few times now, and there's no way I can actually drop it, at least not in the way I want to. Even if I broke the contract, it really wouldn't matter. So I just can't really get out of the partnership contract thing. Next question. How do I decide on what charities I donate to? I usually do a lot of research on, specific charities that I think have a good cause. And if the research comes back is, the money they spend goes to the cause they're supporting, then I usually donate to them. And I check, a bunch of different websites. I don't just go to one, so that's usually how I figure out if it's a charity worth donating to. Next question. You said you write lyrics. Do you write music too? Nope. I tried one time. I downloaded FL Studio and gave it my best shot. Really toyed around with it for a few hours. But when I had finally finished with what I thought was going to be the next huge club song, sounded more like a recorder being used as a dildo, and I kind of gave up on making music after that. This will probably be the final question I answer in this video. Will you ever sell merchandise of any kind? No, I don't think so. That's just not something I'm interested in doing at all. So nah, I don't think I'll do that. I didn't get asked very many personal questions over the last 7 or so months. That's probably because I answered most of the other personal questions in older videos, not vehicles. Yes, you can find that answer in the Ford Explorer over there. But I read through all of your emails, and these questions were the ones that came up most frequently, especially the asshole shaving inquiry, so I wanted to answer them. I also made this video because I just wanted to tell you all how much your support means to me, and I just wanted to give you all a big thank you. I'm extremely lucky to have all of you with me. Hopefully I answered all the questions you all wanted to have answered, and yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I made a video today and it was taken down within 2 hours for sexually explicit content. The video is called How Bud Light is Made, and I don't regret making it. I intended to blow the lid wide open on how Bud Light is produced, and I stand by that decision. Now let me tell you why it was taken down. In order to properly explain how Bud Light is actually produced, I needed to show urine being transferred from human penis to container. Now I didn't want to use a real man pissing into a glass or something because that's just crude and inappropriate. So I found an animation for urine sample collection. It's on YouTube, the animation is there, and I just used a clip of that to show part of Bud Light's process, and it was taken down for sexually explicit content. Now I do understand YouTube doesn't want nudity on their site, but I want to point out just how inconsistent they are with this. But before I do that, I would like to let you all know that I have re-uploaded How Bud Light is Made onto Pornhub, so if you do want to watch it, it's there for you to watch. I'll put a link in the description. So you can head there if you want to see the video YouTube and Bud Light doesn't want you to see. There's even a typo there, just like real porn. Now, one more thing before I talk about how horrible YouTube is at enforcing their policy. I hate this message they gave me. I understand the point and that's totally fine, but don't make me say I acknowledge in order to get rid of it. Don't treat me like I'm a fucking toddler. Oh, Rutherford, you should know better than the shit on the floor. Tell me you understand that's wrong. Yeah, Mom, I understand that's wrong. No, just give me an okay. Just let me hit okay to get rid of that. Treat me like a fucking adult. I know it's a small thing, but it was something that really poked a hole in my condom. So I'm sure you're all aware YouTube has a no nudity policy, unless that nudity is for an artistic purpose or an educational purpose. But why am I getting ass blasted? Why are they being the cream to my pie just because I put an animation of a urine sample that showed a grown man's one-eyed snake? Just because his womb broom is there and it's CG, does that not make it art anymore? Who's the judge? I think it was artistic, and if it wasn't artistic, it was definitely educational because I was teaching people how Bud Light is being made. But I'm not really here to argue that. Instead, I just want to point out that YouTube is absolutely horrendous at enforcing this policy. They're very inconsistent with it. There are thousands of videos on YouTube that are just porn, and not even all of them are under the guise of art or education. They're just blatantly porn. For instance, 2 women perform yoga on the beach together. It's just 2 naked women doing yoga on the beach. They're not teaching anything, and it's not artistic. But if you do think it falls under one of those 2 categories, I won't argue. But here's one no one can dispute. Sex Guide. It is 55 minutes of full-blown, full penetration, gland-to-gland combat, mashing pissers, anal invading porn. It's not a guide, it's not educational. Yeah, at some parts a girl that sounds like Mavis Beacon will do voiceovers saying stuff like, yeah, they're really getting down to business, oh, there's an orgasm. But it's not educational. And then there's shit like this that doesn't even try to be artistic or educational. This is just a video of a topless girl smoking. That's it. But that's there and that's fine. The uploader even says the video was taken down and then put back up. What the fuck changed? It's not censored. So obviously YouTube didn't deem it artistic or educational the first time. How did he argue either one? Oh, you know, the tits and the marijuana amalgamate to form a lesson in friendship. Why the fuck is this allowed to be up, but the clip of a CG peeing penis gets a strike on my account that I can't risk appealing because if I lose, then I lose so many features of my channel? Now, I know a lot of you are saying, well, maybe their system's just flawed, like their copyright system, which is absolutely atrocious, but this is a case where YouTube inspected the video and said, okay, yes, this deserves to be on our site, but we'll age restrict it. Why the fuck couldn't my animated wiener just get the video age restricted? Why did it need to be fucking taken down and a strike on my channel when there's something like this that is real nudity, not even poorly animated like my urinating meat hammer was, is allowed to stay up and encouraged to stay up by YouTube? And there's so many more cases of this. There's hundreds of thousands. This video right here is legitimately a porn video that was taken from Pornhub and put onto YouTube, and that video is absolutely okay too. It's just age restricted. It makes no sense. I just don't understand. So YouTube really fucking sucks at enforcing this, and they're very inconsistent with it, and it's not even a poor system because some of them actually just get the okay personally from YouTube's inspection team of beavers or whoever's doing that for them. So I stand before you, a moist man, and a man with a question. Where's the fair wiener? I think it's about time we're allowed to show a CG wiener urinating into a cup. I think it is that point in history where we stand up and say, you know what? Enough is enough. I want to see a wiener pissing into a cup for this educational purpose. Don't let Bud Light put the squeeze on this information. Don't let YouTube take it down and censor it. Don't. It's time this video goes back on YouTube to stand as a milestone, as a point in history where we stood together and said, where's the fair wiener? This would kill two birds with one wiener. Bud Light would be exposed, and we would be allowed to see all of the animated wieners pissing into cups that we want to see. I think it's time we enter that golden age. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. The footage you're seeing is from Boys of Valor. It's just them kicking back on a couch and talking. But, like the back of the box says, it's animated fun with a message. And I'm delivering a message now. Another talk about my life, I guess. This will be probably the last time I talk about my life, at least within the next year or so. Because I don't like to make a lot of videos talking about myself personally. But I thought this was necessary, so a month ago I made that video about how I've hit rock bottom and I'm at the lowest point in my life, but I'm trying to be optimistic because my girlfriend broke up with me and I just couldn't find a job, still can't find a job. But since then, her and I have been trying to work on things. Like she started talking to me again, and then we started to work on things and everything was really good. And she was talking about moving in and marriage and stuff, which was, it was really sweet, and it felt like things were back to the way they once were. But today I found out she's been fucking another guy while we've been trying to work things out to be together again, and it really, really hurts. But I guess the reason I'm making this video is, one, because talking about my problems makes me feel a little bit better about them, and two, I just kind of want to share with all of you what I want to accomplish in my life. And a long time ago I made that video about how I have the naive goal of ending corruption, which everyone knows, including me, that probably will not happen. But I like to shoot for the stars, but that's not all I want to do. I want everyone to know my name. I want my name to be remembered. I want to be remembered. I want to be remembered as someone who made a positive impact on the entire world, and I want everyone on the planet to know who I am. I don't care if they know me by Critical or by my real name, Charlie. It doesn't matter to me. I just really want to be a part of something big that helps the world, that fixes it, to just make it better. And I really, really want that. And saying these things about myself is super uncomfortable. Like, this isn't something I tell anyone, really. So maybe it's because I'm drunk, but I just really kind of want to open up right now about, like, kind of who I am as a person. I have these huge goals that just seem impossible to be met, but with all the support all of you give me and all the emails you send me, it just means so much, and it really makes me feel like I can actually do the things that I want to do with my life. And that just means the world to me. So thank you all so much. And now, the other couple things I wanted to talk about in this video is how I live my life. Because You know, I'm talking a lot about myself right now. I might as well just say things I've never said before, you know? So I live my life in a way where I want every single day to be memorable. I want to, like in 5 years, I want to look back and be like, oh yeah, I remember exactly what I did on September 20th at 5:06 a.m. I probably wouldn't get the time, but I want to be able to be like, oh yeah, I remember September 20th of 2015. Like, I just want every day to be memorable. And that's what I shoot for. Obviously, I don't always succeed at remembering every day. Like shit, I don't remember what I did yesterday, for instance, or at least not entirely. But that's what I want. And another thing that I do for my life is I never, like, go through a day without trying something new, I guess, or trying to improve something, like juggling. Bitch, give me some fucking balls and I will juggle the shit out of them, even though I'm pretty bad at it. But I still practice. And dancing, I dance like a fucking madman, even though I'm not that great at it. But I will do that SpongeBob footwork shit. I can't exactly do any body waves, at least not very convincingly, because my elbows fucking flail around like a scarecrow. Thus meaning they're very stiff. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not very good at that move, that maneuver, that witchcraft, that voodoo. But, you know, I still try and learn it, because I want to be able to do like a lot of cool things, you know, go out to a club. Everyone, form a circle around me. I'm doing head spins. I'm going in. Oh shit, yeah, you know, just going, you know, just being able to do a lot of things. I know this video is getting kind of long, so I'm gonna wrap it up. But I want anyone watching that might be at a low point, feel beaten down and defeated, like things aren't gonna get any better for them. I want you to know that I'm right there with you at that low point. But believe me, things really will get better. As hard as it is, even for me right now, you gotta stay positive and just hope for the best and surround yourself with people who care and just do new things, meet new people, and things really will get better. And sometimes even the worst situations can lead to something extremely positive that you might not have achieved if you hadn't gone through that pain. So at least that's how I think. So I just kind of wanted to open up a little bit. I mean, I've been doing YouTube for like 7 years now, and nobody knows shit about me. I mean, fuck, I just dropped my first name, which is something I never thought I would do, but that's all I'll do. I'll never do face cams. No fucking face cams. And no last name either. But yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I really can't say thank you enough to each and every one of you that subscribe to me on YouTube. To have over 1 million subscribers is something I never ever thought would happen. 7 or 8 years ago I started making videos purely for fun. I still make them purely for fun, but I never thought I would have a big following or anything on this website. So it's really hard for me to put it into words just how special it is to me to have the kind of support you've all given me. But what's even more special than just the number of subscribers is what we've been able to accomplish together. 2 years ago, I decided to get partnership on YouTube with the intention of giving all the money that I would be making from YouTube to various charities. And now 2 years later, we've been able to donate over $50,000 to a lot of good charities. And I feel like together we've actually impacted the world in some small way. I feel like thanks to all of you, we've actually been able to make some type of very small difference in this world. And that means everything to me. So I truly mean it when I say thank you. I say we because it's not me that's doing this, it's all of you. All of you are making this possible. So thank you, I can't say it enough. Now, honestly, I don't really know how to celebrate hitting 1 million subscribers. I truly don't. So the only thing I can really do here is, I guess, answer more questions that a lot of you have asked me. And I'm going to do something that I never really planned on doing, which was talk a little bit about my life. Because ever since I started making videos, people have wanted to know about my life, but I never really wanted to talk about it. But I'll talk about it a little bit here, not much. So I'll start with that. I live a pretty standard life, actually, but I'm gonna start from when I started playing video games. The first game I played was Wave Runner on the Nintendo 64. I was pretty young, and I loved it. And I've been playing games ever since, and I'll always play games. I'm pretty much mediocre at everything I've ever done. In school, I didn't get good grades, I didn't get bad grades, I got mediocre grades. Basketball, I wasn't the best point guard, I wasn't the worst, I was mediocre. I'm really the most average person in the fucking world. I can juggle, but I'm not very good at it, I'm just mediocre, I can do it. I can do magic tricks, but I'm not the best at it, I'm mediocre. It's kind of sad actually, fuck. But it isn't sad, like shit. I can learn to do anything, but I will never excel at it no matter how much work I put into it. And that's fine with me. I like just being able to dabble in a bunch of different shit and not be a connoisseur at it. It just sounds so fucking depressing when I say it. Holy shit. I'm a really big hypochondriac. I am always worried about my health and having some type of really ridiculous ailment. And that sucks, but I'm trying to work on getting better about that and not being a hypochondriac. Some of the theories that float around about me, I'll debunk right now. I'm not some jacked bodybuilder. I'm not some fat homeless man. I'm not a distorted dystopian nipple machine. I'm a pretty average dude. I'm in good shape. I don't stand out in a crowd at all. If you met me in real life, you'd have no idea I was critical. And before people fucking accuse me of voice things again, no. My voice sounds exactly the same in real life as it does here. It's just, I don't talk a lot in real life. I really am very shy. I don't talk to people I don't know that often. I like to meet new people though, but mostly I meet those people when I'm drunk. Yeah, I don't really know what else to talk about in terms of my life, and I realize I'm not even talking about my life right now. I'm more talking about me as a human being, but it's because I don't want to talk about where I grew up or where I'm living right now or my childhood or anything, because it's all pretty standard. There's nothing really special about it. I really fucking hate talking about myself too. I've said that before. I still absolutely hate talking about myself, so this is going to be all the personal information I reveal about myself, so I hope it's not disappointing. And now I'm going to move on to the questions that I've been asked a lot, and a couple of these I've avoided. For instance, this first one. Why is my YouTube channel named Penguin0 when I call myself critical? And that one's easy. When I made this account a long time ago, I had no intention of making videos, and so I just chose my favorite animal at the time and made it look stupid, and then, I don't know, I rolled with it. But then I started to see videos on games I liked, and I was like, you know what, I kind of want to get in on this action. So I started making videos, and then I started making commentary. And at that time, I just changed my gamertag on Xbox Live to Critical. So I started calling myself Critical in the commentaries, and I just really liked the name Critical, so I've kept it. Next question. Why do I spell critical wrong and put a number in it? Well, when I made that gamer tag on Xbox Live, every other variation of critical was taken, and I really liked the way it sounded. So I really wanted it, so the only way to get it was to make it look like a fucking 8-year-old made it. And so be it, I don't really give a fuck. I still like the way that name sounds, actually. So, that's why it looks stupid. And yeah. There's two questions down that I've avoided for a long time. The next one is, why are all of my videos' descriptions very similar? And why is the A and T in all time capitalized? Well, this one is a lot less... There's a text message. This one is a lot less thrilling. It's simply tradition. I did it one time on a Battlefield Fun Tactics video, and since then, you know, I just figured, you know what, I can fucks with this. So I just kept doing it for all of my videos, at least most of them, not all of them. Some of them I don't put that, but the vast majority of them, yeah, I'll keep that going. The next one, what is my favorite video game? Or actually, you know what, I'll answer this one, I'll kill two birds with one stone. What are my top 5 favorite video games? Alright, I don't have a 5th favorite video game, I can't decide on one. My 4th tie between Final Fantasy 7 through 10. My 3rd favorite game is City of Heroes. 2nd, Halo 2. And 1st, my favorite game is Psychonauts. Next question. What is my favorite movie? The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. They are the apotheosis of cinema. They are flawless in every aspect. They are perfect. Next question. What type of music do I listen to? I like just about anything with a guitar. But I also do like some rap. Rap that doesn't have a chorus. I like rap that is just the rapper just spitting verses. I really like that shit. But yeah, the music I most listen to is metal and just anything with a guitar, really. Next question. Why don't I want anyone to know what I look like or know anything about me? This one's kind of deep. This one's a little difficult here. I just think it's better that way. Each one of you makes up your own face for me when you see one of my videos. That face you make up's gonna change now, because you know a little bit more about me. Well, my entire power just went out. I don't know how my computer's still fucking on. It's probably the surge protector that's beeping at me. Well then, I can keep answering this question. Unless, of course, this isn't the surge protector and it is in fact a bomb that's about to blow up. That would be really unfortunate. Oh, there we go, it stopped. I don't know if you could hear that lightning. Hopefully you could. That was something right out of Zeus's asshole. It looks like it hit my fucking place directly, but my computer's still going, so I'll answer the question still. But yeah, that face you conjure up's gonna change a little bit now, because you know a little more about me, but still, I feel like that makes my videos a little more fun, a little more unique, because you make up your own person for who's making the video. And I don't know, it's just something different. So, yeah, that's why I keep my identity and shit a secret. That's probably gonna be all the questions I answer, actually. This is getting to be a long video. There's just one more thing I want to talk about. I've shown 3 games. Holy fucking shit, that is rattling the earth. This is a storm of apocalyptic proportions right now. My goodness. Yeah, the 3 games I've shown. The first one is Tenertia, and I'm showing it because, okay, you know what, this has destroyed my train of thought right now, this fucking storm. I'm showing these 3 games, including Tenertia, since I've already singled that out for some reason, because recently I've been reaching out to indie companies that are releasing games that I think look good, about voice acting for them, potentially. And a few of them have gotten back to me. These 3 are among those. Tenertia, I'm not gonna have any role in, but they were just so fucking nice, and their game is a lot of fun, so I put it here. And the other 2 games are Anima, Gate of Memories, and this one right here that's being shown right now is Void Expanse. These 2 I might have a role in, so I just wanted to show them because people want updates on my voice acting pursuit, and this is the latest news I have, so I've got a couple more possible roles in voice acting, so you know, I'm happy. I'm getting there. And yes, the footage is of me playing all 3 games. I know I'm absolutely abysmal at them, but I want to tell you all again how much I appreciate each and every one of you. I've read every single message you've ever sent me, and I thank you for those messages, and thank you so much for subscribing. But the thing I want to thank you all the most for is helping all of these charities. Now I know some of you are probably thinking you don't deserve a thanks because you didn't directly donate to those charities. But that's just not true. You absolutely deserve a thank you. Because without you, over $50,000 wouldn't have gone to those charities. You were instrumental in helping those people. And that absolutely deserves a thank you. Now I plan on making a lot more videos for a long time to come because I'm still having a lot of fun making these videos, and that's what it's all about. So again, I just want to say thank you so much. See ya. So I'm gonna tell a story. I'll go ahead and oh wow, what the fuck, these zombies are eating me like an ear of corn. I'll go ahead and tell another story where I fucked up with a woman. I have so many of those. I wish I could animate those so I could animate the story to really help give a visual. But anyway, it was my freshman year of college, I think. I'm pretty sure it was. And I went to a club, because that's what a lot of freshmen did. They would go to clubs. And I wasn't a big fan of clubs, but you know, I put on the facade that I loved clubs. I would flail my arms around like a buffoon, maybe get a little hip gyration in there, and generally look like I was having a good time. I mean, if you saw me at the club, you'd be like, wow, this man really likes his clubs. But I didn't, at all. But I still went. And this one time in particular, I decided to wear these like light-up glasses that looked like something a pop singer during the 70s would wear in a music video. And I was dancing around in them, and you know, was doing my thing, getting a little footwork action in there, and by that I mean I was doing the hokey pokey on the dance floor. And I saw a girl, she was really pretty, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buckle down, I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna talk to her. So I did everything right. I went up to her, and then I didn't say a word. I just went up to her and I fucking stared at her. She didn't see me at first. She had to turn around, then she looked at me, and then she's just looking back at me, and I wasn't saying a word. She probably thought I was lagging, or just frozen. And, you know, she must have liked something about my approach, because then she started trying to talk to me. And I just didn't answer any of her questions. I didn't say a word to her. She was like, "What's your name?" Didn't answer her. And then she pointed out my glasses, which were now around my neck because they weighed damn near 40 pounds and my nose and eye muscles weren't up to that challenge. So I put them on my neck. She pointed them out. She said, "Hey, I really like that necklace." Without saying a word, I just picked up the glasses off my neck and put them on my eyes. And then I just continued to look right at her. It was like I was trying to predict the future. I was reading a crystal ball. And then she said, "Oh, they're glasses. Well, that's even cooler." What the fuck just happened here? Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's that shit I do like. Crashed. Awesome. Yeah, that's about the most fun I've had in the last 10 minutes. I'm glad the game at least waited to crash until I was down to the last 5 enemies or however many I had left. But anyway, I'm still gonna finish the story. So I'm just looking at her like a tacky time traveler with these light up blinking glasses. And I was just doing what any sane man would do. I was staring directly into the eyes of a stranger without saying a word. And she was starting to get a little uncomfortable with this, like a little bothered, but she still wanted to try and salvage this really odd interaction with me. So she said, "Do you like what my shirt says?" And naturally, I just didn't look at the shirt. I kept looking at her, just right into her eyes. And then she noticed this and was a little put off by it, but then she lifted her shirt up, like all the way up, like above her head almost. She nearly took it off so that way I could see it, because I was taller than her. So that way I could see nothing but the shirt. She put it in front of her face, and then I just stared blankly at the shirt without actually reading it. And after a couple of seconds she said, "So what do you think of the shirt?" And I just nodded. And then she stormed off, because that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And my friend happened to see most of it, and he came over and he said, "Well, what the fuck was that about? You didn't say a thing to that girl." And then I turned around and I just looked at him without saying anything too, and I really don't know why. I don't know why I didn't say anything to her. I don't know why I didn't say anything to him. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I was completely sober, and my brain was just processing some really complex algorithms or something. I don't know, but it was a really embarrassing time. And then I continued to just dance around like an absolute loser. And then I threw those glasses right in the garbage. I should have set them on fire, but I just got rid of them because that was very embarrassing. So yeah, that was that story. The game crashed like over a minute ago, probably like 2 or 3 minutes ago, but I really wanted to finish that story. Alright, well that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. This isn't a bad game at all, but I am having a hard time thinking of things to talk about here. It's just not a lot going on right now. You know what, I'm gonna tell a story. I haven't told a story in a really long time. I don't know what story to tell though. Man, please get out of the doorway. I'm about to tell a story. You're welcome to listen, but do it from the other side of the door, please. You know what? I'm gonna tell a story I've only told once to one person because it's probably the most embarrassing story I have. That might not be true, but it is super embarrassing. Fuck it, no shame though. When I was 19, I met a girl at a party, and I got her number, and we were talking, and the next day I ended up at her place. And she wanted to give me a blowjob, but the timing could not have been worse. It was suboptimal timing. It would have been better timing if she gave me a blowjob when I was feeding my dogs in front of my parents, but this was just inhumane. I really had to take a piss. And for some reason, I didn't just excuse myself and was like, "Excuse me, I really need to use your restroom to urinate." I wanted to tough it out. I wanted to really like be a big man, a big strong man, and you know, get a blowjob while having to take a piss, and you know, I thought everything would be fine. So she starts going to town, and I piss all over her. Right in her mouth, in her face. There was no mistaking, it was piss. Like, you know, you can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. This didn't even try to disguise its true identity. It was yellow as a pineapple. And it indiscriminately soaked everything in her room. It was like I was firing a Thompson submachine gun. It was fucking propelling at speeds I could only imagine a fucking space shuttle could travel at. And I was just shocked because I don't usually piss with the force of 1,000 ballistas, but this piss was leaving my urethra with a mission, and that mission was to cover the world in itself, to drown the universe in this vile liquid I was producing. It was absolutely remarkable, and I felt it coming too. I could feel it just surging. I could feel the calm before the storm, and then the storm itself. I knew I had opened Pandora's box, and I was gonna try and play it off cool. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna be like, you know, I ejaculate pretty hard sometimes, but when I saw how yellow it was, I knew this is how the world was going to end. And I remember, after the apocalypse erupted from me, I remember verbatim what she said. She said, I just can't deal with this. And then I don't remember exactly what she said next, and I don't remember exactly how she dealt with the mess I created, but I do remember that it has a happy ending, and we ended up still hooking up, so that was fine. But on that day I learned a valuable lesson. Humanity received a grim reminder that when you need to piss, you should absolutely piss. It was also really cool of her though, because she didn't get extremely pissed off that I pissed on everything she held dear in the world. We saw each other a lot after that, actually. We didn't date, but we did see each other a lot. She was really cool. I really, really liked her. I also just realized I'm almost out of power here. And I also realized this is the first story I've shared about one of my many fuck-ups with women. Zoinks, the lights are off, oh no. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I just wanted to answer some questions I've been getting asked a lot over the last year. Let's do this shit. I made a video like this last year where I answered questions I got in messages, so I wanted to do it again this year. The first question is what happened to my chemical spillage simulator video? Well, I got a copyright claim and got taken down thanks to YouTube's new, revolutionary, infallible, moist, clammy, crusty sack of camel shit copyright system it has in place right now. So that video got the Piper plate on it. I'm trying to get it put back up, but I doubt it'll actually work, because YouTube's just run by robots that don't give a fuck. And now my account has a strike on it, which is just splendid. That is an ideal scenario to be in. It's some top-notch shit right there. So, I'm trying to get the claim taken away, and I'm trying to get the strike taken away. But that's where the chemical spillage simulator video is. Right up Google Plus's tight little soggy rectum. Next question. Do I still read all of my messages? Yes, I do indeed still read every message that I get, and that will probably never change. The only difference is now Google Plus has put its cock on all of our chins and they're hiding the messages from us. You have to go to like community, then click on inbox, and you'll find where the horrible YouTube messaging system sends messages. So they just made it hard for me to find them, but you know, I still found that shit. It's out there. Next question. Is there any updates to give about my pursuit of being a voice actor? And yeah, I can actually give a little update on that. A friend of mine named Thomas actually got me 2 small roles in an upcoming video game, and that video game is what you're seeing in the background, and it's Tropico 5. I voiced the American slob and American cultured tourist and their selection characters in the modern times. There's an embargo on showing the modern times in this game right now, but Calypso Media gave me permission to show it here. I thought it'd be cheaper here. Oh, wonderful historical heritage. You expect a tip? So yeah, this is my first real voice acting shit right here. Hopefully in the future I can get some more voice acting roles. I know I'm not good at it at all right now, but I'm working on it and I'm trying to get better. But I'm just extremely happy that Thomas was able to help me out and actually get me into a game. That's just a fucking extremely cool opportunity, and it was a lot of fun to do, so yeah, I've got one little voice acting thing under my belt now, so hopefully in the future I can get some more going. Next question. Will I ever do a collaboration with somebody? And I don't know, maybe. No one's ever really asked me to collaborate with them on a video or anything like that, so I don't know, possibly. I'm aware that's not a very good answer to the question, but it gets asked a lot, so I figured I may as well at least address it, and I'm sorry I don't have a good answer to that question. The next question. Am I still unemployed? Yes, I am. I still have no job up in this bitch. Good news though, I did play the lottery recently, and I'm getting some good vibes from that. The next question. I mention Courage the Cowardly Dog from time to time. Is it my favorite show? Well, does my asshole smell like shit? You bet it does. I fucking love Courage the Cowardly Dog. It is my favorite show. The guy that made Courage, John R. Dilworth, actually made a new episode of Courage recently. Well, it's not really an episode, it's like a short for film festivals called The Fog of Courage, and I really want to watch that shit. But yeah, Courage is my favorite show. Now this next question is one that I've been avoiding talking about for a while, but you know, fuck it. We out here, I might as well address it right now. Will I ever reveal my identity, like my name, my face, or anything like that? I'll probably never give away that information. I don't know. Maybe in the future, like a long time down the road, I might decide to show what I look like or something. But as of right now, I have no plans or intentions to give away what I look like, my name, age, where I live, what type of dog I own, what brand of toilet paper I wipe my ass with, or anything like that. Alright, next question. Where do I find some of the weird games that I play? Two ways. I'll either stumble upon the games, or someone will send me the name of the game in a message, and then I'll search around the internet for a download of it. Also, sometimes I'll find a game by searching for something very specific, like if I'm in the mood for something very specific to play, I'll search it and sometimes find a game. Like for instance, I remember I searched for a game where I could slap aliens, and I found something. It was Dick Hand. So those are the ways some of the games are found. I'm going to answer one more question in this video, and this one's been asked a ton. It's, why don't I have any channel art or a banner or cartoon thumbnail things or a Facebook page or anything like that? And it's because I just don't want anything like that. I definitely understand why it's common practice to have all of it, because it makes channels look a lot more professional, it really does. But for me, I'm just making videos for the fun of it. I don't really give a fuck how professional all of it looks. Now that's not to say I'm making an effort to make all this look unprofessional, I just don't want to bother with a custom thumbnail for each video. I'd rather just have that be a random point in the video. My YouTube channel background is the YouTube default template. My YouTube channel looks like it's being run by a fucking Neanderthal, but I'd just rather have it be that way. I don't want to have to worry about thinking of a gripping title that will attract new viewers, or a custom thumbnail that will make people want to click on the video. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I just would rather keep doing what I'm doing right now, which is just make videos for fun and post them whenever they're ready, and that be that. Not worry about a Facebook page related to my YouTube or anything down that road. Alright, yeah, so these were the questions that got asked the most over the last year, so that's it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm gonna be talking about even more shit. Let's do this shit. The footage you're seeing is me trying to sail during the world's most powerful hurricane. The game is Sail Simulator 5. Now I'm sure you're all aware that YouTube changed its policies regarding gaming related videos, and I just wanted to let you all know what that'll do to my channel. Now, it's not going to affect the type of videos I can make, because I don't do Let's Plays, and the people that do Let's Plays are the ones that are going to be affected the most, so I can keep making the same videos I make right now, but what is going to be affected, in terms of what I do, is the amount of money I donate to charities at the end of each month from YouTube is going to be significantly less, because when they implement this monetization review process next year, it is going to slow down income for the people that generate revenue from YouTube. Now, from what I understand, this monetization review process can take a few hours or a few days, and while they're reviewing your video, it's still a live video, so people can still watch it, and YouTube's still going to make money off your video, but you're not going to make money off your video until they approve it and say, yes, it abides by the terms and conditions. Now, I could be wrong about that, maybe I misinterpreted it, but that's how I understood it. So if that's the case, that is going to drastically reduce the amount of money I'm able to give to charities each month, and that is a fucking shame. Now what's also ridiculous about this new policy is the copyright claims that are going out to a bunch of channels right now. Those copyright claims will destroy some channels. There are some people that use YouTube as a full-time job. It's their source of income, it's how they survive. But this new Content ID system will destroy their livelihoods. The Content ID system will send out copyright claims to people who do Let's Plays or incorporate trailers into their videos or use gameplay footage in their videos. Especially if they use music, they're going to get a copyright claim. And when a video gets copyright claimed, the channel can't monetize that video. So then the people that make like Let's Plays or videos reviewing games or doing a walkthrough of a new game, they won't be able to make money off that anymore. So those channels are just going to vanish because those people are going to have to find some other way to make money. And it's just absolutely absurd. But YouTube's not going to change this policy. They're just not going to. It's a fact. They don't need to. YouTube will not lose a single user from this policy change. No matter the backlash, no matter the negativity, YouTube will not change this. They just don't fucking care. Because YouTube has no competition. There's no alternative. No matter what YouTube does, everyone's going to stay using it because they have nowhere else to go. Google knows that. And that's why Google Plus is still here. Google Plus is broken, and even if it wasn't broken, who the fuck wants Google Plus? But they don't have to do shit about it because there's no alternative. Competition is the best thing for consumers, and until there's an alternative to YouTube, YouTube is still going to be this pile of shit it is right now. And now is the perfect time for someone to make a viable, user-friendly alternative to YouTube. If that was there, they'd get a lot of users. I guarantee that. I know I'd go over there in an instant because YouTube is just troublesome to use, hard to navigate. Some of it just flat out doesn't fucking work, but it's not going to get fixed, it's not going to get changed, because it just doesn't need to. YouTube's basically a monopoly right now. People keep using this site no matter what. Until there's a viable alternative, YouTube's just going to be this leaking, anus, son of a bitch asshole it is right now. And, that's about it for that topic. Another thing I wanted to talk about is, some of you may remember I let you all know I was getting sued by a woman who faked an injury after an accident I was in last year. Well, that's all been resolved, and she'll be walking away with roughly $75,000. Luckily, it's not coming out of my own pocket. I had insurance and it was under coverage, but originally she wanted some ludicrous amount, some astronomical figure, like $200,000 for a 20-mile-an-hour accident. Luckily, the insurance got it down to what they got it down to, but this girl went through so many unnecessary, risky surgeries from a corrupt doctor to justify the suing. It's absolutely insane. Out of the $75,000, realistically, she'll probably pocket about $10,000-ish of that. So I hope all the trouble she went through was at least worth it. And I'm just happy it's over with now. Now, there's one more thing I want to talk about real quick. Some of you send me messages from time to time asking how my quest to become a voice actor is going, so I just want to give you a little update on where I am there. I still haven't landed a voice acting role, so I'm at the same point I was about 3 months ago. It is a really, really fucking hard industry to get into. I still think it'll be fun, and I'm actively looking for auditions. If there's any indie game companies out there, or animators, or anyone looking for a voice actor for a project, send me a message on YouTube. I'd love to audition. But now I'm getting sidetracked. I'm sorry about that. I was just making this video to let you all know what this policy is going to do to my channel. I didn't go into depth about what the policy change really is or does, because I'm pretty sure most of you know a lot about it. Most of you probably know more about it than I do, to be honest. But I just wanted to inform you all that I'm going to be able to keep making the same type of videos I've always been making. I haven't been getting any copyright claims, which is good. And yeah, Google can massage my scrotum. And Google Plus can go fuck itself. Yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be talking about some more shit. Now, before I do that, the footage you're seeing right there in the background is just me getting my ass kicked at Mission 89 of Earth Defense Force 2025. Alright, well, I don't like talking about myself, but I feel like I kind of need to right now. Like, I need to make this video here because what's going on may affect how often I make videos for a little while. Alright, so, about a year ago, I got into a car accident. Luckily, no one was hurt, so that was good. But one of the women who was involved in the accident faked an injury and was trying to get money out of the insurance. And now she's trying to sue me personally. So I had to get an attorney and all that shit. And I really have no idea how all this suing is going to play out or how long it's going to take. But it comes at a really bad time because I'm not in a very good financial situation right now. I'm unemployed right now, and I need to make money, and I don't exactly know how I'm going to make money. I absolutely will not be taking any of the YouTube money for myself. I will still donate all of the YouTube money I make to various charities, because I refuse to let this hobby of mine become a job. Because if this turns into a job, making videos just won't be as much fun, so I'm not going to let that happen. Now, I'm not in danger of becoming homeless or completely broke or anything like that, so I'm sure I'll find something. I've wanted to be a voice actor for a long time, but I have no idea how to get into the voice acting industry, so I'll probably have to do some type of creative job, like people pay me and I'll milk them or something, something that'll really get the income flowing. Now, the reason I'm making this video is because there's a possibility that between getting sued and looking for a moderately decent job, it could affect how often I make videos, but I don't think it will. I think I'll still be able to make videos whenever I want to, and I usually like to make around 2 videos a week, and I don't think that's going to change even with the shit that's going on right now. But this video is just here to kind of explain fucking, just to, to really sum up fucking. Son of a bitch, I really don't know why I'm having such a difficult time putting into words the reason I'm making this video. I feel like a fucking Martian trying to have a political debate with a dinosaur. I'm making this video to explain why if a fucking... Alright, let's try again. Try again here. The reason I'm making this video is for an explanation if, given the worst case scenario, I don't make a video for a week or two. This video tells you why. I think that's the best way to sum it up. So, if a week or 2 weeks goes by and I haven't made a video, it's because of the shit that's going on right now that I've mentioned in this video. So, that's why I'm making this. And in all honesty, I don't think anything's going to change with how many videos I make a month or anything like that. And I don't have like a set number of videos I make a month. I just make a video whenever it seems like fun, so that's not going to change, I don't think. But I thought it would be better to be safe and let you all know what's going on in case I don't make a video for like 3 weeks or a month or some extended period of time. So, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be talking about a very important topic. That is the shitting anomaly that I'm sure many of you have faced before. Basically, to sum it up, it's when you take a small shit, but then you sit there wiping your asshole for 3 hours because there's more shit on your asshole than there is in the toilet. And there's just no reason for that to happen. This is a very important discussion that I think needed to be addressed during the presidential campaigns last year, but it wasn't, so since they neglected to talk about it, I'll go ahead and talk about it. Now, before I go into detail about the shitting phenomenon, you need to understand what shit is and the different types of shit. And also, before I do that, what you're seeing in the background is just me getting my ass kicked in one of my favorite 360 games, Earth Defense Force 2017. Alright. Now, for those of you that have never taken a shit before, I created a little animation to help show the process and what occurs. Now, these are your ass cheeks. Everybody has them. Your asshole is located in between the ass cheeks in an area known as the ass crack. Now, I'm going to briefly explain how shitting works. Your rectum temporarily stores shit your body doesn't need, and when it fills up, pressure builds up and the pressure opens the walls on your anal canal, which allows shit to enter. Then your rectum shrinks and peristaltic waves force shit out of your rectum. Then your anal sphincters and your pubor rectalis muscles lift up your asshole and allow shit to be blasted out of your anus. Now, this is all demonstrated in the animation, and I know the animation isn't the best. The ass cheeks look like marshmallows and the shit looks like brown Windows logos, but it still shows the process fairly well for those of you that have never taken a shit. Alright, now that you have a general understanding of shit, it's time to get down to business. I created some drawings in Microsoft Paint to help illustrate the different types of shit, so hopefully this will help you understand the shit. The first is the double agent. This is the shit you thought was a fart, but when you decided to go for it, you let out a colossal shit that rattled the earth. Next, the solipsistic shit. The solip shit is the shit you know you've taken, but when you check the bowl, there's nothing in there. This actually has a logical explanation. 9 times out of 10 when this occurs, the shit you took was so powerful and so heavy that you basically dropped an anchor in the bitch and the shit sunk to the bottom of the toilet halfway down the drain and you just didn't see it. There's the harbinger of terror. This is the shit that you have to hold in for whatever reason, but you can fucking feel it get more powerful by the second as it builds up and waits for its moment to strike, and you know any moment could be your last. You're searching for an adequate restroom just to wreak havoc. When you finally find it, you release a diarrhea octopus upon the world. The last type of shit is the two-front war. This is when you're taking an innocent piss and your asshole decides it's time to shit as well. Then you're stuck fighting your wiener and your asshole in this battle for dominance. Sometimes you can stop the defecation invasion, sometimes you can't. When you can't, it's an absolute mess. I know there's more variations of shit in different types, but these are the most common, so I wanted to talk about them before talking about the big issue, which I'm going to talk about right fucking now. That is when you take the smallest fucking shit that you could possibly fathom, but then your asshole is coated, absolutely caked with shit. It's like, as that tiny piece of shit was leaving your shithole, it just started spitting liquid shit back up into your anus. Now I know this happens to other people. Plans get ruined because of pebble-sized shits. Just like, hey, sorry, I can't make it to your wedding, I'm gonna be wiping my ass all night now. Or even fucking worse is when you have plans and then you decide to take a precautionary shit 10 minutes before leaving because you don't want to risk shitting yourself, but then you take one of these fucking monsters, these pencil eraser sized shits, and then you're fucked because you decide not to wipe because it was such a small shit there's not going to be any shit on your asshole, or so you think, and then 30 minutes later your asshole feels like it's made out of sandpaper because it's so damn itchy because there's shit on your asshole you didn't think would be there. But then you're stuck, you have to endure the itchiness because you're already halfway to the mini golf course, so there's no way to fix that problem. It makes absolutely no sense. Why is it so difficult to clean up after a small shit? There needs to be scientific studies conducted to explain this bullshit because it makes no sense. Now I know some of you think that those toilets that use a fire hose to clean your ass would solve this problem. But those are expensive, probably still wouldn't work, and really they don't make sense either. Like when a woman accidentally propels milk from her titties, does she run to a sprinkler to clean them off? No, she grabs paper towels. Same concept with a dirty asshole. You use toilet paper. There is no explanation as to why a small shit leads to a massive cleanup, and I believe this is the most prominent mystery in the world. If there's never going to be a solution to this problem, I hope eventually someone will be able to tell us why this is. Why a small shit leads to a massive cleanup. Alright, well that's it. See ya. It's been a little while since I told a story, so I figured it was about time that I sit you all down by the campfire and put some fear in your boners. I'm going to tell you a really recent story, something that I think everyone can take a lesson away from and use it in their everyday lives. So before I really dig into the meat of this, I want to preface this by saying I have not pissed my pants in a very long time. Now that that's off the table, let's get into what the story is about. As you've probably surmised from that intro, it's about pee-peeing in the pants. It's about a time where I flirted with that devil. And this all takes place in the mythical year of 2019 AD on October 4th. It was literally 6 days ago as of recording this video. It was right before going to happy hour, and if you watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcr1tikal, you know that the streams are fucking bangers, and that I also pee a lot. I drink a lot of water, which means I'm constantly expelling a lot of urine from my body at jet stream-like pace. I really fucking pressure wash my toilet when I get in there to do that business, so if urinating is considered a game of chess, then I'm the goddamn grandmaster. Now, this was right before going to happy hour. I had just gotten all dressed up and spruced up, ready for action, and we needed to pick my friends up before going to the bars we were going to. But before going, I had the little inkling of a pee-pee coming on. It was still brewing, but it hadn't matured yet. So I figured there really wasn't any point to doing that. The bars weren't far, my friends weren't far. I'd just hold it till I got there and then just do my business out there in public. Just kind of to assert my dominance, like, hey, I'm not afraid to mark a urinal with my seal of approval. I'm not afraid to stamp this with my penis juice. So I just wanted to wait. I didn't see the point in going before heading over. That being said, on the journey to my friend's place, it was still very tame, very manageable, barely even noticed it. Got to my friend's place, didn't notice it. The second they got in my car, it's like they unleashed the piss demon. All of a sudden, all at once, it hit me like a fucking brick. Like a train had left the station, a bullet train, and it was hitting my bladder. There was no putting this genie back in the bottle. I was going to tinkle, it was just a matter of where. In my nice trousers, in a dirty bathroom somewhere on the way, or on the side of the road. The last two options weren't exactly options because to get to the bar you had to go over this pretty long bridge and there was no way I was going to be able to hold it through the duration of the bridge, so I'd be just trapped like a prisoner in its cell in the car just urinating all over my friends, or I'd have to hold it and literally cork my cock and I'd probably fucking drown internally with urine pouring out of my mouth like I just swallowed a cyanide capsule of urine. It was just a nightmarish situation because I really had to go. So I informed Tiana, who was now driving, and I told my friends, look, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, but we got to pull over somewhere to go to the bathroom because I'm going to literally ruin our happy hour and turn it into the not so happy hour by coating this entire car in piss. So they understood, but the problem was there really wasn't anywhere to stop. There was no real gas stations on the way to the bridge, so we'd have to go out of our way to find one for me, and my friends didn't really want to do that, so they're trying to encourage me to just go piss somewhere next to a dumpster around some of the dilapidated buildings, because the area on the way to the bar looks like it's been hit by a nuclear missile, but I didn't want to take that chance because a friend of mine got put on the sex offenders registry for public urination. He got caught while peeing next to a building or on the side of a building. And I just didn't want to roll those dice at all. I bet if I had just went down to take a piss by a building, a fucking cop would have popped out of a bush in a ghillie suit and said, "Gotcha" on me. I didn't want to, risk that at all. I'd drop trow for 1 second, just unzip, and all of a sudden a police car fucking drift in sideways, just sirens blaring, and then take me down just for public urination. And then all of a sudden, bang, I'm a sex offender. I just didn't want to risk that at all. I didn't want to take that chance at all, so that was not an option for me. We were going to go out of our way to one of the gas stations that I knew of, and it wasn't that far out of the way, so it wasn't a huge inconvenience, but I still felt bad. Unfortunately, the gas stations were of no help, and also the gas stations look like something straight out of the Fallout universe as well. But the first gas station we go to, everything looks okay. There's a bathroom there, which is a plus. It's one of the bathrooms that's on the outside, so you need a key to get into it. So all confidently, while I'm like basically grabbing my cock, just trying to keep everything where it needs to be before I explode with urine, I go in there waddling in and I say to the guy, "Hey, look, I've got to use your shitter. Can I get the key to that bad boy?" And he's not all there. He sounds like he's one Xanax bar away from just total overdose and collapse. So I couldn't understand most of the words he said, but he kept mumbling about the hot dog man. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he was making like idle conversation. Maybe there was a hot dog vendor outside that he wanted me to go buy from before he gave me the key. I didn't know, so I asked him, "What are you talking about? The hot dog man? Who's a hot dog man? I love hot dogs, even though I fucking hate hot dogs. Just anything to get that fucking key." Felt like it was a mission in a video game that I needed to get that key to complete the quest. But so I'm making the small talk, and his answers make no sense to me. He's like, "No bathroom, hot dog man." So then I'm starting to connect these dots in my head. Okay, so the hot dog man, no bathroom. Hot dog man must have gone in there and wreaked havoc. He must have just fucking tore that bitch down and lit it on fire with an explosion from his ass or something. So this bathroom is decommissioned is what you're telling me, right? Bathroom is not working because of hot dog man. He just shakes his head, "No. Hot dog man." I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie, as if like the hot dog man was terrorizing this area like the fucking Slender Man. I didn't know what he was talking about, the hot dog man. All I knew was I was not getting that key from him. So I walked out all disappointed because I knew I wasn't getting the key, and it's all because of this menace, the hot dog man, who I'd never even fucking heard of in fairy tales. So I had to waddle back to the car disappointedly, and even in more of a rush, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. Felt like the entire universe was collapsing inside on me. Also, as a side, there was no hot dog vendor outside. There wasn't even the remnants of what could have been a hot dog vendor at any point in time. So I don't know who the fuck this hot dog man is. But anyway, we go up another maybe mile up the road where I know another gas station is, and it's just as decrepit as this one. And this one was like a goddamn orgy of weirdos. There was one guy who I am 100% sure was on spice, because he was just fucking fumbling around. Luckily, he had hit just enough spice so he wasn't totally nude and dragging his dick on the floor, but he was at that level of spice where he can't really stand up properly, and he has a football that he's throwing against a wall and hitting himself with in the face off the rebound. So that's the kind of place we were at looking for this bathroom, and I knew it was going to be gross, and I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I was throwing that aside because I needed to be strong, because I didn't want to piss myself, because I hadn't pissed myself in at least a long time. I don't know. I was trying to think of like an exact time I pissed myself, but it's been a long fucking time. I have a pretty clean streak there, and I wasn't about to have that collapse on this night. So we get to this disgusting gas station, and it's another one where the bathroom's on the outside, so I need to go in to get the keys. There's a guy in there playing the lottery, and he's taking a long time scratching it off. That's fine. That's not his fault. He doesn't know that I'm about to explode behind him like an IED of urine. So I'm not mad at him at all. He was none the wiser, not his fault or anything. When he's finally done, I go up to the counter. I say, "Hey man, can I get the keys to that turbo shitter? I gotta go do some business over there." He's super cool about it, gives me the keys, and I'm on my way. The guy who's throwing the football now fixates his eyes on me, and he wants to get me involved in his game. I can tell because while he couldn't really get the words out properly, he was making motions like, "I'm gonna hit you with this spiral real quick, Tom Brady style," and I just, I'm putting my hands up like, "Please, no, thank you," politely. I've got to use the restroom. Finally get around the corner to where the bathrooms are on the side of the place. There's a man asleep on the curb in front of the bathrooms. I don't know if he was passed out or just really tired. Maybe at one point he was the gate guardian of the bathrooms, but now that he found bath salts, now he just sleeps there. I really don't know. But, I go not over him because I was already on the side. I go around him, and then I finally put that key into the bathroom, and a sense of elation and jubilation just fills my whole body as I finally turn it, and I open it, and I'm greeted with the most unholy smell this world has ever concocted. It smelled like a fucking hate crime. It was the most repulsive, revolting smell I've ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some shit. I've smelled some serious shit, but this was something else. This smelled like the hot dog man had gone there, killed somebody, and then took a shit all over the corpse. And it's really weird because the toilet itself was pristine. The toilet was clean enough to drink out of, eat off of. It was a fantastic looking toilet, not a speck of dirt or poopy in sight. But the bathroom itself was tainted with the remnants of 1,000 angry spirits that were all shitting in unison. It's no doubt the work of the hot dog man. There's not a single doubt in my mind. He must just be like a serial bathroom shitter. Just goes around shitting in all the bathrooms, fucking terrorizing them, ruining them for people that gotta pee like me. But I really don't know. Anyway, the smell was so overwhelming. For just a brief moment, I relaxed my penis sphincter, and a little bit of urine dripped onto my boxers. I don't count that as pissing my pants because it was just enough where it only dribbled out, and I was able to once again voluntarily collapse the muscle so it didn't squeak out anymore as I finally approached the toilet, and I finally released the sweet relief into the toilet, and I finally peed. I couldn't breathe. It was fucking hazardous to my health, no doubt, with all the shit particles floating around in the air, but god damn it, I finally peed. So the lesson to take away from here, just when you feel like even like the smallest amount of pee building inside of you, just piss. It's gonna get worse. You're gonna just need to pee. Don't try and hold it. Don't be a hero like I was, because you might find yourself in a similar situation where you dribble on yourself and you visit a really disgusting smelling bathroom that really just ruins your sense of smell for like a good 2 hours. But anyway, that's the story. The lesson to learn: pee when you feel like you have to, even a little bit. Don't try and hold it, because that is just absolutely devastating and leads to this domino effect of unfortunate circumstances and a lot of stress. That's it. So yeah. Many of you already know this, but magic tricks were a very big part of my childhood, and even into my adult elite gamer years in college I was dabbling in magic tricks. In fact, the very first video I ever posted on YouTube was of myself performing a magic trick, but I've since deleted it. YouTube still has it, and I guarantee they're still trying to crack the code on how I performed it. Luckily I deleted it though, because otherwise Randy Pitchford would have dedicated his life to figuring out how I solved that and just abandoned the Borderlands series. Fucking Randy Pitchford spent a year trying to figure out how a cam girl squirted so much. Imagine what he would have done if he saw my magic trick. The point I'm making is, magic was a huge part of me growing up. And today, I'm going to reveal to you a secret I invented myself to try and get laid in college. And this shit works like a charm. It's almost impossible not to work. You don't even need to be around women for it to work. If you just perform the trick in your own little isolation chamber, women will probably flock to you somehow, fucking rappelling down into your window. It's a very powerful magic trick, and I'm going to break the magician's code and teach you how I do it. I'm going to fucking full throttle sin, raw and no rubber. Magicians are going to hate me. Chris Angel's going to have a wet nightmare. David Blaine's going to throw in the towel and retire tomorrow, I bet. I actually taught people how to do this magic trick on my streams at twitch.tv/moistcr1tikal, and people haven't been able to stop getting laid. It's almost been a curse. Every time they do the trick, it's just so much pussy. So I'm going to now take the lesson I taught on stream and teach it to all of you over here on YouTube, and just hope that you can use it for good instead of evil. Now, there's an up-and-coming magician named Jerry Presley who actually performed this trick as he heard me explain it on stream. Performed it for these two women here, one of them looking like Alinity, might actually be Alinity, there's no telling, and he performs it very well and hopefully got a threesome out of it. Now, let's go ahead and get into it. First, you're going to need a deck of playing cards. They don't need to be as cool as mine, but these are my old bicycle ghosts, as they were called. Back in like 2009, 2010, there was like a really cool looking Alpha Chad magician who was like flourishing these cards one time on YouTube, and I asked my parents to buy them for me, and I got them for like Christmas or something. But you don't need to be this cool, is what I'm saying. You can just use any old piece of shit deck of cards you want. You can use Yu-Gi-Oh cards if you wanted to. Now let me give you an overview of the trick. The objective is to get a phone number, man, woman, police officer, it doesn't really matter who, but it was to get an excuse to ask for the phone number. You don't need an excuse to ask for a phone number, but when you're a fucking 19-year-old college student who's pretending to be a mysterious anime character, it helps to have a fucking excuse, because you're just a fucking weirdo. But anyway, what I'm saying is, it's to get the phone number. So I'm going to perform it kind of for you guys here. So I'd say, hey, ma'am, I like those milkers on you. Those honkers mean business. Can I have your phone number for the sake of this magic trick with my ghost cards? And she'd be like, oh my god, are those real ghost cards? Jesus, I'm already wet, but yeah, show me the trick.
So she gives me her phone number. I now send her a text with what card she is going to pull from this deck, and I'm going to give her a free choice of it, but she can't look at that text message till it's over. So I say, hey, you can't look at that, but just wait till after the trick and it's going to blow your asshole wide open. It's going to be the coolest goddamn thing you've ever seen in your life. So, it's just small talk a little bit, and then I get to the trick. I just ask her to cut the deck, or I can flip through the deck. It doesn't really matter. But the deck ends up getting cut in two like this. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't really matter. And then I go ahead and put it on top of it so they know there's no trickery here. And then I let her take the card off the top because this is where she cut, and she takes the card, and it's the 7 of clubs. Okay? And I've texted her that already way before the trick even happened. So now the question is, how did I know that? Am I truly just the messiah of magic? The mind freak of madness? The torpedo of trickery? No, I'm something more. I'm a gamer. So my trick is literally one move and then just distracting the person. A single card force. Every card trick ever done pretty much uses a card force. What's a card force? It's exactly what the name implies. You're forcing someone to pick the card you know. The easiest one, the one I always used, was you'd close your eyes, you'd rifle through the deck of cards, someone would tell you stop right there, and you always know their card. That's the 4 of spades. It doesn't matter when you're doing it, it doesn't matter how many times you do it, you can just endlessly do this shit for as long as you want, because you're forcing the cards. Stop. Oh, Jesus. Stop. 6 of clubs. You can always know exactly what card you're forcing on someone. How does that one work? You know the bottom card. So when you rifle through, they say stop, you're pulling the bottom card off, well, as long as you have a good grip, and you're always going to know exactly what you're giving them. I invented my own card force, though, and it's even easier. And I swear to God, I should have gotten a Nobel Prize for this discovery. This shit is almost as important as discovering gravity. This card force is a game changer in Magic. So all you need to know is the top card, 2 of diamonds. That's the top card, and that's the card they're going to pick 100% of the time in this trick. So you text them 2 of diamonds once you get the number, because that's 100% what they're going to pick. And now all it is a matter of distracting the person you're doing the trick to. So you have them cut the deck if they want to themselves and make another pile of it. They can ask you to, if they want you to cut it, you can cut it wherever you want. It doesn't matter where the deck gets cut. So let's just say for this time it got cut right down the middle. So now you have these 2 piles. They now give you these 2 piles, and now you start making small talk and moving your hands around. Sports, porn. Then you take this part, which is where they actually cut. This is what their card should be. But now you've distracted them enough, you've wooed them over enough, where you put this on top, and then you set the whole pile down, so that way they have the illusion that you're not messing with anything. You know, oh, my hands are over here, I can't do anything now, nothing crazy going on. And then you tell them that this card is where they cut, and hopefully they don't realize that it should be this one. So then you take this piece off, you have them take their top card, and of course it's the 2 of diamonds, because I mean, it's just the fucking top card, but they don't know that. They think this is where they cut when they had free choice, but it's not, because you have outsmarted them. You are the intellectual of the group. You're the enlightened Reddit atheist of this shindig. Again, I'll demonstrate. Top card, 6 of hearts. You say, hey, listen, lady, cut this shit. I've already sent you a text. I know what you're pulling. They cut it. Bang. You get 2 piles. You're distracting them. Bang, put that shit on top. Take your hands off. Tell them that's the card. They pick the card. 6 of hearts again. It's incredible how simple it is, and yet nobody ever figured it out. Ever. And no one could figure it out unless I told them. Because this trick is beyond intelligence. This has transcended magic tricks and become a cult movement in and of itself. It is fucking phenomenal. So please, ladies and gentlemen, after having revealed this remarkable secret, a top secret government secret, please use it responsibly. And when you use it, make sure you tell them it came from me. And then you link them to my Twitch channel and my YouTube and stuff. You give me credit for this discovery, this trick, because it's fucking huge. I'm unironically proud of that trick. I actually did get a few numbers with it. I never did fuck all with the numbers. But just the fact that it even got to that point and they could at least fake excitement and wonder from the magic is enough for me. And maybe it will be for you too. Maybe this will launch your social life or destroy it, one or the other. But yeah. That's about it. That's my big magic trick that I invented. So yeah. Calling someone a Redditor to their face in 2019 is a fighting phrase. It's like calling someone a cunt back in the 90s. It's a powerful insult. And I get asked all the time why I take a shit on Reddit or shit on Redditors and Reddit culture in general.
And it's days like today that remind me exactly why I have such a shit view of Reddit and why the majority of people have almost no respect for the community. They are so goddamn unhelpful. Now, I'm saying they, and I am a very frequent user of Reddit. I go on there almost daily. I like the posts. I like to go on specific subreddits and see the kind of shit going on in the world. I think as long as you don't go in the comments, it's a pretty goddamn decent site for the most part. But it's the second you accidentally get a little too adventurous, or perhaps you just forget the one sacred rule on the internet, the 11th commandment from God: don't go to the comments section on Reddit, because it's just goddamn embarrassing to even look at. It makes you feel bad for being on the site, seeing the mentally ill, socially rejected, downright depraved community that for some reason all kind of festers in the comment section on any post ever. Professional Reddit commenters who farm karma as if they're some type of drug kingpin and get this superiority complex. They watch 2 episodes of Rick and Morty and follow Bill Nye on Twitter, and all of a sudden they think they have all the answers and they're better than the person who initially posted the thread asking for help. Fucking Reddit commenters make YouTube commenters look like sane cool kids at the lunch table. Okay, so why am I talking about this? I'm still fucking upset about this. Today, Andrew and I went to Beef O'Brady's, as is tradition after a hard workout, and Andrew's car had 2 spiders in it that we came across, so he wanted to look for a solution online as to the most efficient way to getting rid of the spiders. A little pest control action, just Google it, because that's what a modern man does. That's the efficient way of getting answers. Well, unfortunately, Google recommended Reddit threads. Our pro-sage life advice from a 14-year-old, how to do your taxes and get rid of the spiders in your car. Shit like that, just a flurry of all of these Reddit posts addressing how to get rid of spiders. Now, at the time, we didn't even realize how infuriating that would be. But when we got to Beef's, we opened one of the links, and immediately every single top comment was a horrible, stupid fucking joke that's been said a million times before. Set the car on fire. I'm not kidding. Out of the 5 or 6 threads, that was pretty much the top on all of them. I'm going to show you 4 out of the 6 so it's not just overly redundant. I swear to God, these are all different posts and different people. Although they're not even really different people. They have no sense of individuality. They're just fucking regurgitating, vomiting, ass shitting out all kinds of shit that they read a million times before to try and farm that precious karma or make people think that they're a good comedian. I really don't know. But this is how all Reddit comments go. You go to the comments, the first 15 are going to be shit jokes that don't make you giggle or exhale at all, only serving to make you just irate because you maybe wanted a real answer or a real discussion, and you're not getting it. Not in the comment section on Reddit. But anyway, here's the first thread. How do I get spiders out of my car? Obviously the first answer, burn it to the ground and change your last name. A real side splitter for sure, not exactly helpful, but goddammit, that comedy is unique, original, wacky, and zany. And that's gotta count for something, so the updoots to the left, am I right? Edit, thanks for the gold, kind stranger, wasn't expecting this, oh my gosh. Edit 2, wow, platinum, holy shit, time to add chocolate to the milk and go wild to celebrate, kind stranger. Now let's go ahead and scroll down. Surely it's only, the top comment that has such a great joke. Surely they can't all be busting out unique bangers. Surprisingly, that joke didn't spawn a pun thread, but luckily for us it didn't. Underneath that, though, we're gifted with another great joke. Put some tarantulas in there to eat the smaller spiders. Large spiders are easier to keep track of. Oh, well, I do tip my fedora to that one. Still no actual advice yet. A classic double whammy. It's an Ultima. Fire is the best option. Fill it with frogs. Well, my gentle sirs, these are quite comedic. Finally, at the very bottom of the page with a whopping 2 points, an actual suggestion. Glue traps, and a link to them. Now, actually, unironically helpful, that's not a bad idea. Glue traps for insects, it makes sense. But what do the other experts on the website say? Let's go to another thread, which is basically just a carbon copy of this one's commenters. Different threads, same comedy, baby, because for some reason all Reddit commenters are basically just carbon copies of each other. Go ahead and take a guess at what the top comment's gonna be. Spoiler alert. It's fire, because of course it is. On Reddit, everything that even deals with anything even yucky to the smallest degree, anything with an insect, you can guarantee the top comment in the thread is going to be, kill it with fire, or something with fire. Next highest upvoted, I believe ammonia and bleach create chlorine gas. You're right. So if you want to go World War I on their ass, that might be an option. To be fair, this comment actually has sentimental value to me, because I accidentally created chlorine gas when I tried to kill a cockroach once. I talked about that in a video, so that one I don't really have a problem with. I just thought I'd point it out. But luckily, right under that one, we go right back to the standard, set it on fire. I like the reply, lol. as if they'd never heard that before, or perhaps they just always laugh anytime they see that. Next, nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. It's their car now. Scorpions. Definitely scorpions. That's another big one. It's theirs now. They own it. You lost it. Shit like that. That one's also just as common as fire. So I guess it's not exactly a 100% guarantee it's going to be set it on fire when it's dealing with insects, because it has to compete with it's theirs now. Those are always battling for the top spot. GIF of a car on fire, snakes, sell it, elephants, get some funnel web spiders and dump them in and eat the other spiders. And then one guy accidentally almost lends some pseudo advice, but his advice is basically just saying, you might be fucked. None of this helpful, of course, but very humorous, obviously. New thread, same top comment, gasoline, and says light it on fire in the reply. Milking every ounce of karma he can out of that joke, I guess. Bye birds, lady who swallowed a fly, just more fucking garbage. This guy really drops a fat comedy routine on this one. Release a snake to catch it, and then you're gonna want to lock a mongoose in there for a few days to kill the snake. Once that happens, you need a large mammal like a wolf to get the mongoose. After this, you'll need to find a gorilla to let loose in the car. They're excellent at wolf wrangling. Come winter, the gorilla will just die off from the cold. Which is more than the guy underneath him who actually lent a little advice received. Nothing a good car fire won't fix. It just goes on and on and on. While I think absolutely the jokes suck ass on their own and are used a million times ad nauseum, I'm not here to just be the joke police. What's frustrating is when you're looking for real answers like we were today, and all you get is the same goddamn middle school lunch table joke that you've heard ever since you were a goddamn child and seen on every thread ever posted on the website. Burn it with fire. Get a snake, lol. It's their car now, lol. Epic lol, thanks for the gold. It's so frustrating. And that's only scratching the tip of the iceberg, the tip of the wiener on how just frustrating and stupid Reddit comments are. That's throwing away witch hunts, which are huge in the comment sections and 9 times out of 10 are wrong anyway, a la Boston Bomber. That's the biggest one. That one Reddit will never live down. It's just this most hostile place and the most humorless place on the internet. Fucking Twitter comment threads that are just GIF responses and shit pictures are more entertaining than seeing the same fucking joke every single time at the top comment in the Reddit thread, the top fucking 20 comments. I mean, if you want to make the dumb joke, burn it down, kill it with fire, lol, do that, and then after that put a period and then real advice, which admittedly some people in these threads did, but they were buried at the bottom. Buried. Giving real advice? No. Give me that same stupid goddamn joke. But anyway, that's about it. Just wanted to vent about it, because today I was getting frustrated for Andrew, with Andrew. Just so dumb. It's so stupid. Just racing to tell the dumbest fucking joke that everyone's already heard a million times on the goddamn website. Anyway, that's it. That's why Reddit's reputation in the comments is pretty goddamn awful. So yeah. Most of you know I hate cockroaches. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a phobia, because I don't pee my pants, cry, and call my mom when I see one or anything like that. But when I do encounter one, I get a bit icky feeling, it feels a bit yucky in the atmosphere around me, like something has truly gone awry in the force to allow this cockroach to exist and be near me at that moment. Cockroaches are fucking disgusting. I think human beings are hardwired, programmed to hate cockroaches, something embedded deep within our DNA. From when we were primitive little fish in the sea to where we are now jerking off to hentai, humans have probably always hated cockroaches. And the reason I'm bringing up this ancient menace is because during a recent stream, one crawled on my leg and I slapped it off and freaked out. And most people view this as cowardice and me being a big old pussy. However, I view it quite the opposite. I viewed it as me being a fearless warrior, slapping down a sneaky assassin on my leg, coming back and finishing the job with huge nuts, big loads of testosterone flowing through my veins. However, most people don't see it that way because they're misinterpreting my battle cry as more of like a whimpering scream of a baby bitch. And I don't view it that way. So I wanted to play the clip for all of you so you could be the judge of yourself whether or not I am a pussy. I don't think so. I think I handle cockroaches the way most sensible people do, and I'm pretty proud of the work I did on that cockroach during the stream. It's twitch.tv/moistcr1tikal if you want to see me fight more cockroaches. But anyway, here it is.
Could look like.
This is her Colorado cases.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Smoking device with suspected marijuana in the pipe bowl, small red hot tin containing used syringe, 3 Ziploc baggies with white the sister.
Baby Lisa.
It crawled on my leg. Jesus Christ. My leg's never gonna feel clean again. Fuck. My whole area has been compromised. I have no fucking idea where it went. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. This thing's gonna be fucking haunting my dreams now. It's not a phobia. It snuck up on me in my moment of weakness. Fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter just dropped some sage wisdom. I was feeling vulnerable, and then a fucking cockroach crawls on my leg. It just got me at the right time. I swear, if it shows its face again, I won't even blink. But just, you know, got the best of me in the moment. I should have used the Spider-Man training lessons to really take him down, but I panicked.
And tell me, will you?
I fucking hate these. You guys don't understand. You probably get those bitch-ass cockroaches that can't even fly. In Florida, we get the palmetto bugs, which can fly. Actual shit of nightmares. Why is he shirtless now? I don't know.
Okay, get out of the way. Search him good. Okay, we want to make sure that that's for you, Jason, so just let him grab.
Oh!
You like it, don't you, homie?
Everybody calm down for a minute.
Oh, I did it.
Outside, let's go.
All that grunting you heard right there was the sound of a hero. A fearless hero who looked a cockroach in the eyes and took it down. We got him, baby! Jackpot! You see that? My methods are unorthodox. My battle cry may be misconstrued as being a pussy, but god damn it, the results speak for themselves, baby! We got him! Tell your friends. Now I know how Dog the Bounty Hunter feels when he catches a fugitive. I fucking looked that bitch in the face and I'm like, you know what? I'm standing my ground like a real man. And then I screamed and slapped it with a large book. Like a real man, baby. That's how we do it. Bang! Porn, the great uniter. The one force that ties strangers to strangers in a way they don't even realize. The one thing every human being has in common. The love of porn. The art of porn. The ethereal beauty of the craft. Now, as the title of the video suggests, I used to watch the same porn video for the better part of 2 years. Perhaps a little longer than 2 years, but I'm going to say 2 years just to err on the side of caution. I've made it no secret that I refuse to get a haircut at the moment, and that I also used to have very bad OCD. Not your generic, watered-down, bullshit, meaningless version of OCD where you move your car keys from the counter to the drawer because you don't like them on the counter. That's not fucking OCD, you goddamn bigot. Don't you hijack what OCD actually means. I had literal OCD, and one of my rituals was watching the exact same lesbian porn video for the better part of 2 years. And I want to tell you what happened as a result of doing that. Now, let's go ahead and start. The video was called Nice Pair of Lesbians. Let's take a moment of silence to remember that beautiful video from redtube.com. It is no longer on redtube.com. Okay, thank you for participating. The video still exists. I know, I get emails all the time like, hey, I found that lesbian porn that you used to jerk off to, you know, that used to haunt your fucking boners. Here it is. Yes, I know it's still on the internet, but in like 240 and 360p. On RedTube, it used to be 480. 480p or higher does not exist anywhere on the internet anymore. Trust me, I have looked. But that's besides the point. That's just to give you the context of what the video is. Maybe someone else out there used to also have OCD and jerk off to this video for 2 years straight. And if so, you're not alone, my brother, or my sister. You and I now share a cosmic bond, a bond stronger than the bond between a mother and her child. I love you. Now, it wasn't just watching this lesbian porno. I had an entire routine for it, like a choreographed dance routine for jerking off to this video. And I know I've talked about a little of this on the podcast before, but I still get emails asking me to talk more about that porno that I jerked off to for 2 years. So I figured I'd talk more about it. I also get emails asking me what's my Twitch account, and I'm glad you asked. It's twitch.tv/moistcr1tikal. Go drop a follow, subscribe. Love to see you over there. I stream daily. Twitch.tv/moistcr1tikal. Fuck yeah. But anyway, so this routine that I came up with, well, not that I came up with, that I kind of fucking cursed myself with and burdened myself with at the time. I would make certain facial expressions during certain points in the video. I would say certain things to the actresses in the video, and make no mistake, you goddamn delusional incels, the porn actresses are just that, they're actresses. They have a script of certain moves they're going to do. It's not like they're just fingering themselves and ass blasting their assholes with their fists for your enjoyment alone. It is a job, and they are actresses. Get it through your fucking skull. But anyway, I would say things to them like, "Oh, you're so hot. That's so sexy. I'm touching my dick to you," as if they could hear me, and as if I was communicating to them directly as like the director of this video. It was a really weird routine. It really was. To kind of give you a brief oversight of all of it, I'm not going to walk you through every step that I would do here. In fact, I don't even remember all of them anymore. But before I would watch the video, I would queue it up and let it all buffer and load, because this was a long time ago. I fucking using RedTube, so obviously it's a long time ago. And while it was buffering and loading, I would turn around from the video, so that way I couldn't see them, and they couldn't see me, obviously. And I would look at my penis until it was completely flaccid, entirely soft. So that way I was coming in there with like a clean canvas, and they were going to 100% get me from 0 to hero. So once I was certain that my dick was super soft, I would then sit down and get ready for the action. As it would start, I would say hello to the girls, and I'd compliment them on their beauty. The video started with a girl fingering herself, and I would compliment her on how great she was doing, and then the other girl joined in, and then I'd say hi to her, like, "Oh, hey, you just stopping by?" Shit like that. It was really fucking weird. And honestly, I hope the NSA was watching during those times, because I would love to see those documents. I'd love to see that film. I think that shit would make for a really incredible case study on OCD, because that shit was goofy as fuck. And I would love to remember exactly all the shit that I would say. I don't necessarily want to see underage me jerking himself off into the webcam or anything. I could skip that part. But I at least want to see what I was saying to the girls during the video. But that's kind of how it went. Facial expressions, words and things I would say to the girls. It was always the same. I had to make sure I said the same things to the girls. I had to make sure I made the same facial expressions. I even made sure to keep track of licking my lips. I had certain time marks where I felt I needed to lick my lips at those times, otherwise I was disrespecting them. It was very weird. Now, I did this for, like I said, the better part of 2 years, and honestly probably a little bit more, but we'll say 2 years, and I didn't deviate from that video. I didn't venture out. That was my home. I lived in Nice Pair of Lesbians on RedTube, and they took my home away. It's not there anymore. I'd like to remind you all that it's not fucking there. It's a goddamn crime. It's a fucking sin what they've done removing that. But now, to tie it back to the title of the video, I watched the lesbian porn for 2 years. Here's what happened. What happened is I recognized how weird it was, and I started to really combat my OCD, and I started cheating on the porno by watching other videos. I did. I'll come out and say it. I fucking cheated on that porn video and watched other ones. And that's what happened. I stopped being so fucking weird through a lot of effort to try and combat my OCD rituals. I've talked about that in the past. I'm not going to get into how I did that or the steps I took. But that's the result of watching porn for 2 years. You feel like a fucking degenerate loser, and then eventually you stop, hopefully, if you try hard enough. But anyway, that's the story for today. Thank you all. See ya. This is where you and I can start to bond and give each other's medals. Because when I was growing up, I would have, they're called nocturnal emissions as a scientific term. I went to a doctor because it got out of control.
Oh,
are you kidding me?
So you were at the level beyond.
It was a medical marvel.
I was wet dreaming, do you know those lucid dream losers that'll like jack into the lucid dreams like once every couple of hours? I was that with wet dreaming. I still have residual effects. I'll still have wet dreams occasionally, just with the most nonsensical dreams where like I'm flying a plane and then all of a sudden I come in the plane and then I come in real life. One that always stood out to me and one that I've always been embarrassed about is I was playing with dolls on the bench press bench at my college gym. I was sitting on the bench, so I was rubbing my ass against it while playing with the dolls like I was swiping a credit card and I ejaculated.
What the fuck? Jesus. You sound like sexually repressed or something.
Yeah, maybe you've always wanted to be a cash register.
Jesus. Sounds like something out of a horror thriller like Buffalo Bill.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one.
Yeah, I appreciate these stories because now I feel much more comfortable.
You're among friends.
There is no shame here. There is no shame on this show, James.
Nonsensical dreams. Hi everyone. A question I get asked a lot is if I script any of my shit, and I don't write scripts for anything. It takes away some of the fun in my opinion. It doesn't feel as natural when shit's scripted out, so I don't really partake in it.
However, occasionally when I think of a story I want to tell, and I tell some Shakespearean tales, so there's, first act, second act, climax, and ejaculation point. So there's a lot of I want to express in a story. So sometimes I'll write down little cliff notes or spark notes on my phone, just as a little reminder to jog my memory of what things I wanted to talk about with the story. And Tiana stumbled across one of my notes. The thing is, she read some of the notes, and I thought it'd be kind of fun to look at a little behind the scenes. So here's the notes I wrote for the story I told a couple days back about how I almost turned Christmas into Shitsmas. Go ahead, Tiana, take it away. Read the notes. Show them a little bit of the creative magic.
Well, he wrote in quotation marks a line for me to say, tell me about your big shit that almost ruined Christmas.
That's a line that starts every good Christmas tale. Took a page out of Robert Frost's playbook on that one.
And then it goes, a Christmas tale Dr. Seuss wouldn't tell you. Not religious wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment.
That's a very important point I needed to make.
That he shit out all of his Christmas spirit. Didn't mean to disrespect House of Lord, but for just a moment I let the devil into my colon. Santa exercised my asshole. I was Santa, and my only present was shit. The toilet will remember that one. Jesus, babe.
I don't think you understood that line. See, the toilet will remember that one as a Telltale Games reference. Oftentimes in those awful games, it would say, X will remember that. So I kind of
Oh, like when we played, Walking Dead.
Yeah. So instead of like a character remembering some trivial decision you made, it was the toilet remembering me putting fat shits in it.
Grinch shit on Christmas. Grease and whatever found in dumpster slapped between bread, but I was so hungry I'd have eaten an asshole off of a farmer. Her dad pumping ass to church, drifting around corners. Wasn't a church, it was a battlefield.
That one is actually a play off of Alan Wake's ending. You see, when Alan Wake, it's a video game, and when it concluded, he said, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. So it only makes sense. You're not an enlightened being.
Oh, sorry, I have to play the game first.
Yeah. It's a fat, beautiful reference, though.
No poop, Christmas miracle. I'm assuming that was the grand finale, the end.
Yeah.
The be-all, the end-all be-all.
That one's closing the chapter on that story. So there's a little behind-the-scenes look of how that story came to light. I don't do that for every story, but if there's a story I think of and I don't plan on telling it for a little while, I'll write down little notes to remind me of some of the things I wanted to talk about. I don't think I've ever shared a story about myself so embarrassing that it changes the way you look at me. I've shared a lot of embarrassing stories with girls and shit that I've had in the past, but nothing that's so goddamn game-changingly cringe-inducing that you vomit and think less of me until today. I was trying to think of a story that I wanted to talk about because I wanted to tell a really embarrassing one today, but I wanted to like amp this shit up to like the highest fucking level I could. So I was going to my past, of which there's a myriad of embarrassing stories to choose, but I wanted to find the perfect one. And then I remembered something that made me sick to my goddamn stomach, so I can't wait to share it with all of you. So to preface this happened in high school. The year is 2011. This was right after my third lung collapse. If you've been following me for a while, you know my lung collapsed 3 times. And the last time it happened was 2011. Well, in 2011, I got surgery to have it fixed. And before I went into surgery, there was a girl I had a crush on that had just added me back on Facebook. And I decided I'd send her like this goddamn scholarly "oorah, I love you" message to her. And we had never spoken. So this girl and I never spoke once in our lives, not even by accident. If I farted somewhere in school, there's no way she would ever fucking smell it because we were never even close to each other in any sense of the word. The only reason we even knew about each other, or rather the only reason I knew about her, was because she was a cheerleader and I played basketball. Other than that, no communication, literally not even eye contact. And yet for some reason, in 2011, I sent this girl the most disgustingly embarrassing messages when I was in the hospital. I haven't read them. I screenshotted them today, and I sent them to myself so I could read them to you today, and we can experience this together as a lesson in how not to ever approach a woman in any way. So allow me, please. Pickup artist legend Charlie is going to guide you through the how don'ts, the do nots of women. So let's go ahead and get into these messages here. So ace pussy slaying god Charles in 2011 leads with, I know you and I have never talked, but I just wanted to tell you that you are one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen. Now some of you might hear that and think I came on a little too strong. Looking back on it now, hindsight's 2020, I don't think I came on strong enough. I should have led with I love you. Signed, Charles, and then like a little kiss, and then, maybe go from there. So after I said this, she responds with a simple question mark. Nothing else, just one character, a question mark. I was already in the hospital, but if I wasn't, that right there would have sent me into the hospital with fucking cardiac arrest. That shit hurt so goddamn bad at the time. But I mean, what can you expect when someone leads with some shit like this? This is the kind of shit you see on Twitter with like a bad English associated with it, with a send bobs and bitch lasagna, please. Vagina look good with penis and stuff like that. It's a creepy message. Any girl should respond with a question mark or nothing at all. But anyway, my spirits weren't deterred. I continued. Yeah, I'm in the hospital and just said, fuck it. It's worth a try. You probably don't think the same. You probably don't think the same about me, but I just wanted to say that. That's some nice guy shit right there. Jesus Christ. Well, this is pretty fucking bad. Let's keep going. To that she says, oh, I'm sorry, frowny face, but thanks, I guess. Why are you in the hospital? I'm surprised she even believed I was in the hospital, to be honest. You got a fucking stranger coming at you, pretending like he's going off to war and sending a love letter out there like it's some goddamn type of anime. If someone sent me shit like this, I'd be like, yeah, sure, buddy. I'm sure you're in the hospital. What do you have? Small dick syndrome going on? There's no cure. Get out of my DMs. I have recurrent pneumothorax in my left lung. It has collapsed 3 times, and tomorrow I have surgery to repair it. Sad violins playing, I'm sure, when I was typing this. I just wanted to tell you that before I had the surgery. I know that it is... Excuse me, I've got to scroll to the next one. It's a little out of order. 2019 Charlie clearly doesn't know how to fucking screenshot things in order. Here we go. I know that it is a weird way to start a conversation. I also know that I came on way too strong telling you that. Self-awareness, key. Even back then I had it. Even back then I'm like, Jesus, I'm sounding really fucking weird, but I'm still going for it. Didn't stop me. Should have stopped me, to be honest. Yeah, that's the lesson to take away here. Don't do this. You know, at this, when you're starting to recognize like, holy shit, this is too strong and I'm being very weird, just stop. Then she says something very odd. On behalf of all the YouTube comments, Charles, I hope you cut your hair. I'm not cutting my hair. She didn't say that. I'm just telling you. Stop telling me to fucking cut my hair. I want to see what it looks like real long. I want to look like a goddamn lead singer in a mid-2000s emo band. Just let me fucking have this, alright? So anyway, she asks about the surgery and shit. Nothing to talk about there. But then, as we're starting to wrap up, I say, just wondering, do you know who I am? If you don't, I bet this is the most fucked up conversation you've ever been a part of. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a fucked up way of going about things, past Charles. Jesus Christ. I sound like some type of spoiled rich kid. Do you know who my father is? He invented Bing. I'm a big deal. Please, please love me, please. God damn it. I'm in the hospital. For God's sakes, do you know who I am? God, these are such embarrassing messages. She says, haha, no, I do know who you are. Like, I've seen you, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I was a very odd guy. Odd looking, too. I had this really weird my hair looks like shit now, but back then I had an even weirder hairstyle where I shaved all, like, the side, the back, and the top of my head. Like, it was a one with the clippers, but the front was about as long as it is now. So everything was pretty shaven except the bangs. So yeah, I was a fucking lunatic. It'd be hard to forget it'd be hard not to see me and make fun of me. I was one step shy of like a trench coat fedora wearing fucking loser in high school. I really was. So yeah, it makes sense that she at least remembered what I looked like, because I looked like a goddamn fucking psychopath. So to that I said, oh, sorry. I bet this is weird for you, huh? The only way to make things like this not weird is to keep saying, yeah, this is probably weird, right? That way, it takes the tension off. It's like, oh, he's saying it's weird. It can't be weird if he keeps talking about how weird it is. All right, it makes sense. Like, pretty much every fucking line I say in here is about how weird it is, and yet I keep going. To that, she says, I don't mind at all. So then, in closing, this is my finisher. This is my Mortal Kombat fatality. My big grand finale here. All right, cool. Maybe when I get out of here, we can talk more so I can get to know you a little better. I'm not as weird as this conversation makes me seem. You know. Little pro tip to the ladies: don't take someone up on that offer. They most likely are pretty fucking socially inept. I certainly was, 100%. We never talked after this. I can't imagine why, but we never spoke or anything. Nothing ever came of this, unsurprisingly. However, I'm sure if we did, I would have been still just as socially inept talking in person as I was on the Facebook Messenger. So the lesson, ladies and gentlemen, don't be weird. That's always the advice I give to someone going into college and shit. Just don't be weird. Don't be super forward. Don't be super out there. Just be normal conversations. Let things, simmer, develop, sniff things out. Don't just come in there guns blazing, fucking jerking off. I love you. Do you love me? Like, come on. Come on, 2011 Charlie. I look back on shit like this and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I never recognized how bad I was until you get older. So, it's a pretty embarrassing story. Maybe it's not as embarrassing for listening to it, but for me recollecting on this, it's fucking bad, man. Like, Jesus Christ. That girl was probably scared for her fucking life, thinking I'd be tossing pebbles at her window late at night at 2 a.m. Hey, did you think about me in the hospital? I'm alright now. You want to talk? Shit, man. Well, that's the end of the story. Another nice tale for the compendium of awful interactions I've had with women, all of which being my fault from my past. So, fuck yeah. That's it. See ya.
So tell me again about how you almost ruined Christmas with that fat shit.
A classic Christmas tale as old as time itself. Well, this one goes out to all you Christmas enthusiasts out there. Gather around your fireplace, put on your best bathrobe, and just cuddle on up as I tell you this timeless tale. A tale Dr. Seuss would be afraid to tell you, but I'm not. I go where Dr. Seuss never would. So, I'm not a religious man by any means. I've seen Rick and Morty. I've been wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment. Rick Sanchez has opened my third fucking eye, But Tiana's family is moderately religious, so they go to church every Christmas Eve. And I was very hungry, so before then, Tiana had brought me I guess whatever the fuck she found in the dumpster on her way home. It was just like 2 pieces of burnt charcoal and mulch that was slapped between stale bread and covered in motor oil. But I ate it. I was so hungry I'd eat the asshole off of a farmer. Not that farmers have notoriously filthy buttholes or anything, but it just serves to illustrate that I was extremely hungry at that given time period. So I ate the sandwich. Upon finishing that unholy abomination of what some people would call food, I suppose, I could immediately feel a fat shit cooking deep within my rectum that was going to send 2018 out with a bang. I only wish I had more time to evacuate my ass before going to church, but we were cutting it close. We were down to the wire in the 4th quarter, and I didn't have time. We needed to get to church because the service was at 4, and it was like 3:35 when I finished eating whatever she pulled up from the soil on her way home. And I knew that this was probably going to be how I died. I thought it was going to be an absolute disaster. It felt as though God himself was exorcising my asshole. I was going to shit out all of my Christmas spirit. God himself would smell it, and he would frown upon what he had put on this earth. His creation disappointed him. My shit was going to be outrageous, biblical, and it was going to be in the house of the Lord, a holy place. But for just a moment, I let the devil into my colon, and it was rearing its ugly head. Lucifer was going to infiltrate that church, and his portal was my butthole. And so I was cooking up this hard stomach aching, big shit ready to rock and roll, and we got in the car. I was being a trooper like a champion. I hopped in the car, and Tiana's dad was fucking drifting around corners, which didn't help. I was just getting the juices flowing, fucking scooting in sideways to church right in the nick of time to make it to the service. And at that moment, that church wasn't a church. That was a fucking battlefield. That was a war zone right there, an active war zone. And I knew I was about to drop something the toilet would never forget. The church bathroom was the shores of Normandy, and my asshole was the ships carrying the soldiers, and it was about to be an all-out charge. And I knew I was probably going to ruin Christmas. I knew this wasn't going to be like a short shit. This was going to be like a overnight camping trip of shitting.
I could feel it the whole way. I knew what I was dealing with. I'm a shit connoisseur. I've shit a lot in my life. And I knew what I had ready to rock and roll. And I didn't want to just disappear for the whole church service because it means a lot to Mr. and Mrs. Tiana parents. So I felt really bad, but there's nothing I could do about it. Anyway, I go in, and it's like a Christmas miracle out of a fairy tale. The second I sat down in the pews with the church manuscript or the schedule, whatever the fuck is going on, the basketball roster, whatever the fuck they talk about Christmas Eve for church, as soon as I started reading that, I didn't have to shit at all. The Lord pulled the shit from my colon for just that moment, and I made it through the entire service without taking a fat shit. And that's how Christmas of 2018 was spared in the Pennsylvania area.
And how many songs did you sing at church, Charlie?
0 songs. I'm surprised the church wasn't singing to me. Hey, he did it. He didn't fucking poop himself over there. Yeehaw! Holy night. Silent charting over there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's that special time of year again where we peel back the curtain, I take off the condom, and I answer your most asked questions of the year through Twitch chat, through email, and YouTube comments. I just kind of make a mental list of the most asked questions. So let's start with the first one. Do you still play Recorder? You tell me. How tall am I? I'm 5'6", the optimal male height. It's what God envisioned for our species. Anything above 5'6", it just seems silly to me. Why would you want to be taller than the golden height? It's the height. I fucking hate being short. Here's one that I absolutely hate, but I have to acknowledge because it truly is probably one of the top 3 most asked questions of the year. What is your favorite meme? Fucking hate meme and meme culture. I think it's all just super god awful and lazy. I just don't even understand the point of memes anymore. They're not even entertaining. They don't even get like an exhale from the nostril anymore. They just seem fucking silly. Odd flex, but okay. And god fucking meme. I hate that shit, but I have to acknowledge it because I answer the most asked questions every year. So what is your favorite meme? The only meme that I appreciate in any capacity is the oppressed gamer meme. I've answered this multiple times and even made a video answering it again, and yet I'm still getting emails about it, so I'm going to answer it yet again. Where do you stream now, since you haven't streamed on YouTube in a while? I stream on Twitch now. But wait, I thought you fucking hated Twitch. Yeah, I had a lot of problems with Twitch, the majority of which they've been actively improving on. Meanwhile, YouTube is devolving and fucking its own ass in all possible aspects. So I do all my streaming on Twitch now. See, even Tetra's tired of this fucking question. Listen to that. So yes, I stream on Twitch now. No, I don't hate it anymore. It's a lot better than YouTube streaming. Again, I will post a link to my Twitch in the description of this video. Next big question I always get asked, and this one I get asked all the fucking time, and again, this is one that I've answered before. What is your favorite type of porn? Lesbian porn. I'm a man of exquisite taste. What can I say? Lesbian porn offers by far some of the best in the business. It's hard to dispute that fact. Yeah, you can have like your weird kinky fetishes where there's something with like rubber squeaky toys being shoved in the buttholes and whatever, but on the whole, and I'm not talking on the asshole, on like the general statement, lesbian porn in my opinion is the best that gets made. Next big question, is there going to be more wetwear, new wetwear selections? Yes, there is, and there is right now actually. There's hoodies and shit. There's a lot of new wetwear available, so if you do want to get wetwear, I'll put a link to that in the description as well if you want to check that out. Do you edit your own videos? For the most part, I edit all of my own shit, which is why it all looks like 2008 era shit, because I'm a really bad editor. I don't have a special effects degree. I'm not in contact with Marvel Studios effects team or anything, so it's pretty bare bones, just syncing, trimming, and then putting it together. That's about it. However, the podcast gets edited by Jackson, and the Moist Meter also gets edited by Jackson, which is why the two of those have a bit more production value and don't look like some middle schooler's portfolio or first time with Windows Movie Maker. I forgot to mention this one when talking about Twitch. This is one that I'm asked probably more than anything else. This, I would say, is the most frequent question of the year for me. Will you be playing and or streaming huge name game coming out soon? Yes, I will most likely be playing and or streaming the huge game that you have just asked me about. I've got G Fuel in the veins. What can I say? I'm a hardcore, elite, top-tier gamer, barbarian, assassin, guru. I play the majority of new games that come out. I always have. I stream a lot of them too. Maybe not all of them, but I do, for the most part, play the majority of the new games. So yes, I will probably be checking that out. What advice would I give to a college kid? I don't know why I'm always turned to for advice when dealing with college matters and the social aspect of college, especially after I already made the video talking about how I spent an entire year of my college life, my freshman year, pretending to be an anime mysterious guy who was one step shy of having his nipples pierced and wearing assless chaps to appear different and unique. I don't know why people would turn to me for the social aspect of advice in college, but regardless, the advice I would always give someone is don't be weird. Don't be weird. Now, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not telling you not to be yourself or to just be like some carbon copy cloned of every other fucking douchebag in college. I'm saying don't come on too strong and fire on all fucking cylinders. Go in there full mast, full erection, blood pouring to your throbbing member, gloating about your favorite hentai to someone you're just meeting for the first time. Ease your way into someone's life, find commonalities, common ground, small talk, and then, go from there. I guess it's less of don't be weird and more of don't be so overbearing. Well, I guess just don't be weird. I still think that's the best fucking advice. Don't be weird when you're first starting to meet people or trying to carve out your own identity in a new space. This is one I don't really understand, but I'm always asked. Are you ever going to do more of the Reel series, Reel videos? And I don't get that because it's not like I ever stopped. I just don't call them the Reel and then product name. They're just infomercial dubs. The only reason I ever called it the Reel series is because I was too fucking lazy to individually name those videos. But now I name them. Nothing has changed. I still make those. I just don't call them the Reel because it's a stupid fucking name, really. Why are you afraid of flying? As most of you know, I'm afraid of flying. Why am I afraid of flying? Well, it's fucking scary to me. The thought that if something does go wrong and it can't really be fixed in the air by the pilots or anything, I'm super fucked. There's not a whole lot I can do in that scenario to help myself. My seat can be used as a flotation device? Oh, fantastic. That's splendid. I'll make sure to cry into that as the plane fucking explodes. Oh, an oxygen mask, huh? Oh, great. I can stay conscious a little while longer as the plane fucking nosedives so that I can continue to see it coming. Fantastic. There's just not it's the lack of control should something go wrong and the lack of anything else to prevent it. Like I'm helpless in that scenario. I can't like hop onto the wing of the plane and then like take like a fucking master key to it and start turning gears or a wrench to it and start fixing shit. I'm fucked. It's over at that point, and I hate that thought. Just having it be entirely in someone else's hands and should it go wrong, being completely powerless to try and fix it. And it also being 100% fatal should it go wrong. It's fucking scary. Flying is scary. You're insane if you fly. You're a fucking mad lad if you fly. I respect you. I respect that a lot. I can't do it. It's fucking scary. I've done it like 10 or so times and it's fucking terrifying every time. Another big question that I get asked every year, why is my YouTube channel Penguins, would I call myself Critical or Charlie? The channel's 12 years old-ish. I made it when I was very young. I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it, so I just called it Penguins because I like penguins. I still like penguins. And then it was Critical because that was my Xbox Live gamer tag. I changed my Xbox Live gamer tag to that, and I like the sound of it, so I went by that as well. And then Charlie's my actual name. So I got a lot of fucking aliases out here. I'll answer one more big one. Why did you give blank this score on the moist meter? It's truly the best thing humanity's ever made. How could you possibly think it was anything under 100%? The moist meter fucking sucks. You fucking suck. Fuck you. Well, I gave it that score because I thought that's the score it deserved. That's typically the story behind it. There's no like hidden meaning behind it. I just kind of try to grade it objectively speaking, or I guess you can never really be fully objective with things. You're always going to have your own personal biases in there, I suppose, but I do my best to keep it objective. And I thought that's the score it deserved. I'm sorry to have spit on your beloved property, but one thing I've learned, when you start reviewing something, you open yourself up to such hostility from the fanboys of that area. For example, the best one I can pull from immediately is Rockstar. People blindly follow Rockstar games and will always support them no matter what type of anti-consumer business practices they employ, and even if the games really aren't as good as they made out to be. Red Dead Redemption, I gave an 80% to because I feel like that's what the game 100% deserves with its shortcomings and its incredible innovation in the field. I think it's a very good game, a game that I would highly recommend to the majority of people. But because I don't grade things the way the other journalists do, where everything gets a 90 or 100 these days to appease the super angry and super fickle gamer culture, people target me like, oh, this fucking guy just wants to be a contrarian. Oh, he has such shit taste. He's obviously just doing this for views, even though like the score's not publicized in the title, so no one would really know unless they had already clicked on it to see the score. But regardless, it's a shit argument. The point I'm making is, in today's day and age, you're not allowed to criticize something, and it's just sad because even if you have valid criticisms, it doesn't matter, because people that are a fan of who the studio or the property itself take it as a personal insult and will never see those complaints as anything other than just edgy or contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, which is sad. And journalists really they enable this type of behavior by just giving these scores away. You'll be hard-pressed to find scores in 2018 for games that are below an 80. Nearly everything is an 80 to 100 in 2018. And I'll tell you right now, every game that's come out this year is not in that ballpark, not even close. So, I guess to answer the question, why did you give it this score? It fucking deserved it, in my opinion, for sure. Well, that was this year's yearly answering questions video. I hope I answered the question that you've probably asked at some point. I hope I covered most of them. That's it. See ya. Hello, my friends. Happy afternoon to all of you. Christmas season is upon us, as I'm sure we all know, so please don't forget to leave out a joint and lighter and glass of milk for Santa Claus as he wiggles his fat ass down your chimney to deliver your Fortnite skins this year. Today, to get into the Christmas spirit, I thought I'd share a story. It's a story as old as time itself. I'm sure anyone out there can relate to it. It's a story of when I first tried to suck my own penis. All men have tried it. There's two types of men in this world: men who have tried to suck their own cock, and liars. So obviously I have tried before. And I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on the podcast, but I figured I'd make this entire video dedicated to it because I keep getting emails asking if I suck my own penis, and Twitch chat comments have I sucked my own penis. So let's just tell the whole story start to finish the way it was written by Homer in the Odyssey. So, to set the stage, I was probably around like 13 or 14, I'm not exactly sure when, and I was just starting to refine my palate and get a taste for what I liked from pornography and titties and stuff on the internet. And during this time I was very religious, so I was kind of fearful and ashamed of watching porn. I thought anytime I even touched my wiener, I was giving God the middle finger and he was ashamed of me and sad and he'd frown, so I didn't do it all that often. But occasionally the mood would strike me right, and I'd Google image search for boobies and butts and vaginas, and, get very excited looking at these things, give it 2 thumbs up, and sometimes even save it to favorites on my folder. But anyway, one particular evening, I was extremely horny. I was Googling boobies left and right. I was like fucking Professor Xavier jacking into Cerebro. I was looking at boobies all over the place. I could see them all over the internet. And man, I was just really fucking feeling myself. I didn't jerk off or anything though, because like I said, I thought jerking off was a bit too far in the eyes of Christianity, and Google Images was tame enough where, I'd be forgiven. So I was looking at these images, and I eventually said, this is enough. I went into the bathroom. I was going to take my shower. I was still sailing full mast. I was hard as a fucking diamond. And man, I was just so horny, I would have fucked my own ass if I could. But anyway, I'm standing there super erect in front of my shower, and I look at my wiener and I'm like, damn, that's my fucking winky doodle right there. It's going in my mouth. But I was never a flexible guy. I could never throw my legs behind my head and start nibbling on my ball sack or anything. I just was never flexible at any point in my life. But for some reason, I got the idea that I could absolutely accomplish the sucking of my own cock. So I attempted. I get like halfway down, and then I damn near need life alert because I thought I was going to snap my spine in half going for this advanced contortionist move. So I'm just locked in this fucking demonic pose, looking like Schmeagol admiring his precious in Lord of the Rings. And then I start to worry, like, damn, if I die here, the authorities are going to find my body looking like some type of sexual deviant. This is going to be the worst way of going out. I'm not even going to have like a cool going out story. It's just the obituary is going to read, yeah, he died doing what he loved, attempting to blow himself or something like that. He broke himself in half going for a self-blowjob. That's not like cool at all. But I still wanted to keep trying. I wasn't deterred. I really thought I could pull it off if I just kept giving it my all. I started to get like anime inspired, like with the power of friendship and by never giving up, resiliency, persistence. And if I get real angry, I'll go Super Saiyan and suck my own dick real quick. So I kept trying. I probably tried for in total maybe like a minute, but it felt like an hour. And it just wasn't happening. I knew it wasn't happening. And then I decided it's time to pee, but I never really adjusted myself. I was still looking at my dick as it was looking at me. We're making eye contact. I was staring down the hole of the one-eyed snake there. and I started to, fire on all cylinders to pee. And it's a little harder to pee with an erection. It takes a little bit longer to travel up the urethra. So I had a little bit of time here. And it wasn't until the pee was about to reach the point of no return where I'm like, damn, I'm about to golden shower myself. My face is looking right down the barrel of this loaded gun. So like a fucking Matrix move or like a superhero move, I start peeing and I dodge it. I lift my head back up and then I just start fountaining it over myself, and I'm safe, I'm dry, I don't get pee in my face or anything, but I almost did. The point I'm making is, yes, I've tried to suck my own dick. It did not go well. God did not bless me with the gift of being able to suck myself off, and I'm sure most men probably can't do it, but there are some select few champions out there that can, and don't let any man tell you they haven't tried. I promise you, nearly every single man on this planet has tried to suck their own penis at one point or another. You don't have to be embarrassed. There's so many of us out there. Come home. Tell your story of sucking your own penis to friends and family to let them know that, yes, you're human. Yes, you've tried. Amen, brother. Take it easy, everyone. See ya. A couple nights ago, I got pretty fucking shit-faced. Absolutely annihilated, actually. And I had myself a little bit of a drunk Twitch stream around 2 or 3 a.m., as I've been known to do when I get inebriated. And to dive a little bit deeper into that stream lore, what many of you probably don't know about that stream is after I ended it, I filmed a mukbang video right before bed. Completely fucking forgot I did that, but I looked in my Dropbox yesterday and I saw it there as kind of like a nice little surprise early Christmas present from my drunk self, so I figured I'd share that with you today. And I'm sure some of you have already seen some clips from the drunk Twitch stream I did floating around on like Twitch subreddits and highlights and shit like this one right here. Let me show you a little something here. Like, let's say a cop came up to me and he's like, "Hey, son, you been sniffing that alcohol?" I'd be like, "No, sir." And he'd say, "Prove it." I'd say, "Alright, what's the test?" And he'd say, "Alright, hop in this Fortnite match, and then pop this baby boy in the mouth with the fucking shotgun. Let me show you what I do to him." Maybe I'm a little drunk. I'm sorry, officer. But now let's show you behind the scenes what happened when the webcam turned off and the stream ended. How's it going, elite gamers and mukbang enthusiasts? It's me, the Carb Crusader, the Calorie Cavalier, the Meat Machine, meat in between his legs, the fast food ass dude, me. I'm here with another mukbanger, so let's just get right into it, Muck Squad. If I was Superman, I'd say, fuck Zod. Jesus. So on today's menu, it's Pedialyte. Because I don't want a hangover. Cheers. I bet you're wondering what that tasted like. Tasted like I avoided a hangover. Thanks for tuning into this hardcore mukbang. See ya. Here's a little touching story for all of you from my past. I believe this was in my freshman or sophomore year of high school, and puberty was coming in full swing. My body was changing, I was getting hair on my nutsack, my butthole. My height really wasn't changing. I've pretty much been short my whole life. 5'6" has pretty much been my max level cap. Hopefully soon there'll be a new patch or a new expansion set to this godforsaken world where they can increase my height without having to obliterate my fucking legs in some back alley meth lab. But anyway, that's not really part of the story about me being short. Anyway, I was going through a really hard porn addiction phase. I was an absolute porn fiend, and one day before class, I wanted to see some vagina. I wanted to ejaculate. I wanted to just bust a nut real hard before class. But I couldn't. I watched a lot of porn for the better part of 25 minutes, which for me was a bender and a half. Usually I would have come 3 times during that period back then. But on this cursed day, my well was dried up and I had no more semen left to give my boxers. It's also worth noting as an important detail, during this time I never needed to jerk off. I never even knew how. I'd always just ejaculate after getting an erection, and sometimes I'd try different techniques like slapping it around or something to see if that helped the sensations or anything, but I never really jerked off. That's the point here. I could ejaculate using just the power of my intellect and euphoric gamer senses. I was able to just propel cum when I was stimulated visually or mentally. Alright, so now take that little nugget of wisdom and put it in your back pocket and save it for trivia night. It's going to play a major role in the plot a little further down the line in this story. So I wanted to stay home and just ejaculate because I thought something was wrong with me. I thought my dick stopped working or God banned me from ejaculating. I just thought something was awry. and I wanted to stay home, but my parents wouldn't let me because that day we had a school play to perform. It was Hamlet, and I was playing the role of fucking P. Diddy. Who's the character with the P in his name? Palpatine? Jesus, it's definitely not fucking Palpatine. I'm not playing Chancellor Palpatine or anything like that. It's like Polonius. I was playing Polonius, and he gets stabbed, and I guess that's like crucial to the story maybe. So I couldn't miss it. My parents didn't want me to miss it. They'd already planned on going to see it, so I couldn't skip school that day to ejaculate. Plus, that's not exactly a strong reason. I was very forward with why I didn't want to go to school. I was telling my parents, look, I just want to come. No sane parent's going to be like, you know what, that's a good excuse, Harold. Let's not send him to school today. So I get sent to school. I go through school per usual, and the play was supposed to take place right after school ended. So, I was able to push back the desire to ejaculate and all that for the entire school day and up till the play, and I was rehearsing my lines or my actions. And all of a sudden, all at once, it was like a light switch went off. It was like I was having a fucking Jimmy Neutron brain blast in like the costume room, and all I was seeing was porn. Like my eyes just rolled into the back of my head, and all I was looking at was porn. Like I was Professor Xavier who just jacked into Cerebro, and I was seeing all of the porn that I'd ever seen in my life all at once. And I got hard as a fucking rock. And I knew that was dangerous because, like I said earlier, I never needed to like physically stimulate myself to ejaculate. So I'm sitting there in my Polonius costume on the verge of just blowing a hard load into it right before going on stage, and I'm panicking because we're about to perform this play and I have some shit I gotta do in the play. Like I'd hate to be the guy that gets stabbed in the play, the curtain rolls back, and then all of a sudden I'm just laying on the floor with a boner and a wet spot in front of the whole school and all the school's parents. That'd be terrifying for all of them and myself. So I'm trying to brainstorm ideas. I didn't want to just go blow a load into the toilet because that thought never really occurred to me then. So my plan was to just start chugging water as quickly as I could and just try and pee out my erection. I thought that would work if I just kept urine flowing the best I could. I only had like T-minus 20 minutes till showtime, so I killed like 2 water bottles, and the plan worked. I was able to like basically piss out all of my boner, and I was able to perform the play the best I could. But the lesson here is, no half measures. If you feel like you need to ejaculate, then fucking do it. Get it out of the way, because you never know when it might come back to haunt you. You might be in the middle of a school play, and then all of a sudden you're spitting out baby gravy into your costume and trying not to cry in front of the whole class. Just don't edge for like 9 hours. Just get it done, get it over with, and then be productive for the rest of the day. That's the lesson. I guess the lesson is quite literally jerk off if you need to. That's it. See ya. Hi, Gavin.
Hi.
It's not often you play with children on this game. This is a fucking man's game. For just casually playing.
Doesn't it look like the Omegas from the past?
What was that?
Doesn't it look like the Omegas from the past?
What's Omegas from the past? Is that like Skylanders?
The Blockbuster. The skin. The Blockbuster skin.
Does what looks like the Blockbuster skin?
You think the Blockbuster looks like it's from the past?
Oh, well, do you know what Blockbuster is? Was?
Yeah, the skin.
No. Before it was a skin. Before it was immortalized in Fortnite. Do you know what Blockbuster was?
What?
It used to be a video rental service. A long time ago, back before the Fire Nation invaded, people watched their shit and played their shit on cassette tapes. They were called VHS. You ever heard of a VHS?
I've heard of a cassette tape.
Okay, well back in like the 90s, Blockbuster was the go-to shop for free handjobs and renting those tapes for your VCR player. VCR stands for Video Cassette Recorder. It's what they use to play these ancient Aztecian devices.
Yeah, but don't you think the Blockbuster skin looks like an old skin?
It's probably made that way since Blockbuster is so old.
I think it has to do with time travel, with this time warps, and...
Do you think there's like a timeline where Blockbuster never went out of business? Or do you think it was always destined to fail?
Probably destined to fail.
I got them both. We're not destined to fail here today, don't worry. I've got us.
Yeah, but I think this Blockbuster skin, I think it has to do with the past. Like
It wouldn't...
I
yeah.
I I think it kind of like went through time and space, and that's how it got here.
You know, I'd believe it. You never know what Elon Musk is doing these days. He probably invented some type of time travel device with the sole purpose of resurrecting Blockbuster like it's never been seen before.
I'm legit talking about Fortnite.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got a little... I was thinking too big scheme. Do you believe in Elon Musk?
No.
Yeah, he's like Santa Claus. I don't even know if he's real.
Nobody knows if it's real.
It's a fucking weird mystery. Do you think they're gonna release like an Elon Musk skin, maybe? Maybe that's what the Blockbuster one's hinting at.
They have a Blockbuster skin?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen it. For all I know, that's just a myth as well. Yeah, let's start putting together this conspiracy. Are you, like, recording this for, like, a Fortnite conspiracy Mythbusters type deal?
No.
Okay. You might want to start, because I think we're about to crack this shit wide open. With my knowledge of the past of Blockbuster, and your knowledge of the present Blockbuster, we can combine forces and create, like, this puzzle and solve it at the same time. That's the kind of shit that keeps me awake at night. Like, what is Blockbuster doing these days? That shit could be evil. Like, maybe it is still around, and we just don't see it anymore. Like, it's faded into the upside down.
Maybe it's faded into Nike.
Dude! Nike? Now you're opening up a whole new can of worms. Is there Nike skin in this game?
No.
Oh shit, maybe we might be barking up the wrong tree.
There is socks that look exactly like Nikes.
Holy shit.
You see that picture right there?
Where?
Pay close attention to that picture right here. Look at it.
This is going insane. He's having a He's having a psychotic episode.
He's probably slapping virgins.
What picture,
right
Gavin?
now.
Right here.
Gavin.
Right in front of your face.
There's no picture there, Gavin. His universe is crumbling.
What? Are you insane?
No, Gavin, there's no picture here. I swear to God. What do you see on your screen, Gavin? What's the picture there?
There's a painting.
Of what?
Like a Wild West place.
What the fuck? Why can't I see it?
It's like a farm, but it's not Wailing Woods, or it's not Anarchy Acres or Fatal Fields.
Dude, what the fuck? There's nothing here for me, man. Dude, I think Blockbuster's hacked my goddamn eyes.
Are you serious right now?
I'm 100% fucking serious, Gavin. There is nothing there on my screen. Right now, you just look like a fucking lunatic talking about a painting that's not there.
There's a painting there.
Hold on. Wait, I'm getting some insider reports. I have to turn my graphics up.
Right now.
Hold on. Jesus Christ, Gavin! I've entered the fourth dimension. I see the painting.
You do?
Yeah, gee, why is it so fucking dark in this house? It all connects back to Blockbuster. Holy shit, Gavin, what if this is even bigger? What if... Do you know Toys R Us?
Yeah.
Dude, they just went fucking bankrupt. What if that was Blockbuster?
Bruh. Did they actually go bankrupt?
Yeah, no, dude, Toys R Us is kaput. That shit is in the ground 6 feet under. Pour one out for the homies. Dead.
I need to go watch Ninja or something to happen up my day.
Yeah, I feel that, man. You need some fucking eye bleach. Get that, pawn... He does the pawn... Pawn? Pussy or something? What is it? Yeah, that one.
Pawn. Do you really want that?
Do I really want what?
Do you really want to have the Blockbuster as a skin that you wear?
Yeah, no, I'd like to. It's better to be the right hand of the devil than in its wake, Gavin. Do you fear the devil?
By the way, I'm creeped out.
Dude, I fucking feel that too, man. The craziest part is Blockbuster was real. Like, I'm not making that up. I used to go to Blockbuster when I was a kid. You never knew what you were gonna get when you popped open one of those bad boys. Sometimes you get a condom, or sometimes you'd actually get the movie you paid for.
Should I look up Blockbuster right now?
Yeah, just don't look it up at 3 a.m. You don't want to Google Blockbuster at 3 a.m. That's the witching hour.
It's only 9.
You got plenty of time then. Yeah, it should be safe. Man, I have such shit weapons. I've been hardly paying attention.
Bro, this is actually a thing.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding, man. I used to go to them.
Make an appearance on
This
the
was a
podcast
thing.
before Jmac.
I
I don't
agree.
Oh,
mind
bro,
waiting.
there's
I have
legit,
already
like,
waited 80
pictures
episodes.
of it closing down.
There used to be one right near my house. I can vouch for it. That shit died. Dude, they fucking executed it. They took it behind the barn and put it down.
You know what that looks like? You know what that looks like?
What?
The card thing? That looks like Best Buy.
Yeah, dude. I think Best Buy was like made in Blockbuster's image. Like Jesus died on the cross for our sins and Blockbuster died for Best Buy. It wasn't as popular in the 2000s, mainly just the 90s.
It's the same first two letters. Best Buy, Blockbuster.
What the dude, you're fucking blowing this shit wide open. But how does it all relate back to Fortnite? What is Mr. Fortnite doing? What are they cooking up with Blockbuster's corpse?
What is Epic Games doing right now?
Dude, I don't know. Do they have like a phone number we can call or like a website like what is Epic Games doing right now.org?
They do have a phone number, but they never answer.
Shit, Gavin, rockets! We're getting too close to cracking the conspiracy! Oh, I see him. I got him, that was the last guy. Dude, we fucking earned it. We're about to win this game, man, and then we're coming after Blockbuster next. You're getting shot at from 255?
I'm legit scared. Are you scared?
I'm fucking pissing my pants, man. These britches are soaked right now from the fear of Blockbuster.
I'm aged.
Direct south.
I'm aged.
I'm pushing up on him, cover me.
Brush. Yeah, he's weak. I hit him with my snipe.
I got him.
If I hit that.
He's down, one down. Let's push. Do you have a jump pad?
Wait, I need to use these bandages. I'm aged.
Circuit City, I should have definitely brought up that old ghost.
Bro, if I hit this, I'm aged.
I don't know what that means. What does I'm aged mean?
One shot.
Fuck this. Oh, he got him! That's my fucking boy right there, Gavin. We just single-handedly brought down Blockbuster and Circuit City. Welcome to another riveting story time from my compendium of social ineptitude. Today's story takes place during high school when I thought breakdancing was the dopest shit. I used to think breakdancers were society's alpha males that couldn't walk 5 steps in public without falling penis first into a consenting vagina. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to learn to be a b-boy, an ultimate breakdancing Chad to impress girls. Keep in mind, this was about a decade ago, so there was movies coming out that focused on breakdancing and how cool it was. The one that had the biggest impact on me was called You Got Served. That movie was like my eye of the tiger. I would throw that shit on religiously to get myself pumped up and motivated, start pumping testosterone into my dick like, yeah, alright, I'll start serving people soon, I can do this. So I'd watch a shitload of shitty Expert Village tutorials on breakdancing till I got to a point where I was like, I'm confident, I can do this in front of people now and it'll be really cool. Spoiler alert, I was never actually good at it and it was never cool, but that didn't stop me. Every single school dance function from probably freshman year of high school to senior year of high school, I would be that fucking sociopath on the dance floor during the first song busting it wide open. You know, like at all the dances like homecoming and shit, the first song nobody's on the dance floor because it's not cool? Well, I'd fucking cherish that moment. I would charge that dance floor like a football team storming the stadium field. I was all about that first song life. And this was during the time where The Jerk was popular. Well, not really, it was kind of on its way out anyway, but I was still trying to hold on to that glory of The Jerk. So I had this little routine that I would do at every dance function, every single fucking one of them. And unfortunately, I still remember kind of the beginning of it, so I'm going to give you a little sneak preview of what it looked like. Breakdancing. I know, ladies, just leave your sodden panties in the dirty clothes and wash them later. What you just saw right there, what you just bore witness to, was a body wave into a 6-step combination, a little groundwork that I tossed in there for flair, then the jerk tacked on at the end. A combination move only fit for the most elite b-boy gods out there.
Now at the time, this was 10 years ago, I was far more limber, so I could go from the kneeling position to the standing position without fucking blowing up my meniscus. Now is a different story. I can't exactly do it as well as I did back then, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what it looked like back then too, honestly. And let me tell you, it wasn't cool. I don't think that routine I came up with will ever be cool. If I'm wrong, please, some b-boys out there, make it better and send it to me. I'd love to see how that could possibly be improved, because in my eyes, that's as good as breakdancing gets. And they didn't appreciate it. So my high school just didn't really have a taste for the finer breakdancing things, because no girls ever thought that was cool, surprisingly. And let's fast forward. So I do that at all the dances. It never really got me anywhere or anything, and I never changed the routine. That was about the extent of it. That was my breakdancing prowess on full display. That was me sailing at full mast, full erection, red alert, and nobody gave a shit. It wasn't cool to them, and it clearly just objectively is not a very good routine. But let's fast forward to senior year. I'm still doing that routine, and I finally worked up the courage to ask a girl for her number, and she humored me by actually giving it to me. She was clearly not interested, but that didn't stop good old B-boy Charlie from trying. So in order to try and get her genuinely interested in at least like kissing me on the cheek or asking me to tie her shoes or something romantic like that, I would send her videos of me doing routines like that. But I didn't have any friends to videotape that because no one was that close to me. In fact, I don't think any of my friends would do that now because it's just embarrassing. So what I would do is I would have my dad take videos of me doing breakdancing like you just saw, except by senior year I was a little bit better. So I was able to do like kind of head spins. I couldn't do like a head spin without supporting myself with my hands. So I could kind of just like walk my head around very slowly. And I would have my dad videotape that. It'd be like a 2-minute video of me just walking my head around slowly like that on the floor. And I would send her that. And she was such a fucking sweetheart. She would send me things like, "That's so cool," or "Rad." Just, man, it was pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. So I'd continue to do this. And then she stopped replying. That's how that story ends. So, in a nutshell, I still think, power moves and breakdancing are cool as shit. I can't do them. My body just wasn't made for that type of activity. But I respect the men who can, and I still think that's cool. But the lesson here is, if you're not good at breakdancing, don't try. Don't use it to impress people. Definitely don't do it at parties or at bars or at school dance functions or anything. Just keep it to yourself. And definitely don't have your father videotape them, because that's equally as embarrassing. And trust me, I wasn't shy about telling her who videotaped that. I said, "Look at what my dad just filmed me doing," like it was some type of candid photo shoot or shot. So, the lesson here, just, don't be a fucking idiot, I guess. There's really no lesson here. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to breakdance to impress girls in 2018. Now it's all about your Fortnite wins. But even if there is still that splinter cell of dudes out there that are blood, sweat, and tears pouring cum into the breakdance art, make sure you're really good at it before you show anyone that shit. Trust me. It'll save you a lot of embarrassment. See ya. Anime is a word that inspires confusion, fear, and boners. On the surface, it's just another form of entertainment, but what it actually is a weapon. And like all weapons, there's the potential for misuse. This is the story of how I misused anime in my first year of college, and potentially led the entire student body to believe that I was some type of fucking lunatic who was one bad Naruto episode away from crashing his car into the side of the on-campus gym. It all started in high school. I was pretty reclusive, I didn't go out much, but I did watch a lot of anime, and it taught me 2 very important lessons. The first being, the power of friendship is the strongest force in the universe that not even God himself can compete with. Friendship probably led to the Big Bang creating our fucking universe. The second lesson being, the mysterious guy is always the coolest guy that big-titted girls want to fuck, and smaller-titted girls want to fuck. And I really took that lesson to heart, and I super shouldn't have. Absolutely not. But I did. And what happened is, as I graduated high school, I realized that college was my chance to really reinvent myself and change what people think about me, my perception, because no one knows about me. In high school, everyone knew me because I went to a small school, so I couldn't exactly just kick down the door one day sporting a leather jacket and riding a Harley Davidson and have everyone think I was super cool all of a sudden. They'd probably just think I was possessed by the spirit of a 40-year-old father going through his midlife crisis. But in college, nobody knew me, so I could be anything I wanted to be. And man, I wanted to be the anime mysterious guy. And holy shit did it lead to a very embarrassing and lonely first year of my college. So my college anime opened up with an incredible season opener, just a beautiful introduction. On move-in day, the literal first time setting foot in college soil, being an adult, a full-grown, full-hairy, penised adult on a college campus. On move-in day, I had my dad helping me, and going to my dorm, moving in the elevator, there was a girl and her father who were moving in. They're on the same floor, and my dad was talking to her dad and her a little bit. I didn't say a word. I was too cool to say a word. My dad tried to throw me into the conversation. So he asked me a real softball question that even a toddler could fumble his way through. I don't remember exactly what he asked me, but it was something like, "Oh, are you excited to move into this dorm, Charlie?" And I'll never forget my response because I remember this verbatim. I said, "You know I can't talk about that, Dad." I don't know why I said that. I guess in my head I thought that she would think that was super fucking dope, like I was some type of super secret agent that can't talk about his opinions. But really it just came across like, wow, this is a guy that I should be afraid of. But at the time, it didn't register with me like that was a weird thing to say. I went through the rest of that day being really proud of that, like, damn, fucking nailed it in the elevator. College is gonna be great. I just expected, like, if we saw each other in the hallway, she'd just be overcome with ecstasy and just charge me like, "Charlie's son," and then give me a smooch on my smoochers. But in reality, as you can imagine, that never happened. And that was really just setting the tone for the rest of that entire year for me. I wanted to, and luckily Kaya talked me out of it, I wanted to put an Xbox disc of Psychonauts around a chain on my neck, so that way people would know that I like Psychonauts. It's not exactly mysterious because I'm kind of beating you on the urethra with, I like this, I'm clearly wearing it. But I was like, this is so different. This is totally what an anime guy would do, like the mysterious guy. Another thing that I wanted to do, and Kaya again talked me out of it, he really saved me from having an even more catastrophic freshman year of college, is I wanted to carry around a deck of cards and do magic tricks at house parties or just around campus to really make people be like, damn, that was cool. I need that guy's number. Who was that guy? That guy's super cool. Let's invite the magic deck guy back, the magic card trick guy. That super awesome and fun guy. I didn't end up doing that, but I did used to do some magic tricks at house parties, which is still embarrassing, but the cards were already there. I didn't bring them or like come up to people, "Hey, you want to see a fucking magic trick?" They were at least there. It made sense at the time. But bringing them around like a mysterious guy, keeping them in like a Ziploc bag, there was no coming back from that. If I went down that destructive path, I'd probably be behind bars right now just from scaring the general populace. Like, what is this guy up to with this deck of cards? This is a maniac. Get him off the streets, this menace. But now let's talk about the things that the social savior Kaya wasn't able to prevent me from doing. One of the biggest ones that I can remember is I used to go to clubs because I obviously wasn't really getting invited to house parties. Because who's going to want to invite the guy who doesn't talk because he thinks it's cool not to? Like, I would blatantly just avoid answering questions in class. If I got called on, I'd just blow it off like, "Oh, yeah." I wouldn't even give like a yes or a no. I wouldn't be like no, I don't know the answer. I wouldn't even give the answer. I'd just be like, "Oh, yeah." Just like fucking mumble it out like I was fucking overdosing on Xanax. So obviously no one was going to come out of their way to invite me to a house party. No one got to know me my freshman year. So I would go to clubs by myself. And one time, it was New Year's, and I had these light up New Year's glasses. And they were some pretty fucking cool glasses, not going to lie. And I was wearing them around my neck because they were so bright I couldn't really see. I was basically just flashbanging myself when I was wearing them normally with the lights going on and shit. So I had them around my neck. And this girl came up to me and started talking to me about them. And instead of like answering any of your questions, I was playing it the same way I did everything else. I just didn't say a word. She said something about my glasses, but she fucked up and called them a necklace. She said something like, "I like your necklace. That's a cool necklace. They're glasses. How dare you fuck that up?" But anyway, I just disregarded it and I stared at her blankly. Like a fucking robot whose programming just malfunctioned, or I just fell asleep standing up. But she kept trying to get me to talk to her, get me to open up. That goddamn hero, that trooper, she just kept really trying to pry me open, but it just wasn't happening. Getting me to talk and not be mysterious in my freshman year of college would be like trying to open up a dumpster and not have a wave of shit hit your nostrils. But she kept trying. She pulled out her shirt saying, "Do you like my shirt?" And it said something like, "Short girls know how to have fun," or something like that, or something to that extent. And I glanced at it, and then I immediately went back to staring at her without commenting on the shirt or even saying a word. I didn't make a noise. I didn't even make like a caveman grunt, like a Tim Allen. I didn't do anything. I didn't make a single audible noise.
So I was basically just a fucking statue there. She tried again. She said something else about my necklace, and this time it must have just struck a chord because I remember I pulled them off of my neck slowly and I put them on my eyes, and then I flicked them on the next setting, which was like this intense, glowing, like strobe light shit, like some blinding, banging strobe light shit. And then she walked away. I still didn't say anything because I just put them on my eyes and then turned that setting on and kept staring at her. So I don't blame her for walking away. And that was really when it hit me like, you know, maybe being the mysterious weirdo isn't going to pay off. But I still committed to it. I still kept going past that. That was New Year's, and we still had another 5 or so months of me being a odd, weird, anime-inspired, mysterious loser. There's really no other big events that really stick out to me, just a bunch of small stuff that I kept doing throughout the entirety of my freshman year. Like if it was raining and everyone was like, oh fuck, it's raining and I forgot my umbrella, I'm just gonna wait it out. I'd walk right by them, just kind of like wiggle my way through them, and then I'd just walk out in the rain like I didn't give a shit, like I didn't even know it was raining. Like I'd pull out my phone, much to the detriment of my phone, just be like, oh, rain? Too mysterious to feel rain. I really don't know why I ever thought walking out in the rain looking like some kind of dumb asshole would be cool or mysterious, because it doesn't fit either category, but that was another thing I'd partake in almost every time it rained. The only other big event that I can really think of, one that I still think about and it keeps me up at night and really haunts my boners to this day, is when I took an art therapy course towards the second semester of my freshman year. I don't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't art therapy, but it was something similar. It was just an art class basically where you express yourself. And I thought it would be amazingly mysterious and really get girls' panties super fucking wet, just sodden panties being tossed at me. Is every assignment I tried to make it as dark and bland as possible. So one of the assignments being, what do you think of your friends? You were supposed to do one about 12 friends. You make a drawing to represent each friend. And for mine, I did the same thing for all of them. It was a black box. I don't know why I don't know what at all was my thought process with that, but I just did 12 black boxes to represent all of my friends, and when I was supposed to present it, I gave them each a name, and I did name 12 friends. I'm kind of more acquaintances. I didn't really have any like super close friends or anything, but I did name 12 people that I knew and who also knew of my existence, and that just made me seem like I belonged in an insane asylum looking back on it. But at the time I was like, oh, girls love the troubled artist, the mysterious troubled artist. This is beautiful. There's going to be tears in their eyes. I already know it. I'm going to get an A on this project. Spoiler alert, I didn't get an A because she thought I just blew it off and goofed on it, so I got a D because I at least turned something in. But even still, I drew 12 black boxes. That's some shit that you see in a horror movie, like when the weird kid's scribbling shit on paper in a black crayon, and then you find out that the kid's actually a demon. That's that kind of shit that I presented to the class, and there's no doubt in my mind those students walked away deeply disturbed and afraid of me from that moment on. So, you know, that's how I spent the entire first year of my college experience, emulating the anime mysterious guy. It wasn't until I moved out of my dorm and in with a new group of guys who put the kibosh on that shit and taught me how to be social, because they did not want to be living with some fucking weirdo that's trying to be an anime mysterious guy. So that's kind of that's how my first year of college went. The lesson to take away from this is don't emulate what you see on anime, because it's just not gonna fucking work unless you have some like superpowers that you might like, some really fucking cool superpowers. You might be able to get away with being weirdly mysterious, but I didn't. The only superpower I had was being below average male height. But if you have some cool superpowered shit, maybe you can emulate anime to some extent and still be cool, but I couldn't. But I wouldn't recommend it to most people, the non-superpowered people out there. To the people that aren't X-Men, don't try and be an anime mysterious guy. Don't be weird. That's it. See ya. Occasionally during my live streams, people will bring up Miami because I'm in Florida and everyone knows Miami, so they always want to know, have I been there? Do I like Miami? And I made it very clear that I have a very palpable disdain for that city, if you can even call it a city. I call it a scam. I almost just don't even believe in Miami. It's kind of like the fucking Tooth Fairy to me. If the Tooth Fairy was a huge asshole whose only purpose was to bite your nipples off while you were asleep, I really do hate Miami. So let's get really into the meat and semen of why I hate Miami. I've only been one time. It was my junior year of college, and my friends and I went for spring break. We were going to celebrate it there, just go fucking wild. Yeah, Miami Beach party. Oh, tits all over the place. Look at all that ass, and look at all these beers and alcohols. And that was the plan. But we severely underestimated just how expensive everything in Miami is.
We knew it was going to be a bit pricier, but not even Jesus Christ himself could have convinced us it'd be as expensive as it turned out to be. There was only one thing in all of Miami we could afford, and that was the hotel, because we all pooled our money together to be able to afford that. Past that, we were left to die. The people in Miami wouldn't piss in your mouth if you were dying of thirst unless you had $1,000 to pay them for it. The prices there are out fucking rageous. We couldn't be left alone. We couldn't buy anything alone. We had to stay in a group and start budgeting our money. Hey man, look, I just ran out of soap and I need to get some at Walgreens. Can you spot me $50 so I can at least get halfway there and I'll cover the other 50? Because you can't afford anything. We couldn't buy a pack of almonds on our own without coming together as a group and budgeting that purchase. It's fucking insane how expensive everything there is. Let's go ahead and start from day one, because it hit us immediately when we got there. We planned the trip for 4 days. We stayed all 4 days, but on the first day, we knew we were in for a rude awakening. So day one, we were already, ready to rock and roll, ready for partying. Hey, it's spring break. It's time to go nuts to butts. Let's fucking hit it and shit it. So we got a taxi, which was extremely expensive, got stuck in Miami traffic for an hour, and then made it to this area where all the bars are. I can't even remember what it's called, but there's a bar there that's like the Frankliner, or maybe like the Frankie Doolittle or something. I don't remember, but it's a big bar there, and we paid $20 to get in, which is huge for us because in Tampa, it's free entry if you're over 21, so paying $20 just to get in, that was a real slap to the urethra, but we did it anyway because spring break, baby, woo! Shirt over your head and everything, about ready to go wild. And we made the mistake of ordering shots right upon getting there. Shots of Fireball, because in Tampa, a shot of Fireball is $3, and I'll never forget what it is in Miami at the Frankie Muniz Hotel or whatever. $18. $18 for a shot of Fireball. Fireball is the shittiest alcohol you can get in a shot, and it was $18 there. It was insulting. So after taking that shot, needless to say, it was basically like swallowing all of our money at the same time. We were already running out of money just from our first bar visit and first round of drinks. If I wanted to take that shot glass and dunk it into their pool, I'd probably have to pay $10 for their chlorinated pool water with pee all in it. It's unreal, the prices there. But it wasn't all lost upon going to that bar, because there was a homeless man, probably not actually homeless, but he dressed like a homeless man, and he was doing magic tricks, and we got a little private magic show from him. And it was all hat magic, so he'd be doing cool shit with his hat. And his grand finale was he pulled out a baggie of cocaine from his hat. It was really fucking cool, and we all gave him $5 because he fucking earned it like a motherfucker. That man should be going on Penn and Teller's Fool Us, or maybe America's Got Talent. It was a great routine, and he's even got a little something to get the crowd energized. Just start throwing coke out. I could see him being a big magician someday. Hopefully he's doing well. We called it a night right after that, because it certainly wasn't getting better than that magic show, and it certainly wasn't getting cheaper. So we went back to the hotel, and we started just drinking all of the alcohol we brought. That was a lot of fun, just 5 guys in the hotel room getting absolutely shit-faced because they couldn't afford to elsewhere. And I got extremely drunk, probably the drunkest I've ever been, and I blacked out. And then the next day, we all planned to go to the beach, but I was so incredibly fucked up that I needed to keep having the taxi driver pull over so I could puke. We finally got to the beach, and I still had to keep puking, but apparently all of the areas on the beach don't really have bathrooms. Miami doesn't believe in bathrooms, so I went to a Walgreens. They don't have a bathroom. I went to the next door business that I don't remember. They didn't have a bathroom. I went to the other business next door, which was probably like a cocaine supplier. I don't really know what it was, but it was a dilapidated little business. They didn't have a bathroom, so I ended up just puking on the road. I just figured, why not? I had nowhere else to go, and I'm sure it's pretty commonplace in Miami. I'm sure I'm about the 5th guy that morning to puke on that road. And I was feeling like shit for the rest of the entire day. The beach was underwhelming. It was just like every other beach in Florida. There was nothing super special about it except for some trivia, like Dexter Season 2 was filmed, or the Dexter intro was filmed on that beach. Like, who gives a fuck? It was so boring. At least right up until a Category 5 hurricane hit Miami that day. It wasn't an actual hurricane, but there was a goddamn monsoon that blew through and completely annihilated us. Apparently there was like a fucking news warning that went out, like, this is going to be the biggest storm we've had in 10 years. And we weren't listening to the news or anything, so we just went to the beach. There wasn't a whole lot of people there, but I can see why now. And it was just this incredibly disastrous storm that hit, with intense wind that was nearly knocking me over and my friends, and this hardest rain ever. It was like we were getting hit by baseballs. It was so miserable.
walked away bruised and bloody, but undeterred. Our spirits were still as high as they could be, you know, because come that night we were ready to try again. Bars were out of the question because we couldn't afford the drinks, so we thought, how about clubs? So we went to a club. I don't remember the name of it. It might have been Platinum or something to that degree. $300 to get into that club. That's excluding drinks. That's not included. $300 just to go in there. Unbelievable. Needless to say, we all didn't have $300 a person to pay to get into this shit-ass club on the side of the fucking road. So we didn't go to that club. I don't know why it was $300. Maybe Jay-Z, Post Malone, Lil Wayne, and Johnny Cash was revived and they were all playing that night. That might justify $300 to go in there. But we didn't do it, so that was another bust. And then we decided, how about a strip club? Miami's famous for their strip clubs, and we thought maybe King of Diamonds would be fun. But this time we wisened up before paying for the extremely expensive ride to the King of Diamonds or anywhere in Miami. We decided to look up how much it is at King of Diamonds. Way too expensive. In a nutshell, way too expensive. Strippers there probably wouldn't even look at you if you were throwing dollars at them. You'd have to be showering hundreds to even get them to look in your direction. So we didn't go to King of Diamonds or any other strip club either. That was day 2. Day 3, we gave up. Day 3, we took a day to just recoup. We hung out in the hotel. We walked around Miami just at like little mom and pop stores, I enjoyed that. That was kind of fun. We saw a little bit of the city. We went to some stores, couldn't afford anything there because you can't afford anything in Miami. That's the main lesson to take away from the experience. But we went to some little diners and stuff and tried a bunch of different foods that I'd never heard of before, which was kind of nice. But that was day 3. Spring break's really kicking in nice. Day 4, we tried one more time. We went to different bars. The prices were a little bit better than at the Frankie show, the Frankie Way, whatever that bar is. The prices were a little bit better. So we all chipped in and bought a pitcher, which was just kind of the most pathetic drinking experience I've ever had because we were all just defeated. Like, you know what, guys? How much money do we have left? 15 quarters? All right, let's just see if we can haggle a pitcher of beer off of this bar here. And miraculously we did get a pitcher. And we all just kind of drank away the spring break because it was bad. I would have had more fun spending spring break in a sensory deprivation tank than in Miami. It was an absolutely miserable experience. The worst spring break I've ever had, and definitely the worst spring break I think a college kid could have. We lost pretty much all of the money we brought with us and had nothing to show for it. But it was kind of a good-looking city. It was kind of pretty, and walking around trying a bunch of different foods was kind of fun. I would never recommend anyone ever go to Miami because you just can't afford to. Unless you're taking out a mortgage, taking out some loans or something to be able to afford anything at all there, you're just not going to be able to have any fun. There's also a huge drug problem there. From what I could tell, I don't really keep up with the Miami news or anything. But walking the beach and shit, there are so many people asking you if you want to buy drugs, which was really uncomfortable. But overall, hated Miami. I would never recommend you spend spring break in Miami. Anywhere else. Literally spring break anywhere else. Go to fucking Antarctica, you'll have more fun. I don't really care where you go, but you will not have fun in Miami. That's the gist of it. That's it. See ya. I was an extra in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I know, no autographs. I'm just a normal person like all of you. I put my pants on one nipple at a time and wipe my ass crack after a hard shit with both hands. But I figured I'd go into detail about this. I've talked about it on the official podcast a little bit, but I've never really dove into what it meant to be the world's most spit-on extra. When it comes to being a useless extra in a movie, I'm the cream of the crop. I'm the cream supreme. Does that mean that I'm the best actor in the entire world of acting? I like to think so, but on paper, no, absolutely fucking not. So this story starts like every other good story, every other fairy tale. I had just drained my nuts at a hard jerk-off session, and that's not a joke because I genuinely did jerk off. And in that like brief 5 or 10 minutes of just pure euphoria where you feel like you know everything in the universe, like you see the strings that hold it all together, I decided, you know what? I want to pursue some acting. So like every 21st century man, I turned to Google and I was looking up open casting calls and found one for Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. It was in Atlanta, and they wanted headshots and full body shots shirtless.
I didn't really know how to do this because I didn't have either of those, and I didn't really want to ask my friends because Tinder wasn't exactly around at that time, so I couldn't just play it off as, hey bro, I'm just trying to slay some punani out here, take these cool shirtless pics of me, let me flex real hard real quick. So I didn't want to ask my friends for anything like that, so I thought it'd be significantly less weird to ask my dad to do it. So my dad was snapping some cool shirtless pictures of me like every good father and son relationship. But what I didn't think of at the time is my dad's 6'5", he's tall as shit, and I'm 5'6", I'm short as shit. And he was taking them at regular eye level, so he was looking down on me, which made me look even shorter than I am. So I looked like a fucking action figure in these photographs. They ended up choosing me to play an extra, and when I went to the fitting, they had a hard time actually getting me anything because they had already banked on me being 4'1". So that was kind of nice and flattering when they're like, wow, you're taller in person, because that's something I've never heard in my entire fucking life. Usually it's, wow. Yikes. But anyway, we do eventually find some clothes that fit me, luckily, as if that was a Herculean task. You could have just gone to Toys R Us and found some shit for me. But anyway, we move on from there. We go to the filming. It was about a week after the fitting. And the scene took place in this podunk shithole rust-filled factory that they were using for this location. I guess they had just nicely asked all the homeless people that lived there to leave and kindly asked the heroin addicts not to come back for the course of the next week. So anyway, the scene I'm in, Katniss goes to this factory. It's District 8. It's supposed to be a hospital where she's looking over shit. I'm going to play a clip from it here.
You here to fight with us?
I am. I will.
Here I played just a helping hand, some goofy goober who had no clue what he was doing but was supposed to be caring for a burn victim. They gave me a slight line to read. I guess it wasn't supposed to be like a SAG type line, SAG being Screen Actors Guild, where you need 3 lines to automatically enter it, so it doesn't really count, unfortunately, and it never would have even if it did make the fucking final cut, which it didn't. I will never forgive them. Boycott Hunger Games because they took out my part. But anyway, my line was somewhere along the lines of, this girl needs help, she's burned, yikes, oh shit, it's a burn, I don't know what I'm doing, I am not a doctor, it's a burn, help, basically just crying for help. That didn't make the final cut, neither did a lot of other people's lines. There's an elderly man next to me that had a line. You can actually see him in the final cut here. But anyway, I was on a mission to solidify a spot in the final cut of this movie, so I was doing everything necessary, no holds barred. If I had to start rimming people, I'd start rimming them. If I had to start flipping tables and wet willying bitches, I was gonna do it. I was getting into this fucking movie's final cut, no matter what. So what I would do is I would chase around the action in my designated area. So the elderly man that had lines, I would keep scooting closer to him in between takes that way I'd be there. They didn't use his line, so that slapped me right in my fucking face, unfortunately. I also really goofed around probably too hard. I would be like screaming kind of loud because they're like, be chaotic, be wild. And I was just like, fuck, oh shit, fuck, sometimes. And obviously that didn't make the final cut. I thought there'd be a slim chance of that though, maybe in the background like an Easter egg. But I didn't put too much real estate in that. I didn't expect that to make it. But what I did attempt and really thought would make it to the final cut is when this kid right here, the kid who says, are you here to fight? Are you going to fight with this Katniss? I was originally positioned where this one girl's head is poking out. That was supposed to be me. But my plan was, I knew this kid was going to be in the movie no matter what because he's an actual actor. They paid him to do these lines. So my plan was to sit up as straight as possible, as erect as I've ever been in my life. The world's most perfect posture. So that way my head would be at like his titty level. So every time they'd have his lines going, you would see me. You'd have to see me. Unless they were going to fucking pixelate me like a UFO documentary, you were going to see me. But what they ended up doing is they told me to switch with the person they ended up putting there, which is this person that's poking their head out, all very cautiously, just trying to avoid it. I was trying to get in it. They're trying to stay out of it. They changed me because I was blocking their shot. I was too intrusive. So they ended up putting me a little more ahead. That's not to say I didn't make the final cut, though. It was, at the end of the day, a mission successful. If you pause the movie right here, you can see my arm doing the, is it the, I don't remember, one of these, or whatever the fuck the symbol is for Hunger Games. But yeah, you can see me poking it out there. And yeah, That was my extra role in the Hunger Games Mockingjay, and I probably ruined a little bit of that scene. Not by design, but I was out for number one. I was going to be the world's most impressive extra on this movie. Unfortunately, they outsmarted me. But I do honestly kind of feel like maybe I did ruin a couple of the scenes that were supposed to be in there. Because, like I said, there was a lot more lines, but I'd keep fucking scooting closer to them. And I guess they probably didn't like me being in every single line. Which, honestly, I can totally understand. And that's not something that crossed my mind. I never thought that I would maybe potentially ruin someone else's line by just being there. But I can totally see how that could have happened. So, if you did have a line in this movie that didn't make it and you suspect it's because I kept photobombing the shit out of it, that's on me, and I'm sorry about that. But I mean, hey, it's Hollywood, you know. It's a dog-eat-ass world out there. I was just gunning for it, and it did not pan out the way I was hoping it would. But anyway, at least you can see my arm in there. That's it. So yeah. During one of my streams a while ago, someone asked me if I could get Riley Reid to come on the podcast, you know, to talk about wieners, vaginas, pussies, and RuneScape, just the normal type of porn talk on the podcast. And I responded saying I don't think Riley Reid would ever want to do that because she doesn't like me personally. And that led to me telling the story of the beef between Riley Reid and myself. Beef being the wrong word, but for lack of a better term, the bad blood between us. Although this was a while ago, so I'm sure she probably doesn't remember or just doesn't care anymore. But now, ever since I told that story on a stream, people are constantly asking me during streams to tell the story again. And it's kind of cute, kind of like, you know, a kid asking their grandfather who fought in Vietnam to tell him war stories that they've heard a million times from him, except in my case, the only war I fought was on the shores of Riley Reid's butthole. So I figured I'd make a video dedicated to telling the story. So it all started when I made a video about Riley Reid's abominable rap, which remains today one of the worst raps I've ever heard. Now there's definitely a lot worse raps on YouTube from small channels with like 30 views, maybe from like Old Pop Hickey Yokel's barnyard rap ballad about cunnilingus on his animals and making love to his sister, or maybe a chemistry professor's educational rap that's just fucking horrible. But those aren't fully produced raps. Those are all very amateur attempts at it, so I don't really count those as actual raps. Riley Reid had a team behind her and fully produced, so it was a genuine attempt at it, and it was fucking horrible. The worst I'd heard in that department. So I stand by that. I stand by that analysis. On the moist meter, that'd be a 5%. Now, when I published the video, I was made aware she wasn't too happy with my critique of her song here. And I can understand why, because it's clear she put a lot of heart and soul in that. There was inspired lyrics in there, such as, "Spit stringing from my mouth, let you fuck my face, good nutritious nut." And who could forget when she really takes it home with, "Jerk it out, jerk it out, jerk it out, beat it out, beat it out, beat it out, jerk it out, jerk it out, beat it out, jerk it out." So I can understand when I insulted her magnum opus of music that she wasn't too happy with that. And that's when it really started, when I made that video. So she didn't like that I made that, she didn't like me, and then about 2 or 3 months after that, I went on her Twitter page, just browsing and perusing, learning more than anything. Well, honestly, I was just looking for titties, for lack of a better cover story. I went through a lot of different porn stars' pages just to see what productions they were taking part in, really. But while on Riley Reid's, I noticed she had retweeted some fan art. And let me tell you what, that fan art, bingo, bango, bongo, that's the epitome of fan art right there. What it was a crayon drawing of Riley Reid spreading her ass cheeks apart and just having her brown balloon nut winking at the camera. It was fucking beautiful. And I saw this, and I made a tweet about it. It was a very vague tweet. I didn't say what porn star. All I said was, haha, I just saw, you know, porn star's fan art with her gaping asshole in crayon. It was great. And then I guess people found it and told the artist that I said that. And then the artist called me an asshole, and then Riley Reid retweeted that saying I'm an asshole, so then they were just double teaming me. And, you know, it all stemmed because, I mean, come on, it's a crayon drawing of a porn star's asshole. How's that not entertaining? I don't want to show the fan art, but instead I took it upon myself to try and doodle it myself. I did 2 attempts here, neither one of them really capture it. This was my first attempt. It doesn't really convey what it looked like. This looks more like a God of War enemy. So then I tried again. And this one just kind of looks like a Wallace and Gromit character doing some naughty shit. This isn't what the fan art looked like. It definitely looked a lot better than this. And I went on the artist's page, and she's talented. But this particular piece, I had a giggle about. You know, come on. You got a porn star spreading her fucking chocolate starfish, and you're doing it in crayon. That's great. That's gonna put a smile on anyone's face. And to be totally honest, as far as crayon drawings of porn stars spreading their fudge cutters go, this is probably the best it can ever get. It was really well done. I could see where the asshole was. I could see the butthole clearly. There was even some labia draping down like some beef curtains. And the pose was really well conveyed. Like you could see the stretching of the ass cheeks, pulling it apart and seeing what's between them. It was really well done. It had a side by side so you could see what the pose was not in crayon. And then in crayon, really well translated. But I honestly don't know why they both got so offended about me making it a joke. I thought the piece was done lightheartedly as just kind of like, hey, look at this little doodle I did. You remember when you did that photo shoot where you spread your butthole wide? Well, here it is in crayon. Oh, that's cool. Retweet. I didn't know it was going to be a hill you want to die on defending it as some type of artistic masterpiece or anything. Like if someone out there wanted to make a fan art of me with my legs over my head and soft dick slapping me in the face and they did it out of Sharpie or Legos or pipe cleaner or something, I'd be like, haha, that's entertaining, that's cool. And then if people start turning into a joke, you know, I don't think they turn to me and be like, defend this. I'd be like, well, at the end of the day, that's my soft cock slapping me in my face out of some goofy material, you know what I mean? That's probably worth making a joke out of. But, you know, anyway, that's why Riley Reid doesn't like me and probably will never come on the podcast. If I'm wrong, Riley, and you do want to come on the podcast, just go ahead and reach out to me on Twitter. But yep, there's the story, and that's it. See ya. Nostalgia. It's fucking powerful. Like a Sears catalog to a boy going through puberty in the mid-90s. For those of you who don't know what nostalgia is, it's something that can only be experienced by 90s kids. Does anyone else 90s kids? Where you have a longing for something in the past. A feeling, a show, a game, etc. Stuff like that. Most of the time you hear people talking about nostalgia, it's in reference to video games, cartoons, movies, or something, you know, like Ocarina of Time, or Courage the Cowardly Dog, which is objectively the best cartoon that's ever been created, and if you have a different opinion than that, then I expect an apology from you for your incorrect taste. But the point is, I never really thought about nostalgia past these mediums of entertainment like cartoons, movies, and shit. I never thought I'd ever really want to look back on my past because, as I've talked about before, I've always really disliked myself, hated myself, always thought I was worthless, and I really never expected myself to want to look back. I always believed the sooner the Men in Black could deneuralize me, the better it'd be. This isn't me saying I had a shitty childhood or anything like that. No, I had a fucking great childhood. I have an amazing family and everything. I had a lot of great times, but at the same time, I had a lot of bad times, and I never really thought I'd want to look back on any of that shit until pretty recently. When I was 11 years old, I bought a little handheld camcorder, a little cheap piece of shit, and I'd put it up on a little step stool, and I put 2 pillows under it so I got it the perfect height to record my TV while I played video games. And I'd record myself playing the games and talking occasionally, not very often. And the game I would play was Gears of War and sometimes Rainbow Six Vegas, and I recorded it and I posted it on the same YouTube channel I'm using today. And I was super proud of this, and I kept doing this for about a year before getting a capture card. Then the quality got upped, and I kept playing Gears of War, making montages and 1v1s and glitch videos and shit. I put a ton of work into it, then I got Sony Vegas, started editing it. So much work went into all of it, and I was so fucking proud of it. Kind of. Not super proud of it. Obviously not proud enough, because as I kept doing that, I got kind of tired of it, and then I started branching out, and then I did the commentary stuff. And then in 2010, Ray William Johnson featured one of the commentary videos I did for QWOP. And the second that happened, I immediately purged my channel of every video from my past because I was ashamed. I was very embarrassed. I didn't like what I made at that point. And, you know, objectively, it probably wasn't that great. So I got rid of all that shit, and I just, you know, set fire to the Library of Alexandria, and I just never looked back. It wasn't just a few videos or anything. I made hundreds and hundreds of videos. I made a ton. And I didn't ever really think about it until about 3 years ago. I was thinking to myself that I'd really like to be able to look at those again and just be flooded with the memories of all the hard work I put into them, what I was experiencing at the time, and just kind of see where it all started. Now, that's not exactly accurate because prior to getting the camcorder when I was like 8 or 9 years old, I used to make little videos on another old camcorder for Dragon Ball Z Budokai and shit, but I never had anywhere to post those because the internet was primitive back then, and all we had was the occasional still image of a titty that would load after dial-up connected after 30 minutes. I had nowhere to put any of those, so that's been gone and buried in the earth's soil somewhere. But the videos that I posted on here when I was 11 to 14, I would really like to see those, because from there is really where my passion for creating came from. And like I said before, I used to use creating videos as my form of escapism from the real world to distract myself from feeling invisible, and I'd really like to see those videos I made during that period. Now, the reason I'm making this, there's two reasons really. One, YouTube, can you please give me those fucking videos back? I know you've stored that shit somewhere. Facebook stores information from my fucking birth certificate to the last time I ejaculated, exactly what second in the porn video I came. You have to have those videos somewhere. Don't fucking try and tell me they're permanently deleted. I know they're not. I'm not that stupid. And the second reason I'm making this is because I really regret deleting those videos. I don't have a lot of pictures of myself because I never wanted a lot of pictures of myself. I still don't really, honestly. I don't like pictures, but the point is I don't have a lot to look back on and remember, because I don't have those things. I don't have like a time capsule or anything, but those videos I could have looked back on and had all of those memories and, you know, smiled about it. Oh, I remember this. Oh, that was cool. Oh shit, fuck all this cool shit. And a lot of people I know are probably in a similar boat. You know, a lot of people have made things they're not proud of, you know, whether it be an art piece, maybe even a video, could be anything. And you just don't want anyone to ever see it, and you never want to see it yourself. You just want to forget it exists because you think you're better off. But I argue it's very important to look back on the things that you're embarrassed about. It's very important to reflect on your past. At least that's just my view on it. Every now and then I'll go on a really hard nostalgia bender on YouTube because most of my formative years were spent on the internet, mainly watching game-related shit, game-related people. So when I go back and watch things like Gears of War montages and Halo 2 and 3 montages, like Walshy's Halo 2 montage, Furion and Fluxy's dual-tage in Halo 3, fucking Calamosity's Gears of War montage and shit, all of those things will remind me of what I was like when I first watched them, and it also shows you where you've come from and how you've grown, and really just gives you a nice perspective on things, on time, really. So yeah, just to wrap it all up and put the condom on this throbbing nostalgia boner, maybe don't jump the gun and delete things that you're embarrassed of now. Maybe just let it sit there so you always have the option to go back and look at it should you ever choose to. Maybe at some point you won't be embarrassed of it, and I think it's very important that you at least have the option of looking back on your past, and that's just my opinion on it. And YouTube, just give the fucking video files back. I know you have them somewhere in your fucking deep filing Area 51 servers and shit. There's somewhere out there, and I know that they're doing you no good. Just give them back to me. Let them come home safely. Stop. Just stop and give them to me. That's it. See ya. Hello there. This is something many of you are not going to want to hear, but I think many of you really need to hear. My dog's even tearing up about the story I'm about to tell. It's a true story. It all happened a week ago. It involves 3 characters: an innocent nail supply warehouse managing supply guy, an insurance man, and one man who just happened to be in the area looking for a nice opportunity. Last week, an innocent nail supply warehouse burnt to the ground. $800,000 worth of nail supplies vanished in an instant, just like that. Everything changed when the Fire Nation burnt down the nail supply warehouse. But luckily they were covered by insurance, so the nail supply warehouse was just fine. They got recouped. Insurance man made a deal. He was happy. But then there was one man, the X Factor, the variable no one could have counted on, who just happened to be in the area. Maybe he was buying lottery scratch-off tickets, who really knows? No one knows the man's true motive for being in the area at that time, but he saw an opportunity to pick up all the inventory that they could no longer use, and they were covered for, so they just wanted to throw in the dumpster. And he said, you know what? Maybe I could have that. And according to all the sources I can find, he took all of the remaining inventory of the nail polish, the nail drying supplies, all types of shit. I'm not too familiar with nail products myself, but he took it all. Now, what exactly is the life lesson to be learned here? Well, it's as they say. One man's incinerated pile of shit is another man's treasure. But what exactly is the lesson to be learned here? Honestly, I really don't know. But I have a fucking ton of nail supplies. Each one of those boxes has another 500 of those motherfuckers. Yippee. For a while now, people have been asking me to talk about food and health related shit, you know, general advice or pro tips, life hacks. Does anyone else, 90s kids, basically anything relating to this field of health, nutrition, working out and shit, because as I've stated, I graduated with a degree in human sciences, more specifically exercise physiology. So I decided, instead of talking about this in my yearly answering major questions video I did not too long ago, I would make a whole video dedicated to it and tackle all the questions that I'm frequently asked in this area. So the first thing, there's no such thing as a superfood. Please stop emailing me asking me what superfoods I recommend. Oh, would you recommend the enhanced mulch with added fiber blend? No, superfoods don't exist, and I want you to tell yourself that every night before you go to bed after you brush your teeth. Look in the mirror and tell yourself superfoods aren't out there. It's like the boogeyman, it doesn't exist. Yeah, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you it's not the tooth fairy that's going to be leaving kale dust under your pillow when you put a tooth there. It doesn't exist. There's obviously foods that are super good for you, but there's no food that's going to be this end-all be-all where you implement it into your diet and everything is honky-dory, you're losing weight, you're gaining muscle, and your dick's growing. It doesn't exist. That's just a marketing ploy to get you to buy some products that ordinarily you wouldn't even think about. And sometimes the products are actually really good for you, but they don't do all of these incredible things that they claim to have done or will do. And on that same topic, I'll go to the next subject. There's no such thing as a magic weight loss pill that's going to vaporize your fat, just blast your adipose into oblivion without you making any lifestyle changes at all. You can pop goat urine extract pills till the cows come home. It's not going to help your belly flatten if you're not making any lifestyle changes. And again, there are supplements that will aid in muscle growth or muscle repair or fat loss, but that also takes more than just taking those supplements. You have to do more than just that. Next, stop taking everything someone says as gospel as long as they're in really good shape. So if some yoked out, jacked monster manimal tells you, hey, I got this jacked because I sucked styrofoam out of urinals and look what happened, you should try it too, it doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. And there's a very good chance he never actually sucked any styrofoam at all at any point in his life. He may be the one selling the styrofoam, and you might be the one that's fallen for the scam. And really, it's less of a scam and more just blatant deceit. What I'm trying to say is, a lot of these fitness YouTubers and online bodybuilding instructor gurus, not all of them know what they're talking about. Half of them I see on YouTube can barely even speak English, and I don't mean that as in they have a primary language and English is just their secondary. No, English is their native tongue. They just suck dick at even speaking their own language. Their entire lexicon consists of nothing but lits and savages, and they just do different intonations on the same lit. Oh, you'll do 3 lits on this lit, and then take a 3-second lit. It's embarrassing to watch half of the fitness YouTubers on here. And a lot of these, secret things the government doesn't want you to know for muscle gain, these secret conspiracies that we're busting wide open here, smash that like button, it's just bullshit. And it's there just to make you click on it. And it makes sense because a lot of people, they're familiar with the same shit. They don't want to keep hearing the same routines, the same shit over and over again. So if they see something like ancient Mayan bodybuilding technique the science doesn't want you to know about, they'll click on it and they'll probably even give it a try no matter how dumb or dangerous it is, Let's say the ancient Mayan bodybuilding technique generic fitness YouTuber preaching about is you put your head in some sand for 2 days and 2 nights, and then when you take your head out of the sand, you're an Adonis. It's not going to work, but people will still try it because it's just something different. People don't want to keep hearing the same shit over and over again. They want a fast-track thing that, that's been overlooked. They want to just stumble upon this secret thing that no one's trying, and they want it to work. And 9 times out of 10, that shit doesn't work. The things you don't hear about, forgotten techniques, they're forgotten for a reason because they weren't effective. And then these people that want to drive some attention to their site or their channel or whatever, they'll pander to that drive that makes people want to find something that's faster, that's more efficient, that nobody knows about, and they'll just hop on board, click it, and give it a try. It won't work, and then they'll get discouraged. And then, they've already tried everything, and they feel like it's on them. I've tried everything people talk about, it doesn't work, and now I've tried this ancient Neptunian, Atlantean bodybuilding technique, and that didn't work either. It must just be me, and then they stop working out because they get discouraged, and it's sad. It's fucking sad. So please just stop listening to a lot of fitness YouTubers that don't really know what they're talking about. Do your own research. Don't just take somebody's word for it just because they're in good shape. Now let's move on to the most common question asked in anything regarding health and fitness. how do I lose fat? How do I get a flatter stomach? First thing you need to accept, you can't spot treat fat. You can't choose where on your body you lose fat from based on the exercise. For example, doing 1,000 sit-ups an hour, it's going to improve the strength of your abs. They're going to be a lot stronger, but it's not going to give you a six-pack if it's still buried under 10 layers of fat. You don't need to work out either if your only goal is losing weight, losing fat. That all boils down to your diet, 100%. Working out is just if you want to build muscle as well, and it'll also help with burning fat and such, because the more muscle you have on your body, the easier it becomes to burn fat. I know that's not what you want to hear, and I'm sure you've been told the old calories in versus calories out a million times, but that genuinely is what it boils down to. Just controlling how much you eat. And you can overeat if you're compensating for it with exercise and working out. You know, you're doing jumping jacks with soft nut sacks and you're just hitting it hard out there, going for gold, going fast and eating ass, then yeah, you can definitely eat more than normal without gaining weight or fat because you've burned those calories. Now I'm going to branch off of this subject into two other really popular ones that I get asked about a lot. The first being, what should I eat in order to lose weight and such? What should I be looking for? What diet? Well, I don't really like to recommend diets because that implies that it should end at some point, where what you really should be looking for is a lifestyle change or an approach to how you eat, which should translate over a long course of time. Obviously, you can keep changing up how you eat. I constantly do depending on my goals, but a diet really implies like this ephemeral 1 hour change or something, and that's not effective. But that being said, I do recommend a ketogenic diet. And this kind of goes against what I just said. It's a bit contradictory because I only recommend the ketogenic diet until you reach your goal. And then I would switch into just eating with common sense. A ketogenic diet's one I talked about in the past. It's where you reduce carbs a lot and you increase your fat and protein intake. That's a ketogenic diet in a nutshell. It's extremely effective. There's tons of research on it, so I'd encourage all of you out there that are curious about it or even thinking about trying it to do your own research and see what you think. There's definitely a lot more reputable studies on ketogenic diet than a lot of other stupid ones that fitness YouTubers present, you know, like, oh, hey, I'm generic fitness YouTuber 19. Here's my diet recommendation. It's called the Coca-Doodie. Here's some research, and they link to like fucking mcdonalds.com/research. It's just, there's real studies on keto diets, and I do think they're very well conducted for the most part. Another one that I'd also recommend that's also extremely popular right now is intermittent fasting. That's where you eat for 8 hours, fast for 16 for the most part. Some people do other numbers, but you're fasting for the vast majority of the 24 hours, and you get all of your meals in a short period of time. The idea behind that is when you eat all of your meals close together, you give your body so much more time to digest it and focus on other processes like building muscle if you're trying to get muscular. It makes sense, and there are a lot of studies to corroborate its efficiency, so I'd also recommend that as well and to do your research on it. Now, these two are bad examples because I don't think these are things people could do for the rest of their lives, and I think what most people need is a lifelong change in the way they approach food. That's not something you'll get from diets. That's something you'll have to hunker down on and say, hey, look, if I want to achieve this and that, I'll have to eat like this and that. And it's not easy, I know. I'll share what helped me. I've talked about this in the past. I'm pretty sure I even brought this very same thing up, but I'll bring it up one more time because it's been a while. I used to be really overweight, and since I'm so short, I looked like a fucking Sloppy Joe sandwich, an extra small Sloppy Joe sandwich. If you got me on a plate when you ordered a Sloppy Joe, you'd be really disappointed and your stomach wouldn't even be full. I was fat and I was short, so it wasn't a good combination at all. But eventually I realized, you know, I eat like shit, but why? If I eat like shit or I eat healthy, it doesn't matter because 2 minutes after I've finished eating, it's already gone. The happiness from eating is gone. It's just so temporary, what's the point? I might as well eat a little bit better if I want to be happier with the way I look. So that's a perspective that helped me out. Now going on to the next part of this topic is how to work out and what to do to gain muscle and such. Well, I don't want to design a general workout plan for everyone out there or give a general workout routine or anything like that. But I will say you want as many compound lifts as possible. When I say compound lift, I'm talking things like the bench press, the deadlift, the squat, the big three. I'm sure all of you have heard of those before. They're very popular for a very good reason. They recruit a lot of muscles to complete the movement. They increase testosterone. It's what you want. That's what you're looking for. But if you don't really care about weightlifting, you don't have to do weightlifting to get muscular. calisthenics is extremely effective. In fact, it's probably even better if you're only looking for an athletic physique. You'll probably get more tone and ripped off a calisthenic-focused exercise routine. Calisthenics are body weight. The calisthenics involve just using your body weight as the resistance instead of weight. So things like push-ups, and then when you get more advanced, do a push-up with your toy poodle on your back. When you get even more advanced, do a handstand push-up with your toy poodle resting on your nutsack while you're upside down. Things in that nature. And that really helps build a really toned and athletic physique, which is what a lot of people only care about. So calisthenics might be what you're looking for if that's your goal. Now, this was also very hard for me when I was overweight. It's very difficult to start and then get in the routine of motivating yourself to keep going, so I'll share with you my perspective on how I viewed this and what helped me. The time was going to pass regardless. You know, let's say I wanted to spend I didn't want to spend an hour at the gym, but let's say I went and spent an hour to the gym and I fucking hated it. Well, that hour was going to pass no matter what I did, so at least I spent an hour helping me get to a point where I'm not disgusted every time I look in the mirror and want to fucking puke out of my penis hole. It really came to this conclusion where, you know, time's going to pass. No matter what I do, I might as well spend a little bit of that time getting me to a point where I'll be happier 3 months from now with how I look. That's kind of what helped me. Kind of in the same way I viewed food, you know, it's no matter what, you're going to forget how much fun that shitty meal was. No matter what, the time's going to pass, even if you spend it doing something fun, like jerking off while playing a video game and watching hentai. But I could also spend that time or that meal doing something that would help me be happier down the line. Since no matter what I did, whether I was having fun or not having fun, it wouldn't matter, because time was going to pass regardless. So that's how I viewed it, and that's what helped me. Maybe that'll help you, maybe it won't. These are the main things I get asked in emails about this subject, so I figured I'd tackle all of them in one big video here. So hopefully this helped, and hopefully it answered all of those questions. So yeah, I mean, that's about it. See ya. And I'm no stranger when it comes to poison control. In fact, recently, about a month ago, a big fucking flying cockroach crawled up from my bathtub drain, and I had to battle with that motherfucker. It was like a clash of titans. It was some David versus Goliath shit. It was biblical. Cockroach, of course, being David, me being Goliath, even though I'm short enough where the cockroach and I would probably be eye level if on an even playing field. But anyway, for the sake of the story, I was Goliath, it was David, and I managed to trap it in a bucket. And the cockroach was definitely fast enough. It definitely had maxed out agility, 99 there. And if I had lifted that bucket, I don't think I would have been able to hit it in one swift motion and smash it. So instead I turned to Snapchat after I trapped it, and I was asking for suggestions on how to kill it. Tried filling up the bathtub with water and drowning it. It could swim, of course. It probably fucking brought scuba gear. It was well equipped. This was a special ops cockroach. Long story short, after a lot of other Scooby-Doo-esque suggestions, it wasn't enough to kill it. So another dude on Snapchat suggested bleach and ammonia to kill it. And like a fucking idiot, I was blinded by fear of this cockroach. I didn't think. And I did bleach and ammonia, and for those of you who don't know, it creates chlorine gas, which is, it's fatal. It can be fatal. So I'm fucking sitting there in my bathtub making chlorine gas, which, you know, it does kill the cockroach, luckily, but then I've got this fucking issue of, well, I've just poisoned my whole fucking bathroom, so call poison control and take care of that. The long story to go full circle here, I understand poison control. I've called them. That's kind of what I was saying. There's a problem no one in the world is talking about at the moment. Victims that are being silenced and are too afraid to come forward. I believe by me coming forward and shedding light on this problem, it'll be the first domino to fall, causing the domino effect of dominoes falling because the first domino fell. Similar to how the sexual assault victims are coming forward in Hollywood to reveal what's going on over there, which is absolutely great, and I feel like this is on that same level of importance. And yes, I am comparing the inconvenience of the front row movie theater seats to being sexually assaulted. Those fucking front row seats sexually assault my fucking neck. My entire being gets raped every time I sit in the fucking front row of a movie theater because I arrived late and that's the only thing fucking left. The front row of a movie theater is the most poorly designed part of any building that has ever existed throughout all of history of time. I don't understand what the thought process was when putting that fucking front row in the movie theaters. It must have just been a joke that caught on because it's been standardized. Every single movie theater has its front row about one butterfly penis away from the screen, so you're looking up at it at a 90-degree angle. It's like simulating what a floor mat sees every fucking day. And you pay the same price for those seats as every other seat in the theater, which is significantly better. Every seat that's not in the front row is a much better seat. What they should do is make the front row cheaper or move it back. Either one makes sense. Either one makes a load of sense. Because the front row, as it is in these days, is genuinely awful and ruins the movie-going experience. I saw 2 movies in the front row in the last month because I arrived late, unfortunately. One of them had a reclining seat, the other did not. The one that did not was an absolute fucking torture device. That was a chore to get through. It was like being waterboarded by a mediocre movie on the screen. It was just so bad. It was such an unpleasant experience. The one I saw last night, which was Jumanji, and it had a reclining seat in the front row, was a little bit better because I was at least pretty much laying down looking up at it, but that distorted the entire fucking movie for me. Every person's face looked like they were melting. And every time there was a nighttime scene, I couldn't see what was going on. It was like closing my eyes. It was like a sensory deprivation tank at that point, except there was a lot of fucking sound, but I couldn't see at all what was going on at the screen at that angle. Go ahead and do this little experiment right now. Get on the floor, tilt your computer screen, your computer monitor up, and then see if you can make out what's going on the screen. You fucking can't. It's impossible. I don't understand why the front row is as it is these days. I don't know who did it, and I don't like them for it. I'm a firm believer in not judging a book by its cover, but if the book cover says I designed the front row movie theater seats, I'm gonna think that guy's a fucking asshole and I'm gonna hate him. It is just a genuinely unpleasant experience sitting in the front row. It's like one of the plagues of Egypt, being condemned to sitting in the front row for every movie you want to see for the rest of eternity. It is an absolute miserable experience in the front row of a movie theater. It makes you want to leave. Even if the movie's great, you're not enjoying it because you're battling with your fucking muscles tensing up from staring straight up into the sky, and then your eyes start hurting and feel like they're going to burst out of your skull because you're adjusting them so frequently to make out what shapes are on the screen, and you're squinting the whole time like you're looking up at the fucking sun. There is nothing redeeming about sitting in the front row. From now on, if all that's left is the front row, I'm just not going to see the movie that day. And I think that's probably what a lot of people do because I know no one likes the front row. I just can't imagine a community of people gathering together as front row movie theater seat enthusiasts. If there is a group of people like that, they must be the most masochistic fucks out there. Oh yes, I just love the front row of movie theaters. I can't get enough of it. Big fan. I also really enjoy my nipples being clamped on by crocodile teeth, and I love sleeping on a bed of used heroin needles. It's just dumb. The front row is fucking dumb, and I can't imagine anyone liking it. I really can't. There's nothing redeeming about it. You actually can't make out what's going on in the movie clearly. It ruins movies. It does. It absolutely does. Now, I've only ever been to like the big chain movie theaters. I haven't been to any mom and pop dine-ins where they give you like a hand job during the movie or anything like that, so I can only speak from experience with the front row and the mainstream ones, and they're all the same. They're all way too fucking close to the screen. I'm assuming there's probably some local theaters that have, come to terms with, no one's going to like this. Let's use some reasoning here. Let's move our front row back quite a bit so it doesn't ruin people's movie watching experience. But for now, all I'm familiar with is the mainstream theaters and their front rows abysmal and needs to be changed. Absolutely has to. If you're watching this mainstream movie theaters, change your fucking front row. Please. Hashtag front row, fuck no. Just a horrible experience. Fuck the front row. Just wanted to get this all out there. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I've been getting asked the same question a lot for a long time, and I've just been avoiding it, ignoring it, because I haven't been able to figure out a way to put my thoughts into the right words to convey my feelings on the matter. After much careful thought, consideration, determination, ejaculation, and if this was a Pixar film, animation, I think I finally figured out what I want to say about this, but I should give you a fair warning. This may disturb some of you. It may make you change the way you view the world and maybe even yourselves. If your world has a lot of color and sound in it, perhaps my answer might take that away from you. So with that warning in mind, I'll proceed. Why do I like fettuccine alfredo? This isn't a question that could be answered with a simple, because it tastes good. No. This is something we're going to really have to dive into. We're going to have to take a really deep look at this one and analyze it from a very scientific standpoint. To answer why I like fettuccine alfredo, we'll have to look at the history of the fettuccine alfredo. The genesis of the Fet Al can be traced back to 1845 when Staff Sergeant Barney Riptide had just received a letter from his wife back home while he was on deployment, and she was saying how much she missed him and how much she wished she could cook for him. And then in that same letter to Barney Riptide from his wife Susan Riptide, she gave a recipe this world had never seen before, never even heard of before, hadn't seen anything like it. It was the first recipe for the world's first fettuccine alfredo. And thus, Staff Sergeant, Barney Riptide, went to the mess hall and whipped it up and gave the world the greatest gift this world has ever received, the first fettuccine alfredo dish. With only one bite of that succulent dish, Barney Riptide knew he had stumbled upon gold. He knew what he had discovered, and what his wife had discovered, was akin to finding the fountain of youth. If this recipe fell into the wrong hands, could very well be the end of good food as we knew it. Barney Riptide knew he had an immense responsibility now. He had to patent the fettuccine alfredo technology. But alas, Barney Riptide never made it to the patent office. He was too busy enjoying his fettuccine alfredo. Word quickly spread like wildfire. People were going fucking nuts for the fettuccine alfredo. It became an urban legend. If you knew someone who could make a fettuccine alfredo, you would call them a witch. And thus began the Salem witch trials. You see, a common misconception regarding those Salem trials were that the witches were doing black magic, all types of sorcery, but what was really happening is they were making fettuccine alfredo. They were so fearful of this beautiful amalgamation of fettuccine and alfredo sauce, they didn't know what to do. They executed the heathens because they couldn't believe that something this heavenly could possibly exist without the use of magic. But some saw through this. They knew that it was only natural that this fettuccine alfredo existed in this corporeal dimension we exist in. So they took it upon themselves to make it in secret, where no one would ever know what was happening behind the scenes. And thus it began to grow even more, even faster, and the fettuccine alfredo became a very common pasta dish. The hype and history surrounding this fettuccine alfredo was lost to time, and come around 1998, when I was 4 years old, I tried my first pasta dish, the fettuccine alfredo. I wasn't told of its history, nor was I told of its remarkable taste. I was simply given it at a restaurant, and I took a bite. And that is the bite that opened my eyes for the first time. I was given my first boner that day. The fettuccine alfredo invented boners for me, and I haven't looked back since. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why I love the fettuccine alfredo. Thank you. See ya. Last year I made a video detailing the horrors of urethral swab and how painful they are. Today I upped the ante with a cystoscopy. Now if the urethral swab was a fingering of the urethra, the cystoscopy was a fisting, nay, an entire arm. The arm of a 7'5" basketball player with a 10-foot wingspan going down my urethra. Now, why I got the cystoscopy is because I've been having recurrent penile problems and they thought it was necessary. I also thought it was necessary. Luckily, everything turned out normal. And I just would like to talk about the experience here, the urethral swab 2.0. Since I talked about urethral swabs, I thought it was only fair that I'd go the whole 9 yards here and talk about the next iteration of the urethral swab, the next evolution. If the urethral swab was Windows XP, this is Windows 10. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So over the last year, I've kind of become a urethral virtuoso. I know pretty much everything about urethras, what can go in, what can't. I'm kind of a urethral sommelier, if you will, in terms of adventures in the urethra. Now this one was by far my most incredible escapade in the urethral realm so far. Now, before I begin, I know some people actually put things in their urethra for pleasure. It's called sounding. I've looked into it and I can't believe my eyes. I don't know how these creatures can exist. That's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and start. So, I started by lying down. They pulled out my wiener and they injected a numbing agent into it. And I felt every fucking second of it. It fucking hurt. It felt like my virginity was being injected back into me. It was like a Kamehameha wave of broken glass going through my urethra. And my poor penis ate all of it. Just drank the whole fucking thing bottoms up. The next step was the doctor came in and showed me the flexible scope. And it was intimidating to say the least. It looked like something you'd be strangled with in a Hitman game. And that was going down my urethra. It was massive. It was absolutely fucking massive. They had a nice big flat screen monitor set up, some nice home theater viewing, so that way you can get your urethral and bladder spectating pleasure in, and I was welcome to watch on the screen, which of course I did. I wasn't going to miss this opportunity to see what's going on under the hood down there. So he starts inserting the scope in there, and my cock's gobbling it up like Pac-Man chasing a high score, and I'm watching firsthand because I had front row seats and I was going to pass up on these tickets here. After it gets inserted, I turn my attention to the Jumbotron there to check it out on the screen. And man, that was surreal. That was just downright perturbing, really. It looked like the Death Stranding trailer. I half expected to see a baby in there sucking its thumb. Instead of going into the mouth of Norman Reedus, it went into the mouth of my Norman Petus. It was quite the thrill ride, but it was, a little gross too, seeing all that in there. But it was interesting, very interesting. I could feel every movement in there. When he finally got into the bladder, I could feel him moving the camera around, and it really felt like he was playing the crane game inside of me. You know, it was like quite the wild ride. He'd be turning around, and I was like, oh, fuck, now he's playing Gran Turismo in there. And as surprising as this may be to some of you, it did not feel good at all. And the lube they were using was running down onto my nutsack, and I thought I was peeing all over everyone, and I thought I was some type of fucking middle school science project with the volcano and the vinegar, and it was just leaking all over the place. Thought I was peeing everywhere. So then I was embarrassed, but I was still watching the screen because I wasn't that embarrassed. I wanted to see everything going on in there. And then in one swift motion, he pulls it all out like he had just hooked a fish on the line, and then that was the end of that. Hurt real good. But I will say the urethral swab, 10 times worse. A lot worse. The urethral swab is still the king of pain in terms of urethra stuff, but I thought it was at least worth detailing the next step of a urethral swab. Now, there is a rigid scope for Cisco's. That's a whole new ball game. That's playing Cisco's on hard mode right there. That is, from what I understand, like trying to insert a large oak tree through a crazy straw. There's a lot worse things that can happen with the rigid scope, and it's apparently a lot worse, and it makes a lot more sense that it would hurt worse because, you know, it's a fucking, you know, it's a hunk of steel basically going into your urethra. At least the flexible scope was flexible. But yeah, so between the urethral swab and the urethral swab 2.0, the OG urethral swab was far more painful, but it was worth at least detailing this experience just for the sake of, you know, keeping the urethral adventures, you know, getting them out there, telling the urethral tales that you can tell your children before bedtime, so that way they too fear the urethral swabbing boogeyman and such, as well they should. So yeah, this was my latest escapade in the urethral adventures, and yeah, I should also mention post-op Cisco how it feels. It feels like I'm just constantly leaking lava. It burns and my undergarments are wet, so I'm definitely leaking, that's for sure. And it doesn't feel good. It feels like I've got some hot charcoal bricks down there. It's like I'm smuggling drugs for the drug cartel, except the drugs are nothing but hot fucking mulch in there. So that's how it feels now. Hopefully it'll go away soon. And yeah, you know, that's it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Go ahead and snuggle up in your bed. Get nice and tight and cozy in the covers. I'll hand you your favorite stuffed animal. And I'll tell you another story of a very strange encounter I've had at a bar. This happened quite a while ago. I was still just a college-aged man, freshly 21 years old, basically just stopped sucking on my mother's teats, and I was at a bar with my friends and we were having a good old night out. And as you know from previous stories, I've never been a good flirt or anything of that nature, but tonight I had quite a few drinks in me and I was feeling good about myself, so I decided I was going to strike up a conversation with a good-looking girl, which I did flawlessly. That shit was textbook. Fucking Ryan Gosling would have been proud of it. The girl I was talking to was a little bit older than me, and we were just having a nice little conversation, just talking about general shit, getting to know each other. My attempts at flirting probably fell flat. I don't think she was too enamored with my compliments. Oh, it's a great drink. You know how to order a good drink, and just shit like that, you know, really awful compliments because I'm a horrible flirt. But anyway, we were just having a conversation, everything was going well, until I made a pivotal mistake. I asked her where she was from. This was a can of worms no one should have ever opened. This one simple question led to a cascade of some of the most incomprehensible verbal diarrhea I have ever been victim to. So I asked her where she was from, and she told me that that's not an easy question to answer since she's lived so many lives, it's hard to say which one she really came from, like the genesis of her being. This was very serious shit to her. She was getting very personal with me, so I returned the favor and I was asking her questions. Well, which was your favorite life you lived? And she said that's not an easy one either. She said she really enjoyed when she was a 45-year-old Army lieutenant. And to that I asked her, you know, what branch, you know, how long were you in the service for, what happened? She gave me the answers. Apparently she had died in like a flak explosion or like something on an aircraft carrier. I can't quite remember the details surrounding that one. I'll have to check the fucking history books. She was telling me one about how she used to be a barbarian back during the, you know, Norse times or during the Ottoman Empire or something in that time period. Apparently this girl is just like in the fucking Animus or something. She's like the next Assassin's Creed character. It was really just interesting. Apparently she had visions of her past lives and she also time traveled to go see them firsthand and take notes on them, but of course she didn't have the notes at the bar. But anyway, we just kept having this conversation about her past lives, and then she had a vision while we were talking, and this shit scared the fuck out of me. I thought she had just shut down, like her programming malfunctioned. Mid-sentence she just stopped talking and blankly stared at me, It was like, that's so Raven having a vision, but of the past. And then she apologized for having this vision. She said she can't control her powers or something like that. And I said, I understand it's a very, very big burden to carry. It's quite a blessing and maybe even a curse. And yeah, we just kind of had this conversation. I don't remember all of her past lives or all the questions I asked her. But she did have some interesting ones from other planets, but I didn't really know much about those planets she was from, so I couldn't ask anything interesting there. So, really, the whole thing was just a big old fucking clusterfuck that I wasn't expecting. Then I excused myself to go get a drink, which I desperately needed after listening to James Cameron's next movie plot lines. And what's incredible about this is one of the friends I was with went up to the same girl because I told him that he would enjoy her company. So he went up to her and started talking to her. And then at the end of the night, I asked him how it went. And he said that almost immediately she mentioned that she lived other lives and he just peaced out. And I respected him for that because he got to be spared the very long, detailed story about some incredible shit. But he also missed out on some amazing war stories. But yeah, I thought that was a story that was worth sharing. So that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. This week I've been flooded with an unusual volume of emails pertaining to something I talked about in the past, and usually my emails consist of websites like Habbo Hotel telling me that my son has signed up for an account. I don't have a son. Daily Betty Crocker updates because some sick fuck out there signed me up for a Betty Crocker newsletter, but god damn it if some of those aren't some surprising meals from Betty Crocker, I'll give her that much. So I was a bit shocked this week when I looked past all of the strange newsletters and questions like if my ass was a dog, what would its name be and what breed, to see that I was getting questions about something I talked about in minimal detail a while back. So I figured I'd dive a bit deeper into this tale to give closure to those people that are asking for it. So it would have been about 2 years ago now, maybe a little more than 2 years ago. The story begins as all good tales do. The previous night I was out drinking heavily, and I woke up the next morning with a pretty bad hangover. And as one does when they're faced with a rough hangover and regret from spotty memories from the previous night where you're claiming you're Alexei Vanderwolf, famed bear wrestler from Russia, you get out of bed and you start masturbating to help get over the hangover. I don't understand why it works, but it does. It helps get over the hangover. So I began cleaning the clarinet and I was really in the zone. I threw on my favorite lesbian porn film. It's a threesome called Menage a Trois. It's on Pornhub if any of you would like to watch it. I believe it's probably the best hangover cure out there right now. And I was really just enjoying it, and I wasn't even considering it a masturbatory task. It was just me, this beautiful video I was watching, and my cock in my hand. Also, as a side note, I like to watch the porn on my phone because you can double tap and zoom in so you can kind of be your own cameraman, and I like that aspect because sometimes the camera angles aren't great, so I like the double tap feature. It's not really pertinent to the story at all, but I just thought it's worth throwing in there. And as by the time the video started winding down, and it's a 30+ minute video, and this was an entire 30 minutes of me going at it pretty hard, I was beating my dick like it owed me money, and eventually my dick deployed its cream, and my mission was complete. I ejaculated, in other words, or if I want to be more hip with lingo, I made cum. So I paused the video, and I closed my eyes and thanked Jesus for what I had just watched on my screen, and then I turned off my phone, and I went to clean up my cock, and my neck was stiff because I was holding it at eye level, and I guess I just hadn't moved very much. I was like a fucking statue just looking at this thing. You probably could have mistaken me for a wax figure, except for the rapid hand movement on my penis, and I very slowly looked down to begin the cleanup process, and I noticed my dick was extremely red, and it was also beginning to swell because my dick did not have this type of girth. It looked like my dick had been replaced with a head of cauliflower. The skin surrounding the pecker had it inflated so much so it was like someone was trying to make a fucking balloon animal out of it. I immediately was able to recognize that something had gone awry in this masturbatory process. I decided I didn't want to go get it seen right away because that's kind of an embarrassing thing to tell a doctor. Hey, look, I beat my meat so hard that now it looks like I've hurt myself. What do I do? So I decided to wait it out. I gave it like an hour to see if the swelling or the redness would go down, but it just continued to get worse. By the time I did go get it checked out, it looked like a fucking bowling ball down there. That's not really a good comparison though, because it wasn't like a fucking bowling ball. It didn't turn into a giant ball or anything. It still had like a penis shape, but since it was flaccid, there was more girth than length to it, and it was super swollen. It looked like you could have sucked helium out of it. But anyway, I went to a walk-in clinic because I wanted to get seen right away. And if any of you have been following me for a long time, you know that I'm very much a hypochondriac. That's not an exaggeration. I am genuinely a hypochondriac. So I was freaking out about this. I was worried they're going to have to cut my dick off or something like that. Now when I did get into the waiting room at the walk-in clinic and the nurse was asking me why I'm there and all this such, I wasn't embarrassed. I told them because there's no reason to be embarrassed. It's important to have shit like that checked out. And the nurse left, and I was already 2 steps ahead of the doctor. I knew they were going to want to see my penis, so I already had my pants around my ankles, basically. I didn't know if I was going to be seen by a male or female, and it didn't matter to me. If it was a female, I definitely wasn't going to be embarrassed, maybe even a little bit proud, because it looked like I was packing heat down there, albeit probably not the color or shape she'd be used to, because it was extremely red and inflamed, and it looked like a fucking UFO, or a soup dish turned over. Eventually the doctor comes in, he examines my wiener, and he immediately asks what happened, and I'm honest with him. I said, look, doc, I had a hangover and I gave my chicken a hard choking this morning to try and get over it. And he said, well, it definitely doesn't look good, it looks like it's been injured. I mean, it definitely did look like that. I didn't need a doctor to tell me that. It looked like it'd been hit by a fucking sledgehammer. And he says, if it continues to swell and it starts blocking urine, there'll have to be some surgery done on it, because that's very dangerous, obviously. So I start freaking out. I'm already kissing my dick goodbye. I'm debating just walking down the wall in the office there and giving myself a blowjob just for one last ooh-rah to send my cock off in style. But he gives me these pills to help with inflammation, and obviously I start taking the pills to try and help with this problem. It was supposed to be taken every 6 hours, and I swear to God, not one fucking millisecond went over 6 hours before I was popping that next one. I wanted to get this problem rectified, so that way I could continue to e-rectify this wood down here. And it did help. It took about 3 or 4 days, and the swelling started to gradually go down, and I was still able to pee. And yeah, it had a happy ending, luckily. But let this be a lesson to all masturbators out there. You know who you are, all 7 billion of you. Be careful when you're masturbating down there. It's a very sensitive area. If you're not paying attention, you might just fuck up your dick or vagina. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe if you just rub your clitoris too hard, you can injure it and it can swell up and look like a head of broccoli like my dick did. But yeah, there's the story. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Last night I had a dream that I joined this tribe. It was a tribe of people that were very upset with the way YouTube was handling their website, so they moved out to an island or some shit. And I joined their tribe for whatever reason. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I also don't really like the way YouTube's been handling their shit, so I guess the next logical step would be to join a tribe that just isolates themselves on an island because of it. But anyway, in the dream I joined this tribe and we all wore masks. I don't remember too much else of the dream, but the most important part of why I just told you this is that mask thing. Because when I woke up this morning, it reminded me of a mask I made in my junior year of college. And there's a pretty interesting story attached to that mask I made, so I figured since I haven't told a story in a while, I'll go ahead and tell this one. So it was junior year of college and I was in a class called Dance World Cultures. It's exactly how it sounds. It was just dancing, just in different cultures, and we would study it and write essays on it. One of our last projects was to make a mask out of paper mache. And I'm not a very artistic person, so the mask I ended up making looked like fucking diarrhea smegma. It basically looked like the shadow of the Japanese superhero Ultraman. It was a black mask with like a red line and star going across the eyes. It was as if a 6-year-old was tasked with making some type of cyborg ninja. Anyway, the mask was horrible, and we had to come up with a story attached to this mask, and it had to revolve around dancing. I couldn't think of a happy story for this fuck pile of a mask, so I came up with probably the darkest and saddest story I could think of for something so simple. Basically, the gist of it was, this mask belonged to an ancient tribe that used it as a purifying tool, but it was really painful, so the village elder would put the mask on someone who they thought was dirty, or if the person thought they themselves were dirty with sin, and they would put on the mask and it'd be very painful, but it would cleanse them of their sins and bring them closer to God, and the longer they kept it on, the closer they would get to God and the cleaner they were. And over time, this became an obsession for the tribe's people. They would start putting on the masks for so long it would kill them, and this just continued until the tribe went extinct in their quest to become closer to God. And then, it turns out the mask was never meant to purify souls. It was simply just meant to bring about death and despair. So, not a bad concept, really. I thought it was kind of clever. I thought the teacher would at least see I tried something different here. I know it's like some type of edgy, shitty manga that someone made on a fan fiction website, but it was something I came up with quickly. I did it last minute, and I didn't think it was that bad. So I'm going to class liking the smell of my own farts, pretty confident that this paper will get me an A, because I've always done pretty well at writing assignments for classes. I knew the actual mask portion would bring me down because it looked like some type of dog shit you'd find in a Party City aisle, but regardless, I thought the story would at least carry it to a decent grade. What I didn't realize, though, is when we got to class, the teacher informed us we would be reading these stories out loud, and I immediately knew this was a fucking recipe for disaster. So everyone else had these really nice looking masks, and they had these really happy story attached to them. Ah, this was the mask worn by the fairy king of Udall Toodle Town. Ah, it's beautiful. This mask was worn by all the best dancers in the city. It would make them fly and they'd never feel anything but happiness. And then it came around to my turn. And I just took a deep breath and I just braced myself for this train wreck that was about to happen. So I read my story. It's 2 pages, which was the minimum length. So I just started reading it like I'm reading to a fucking elementary school class, and by the time I finish, the only word that's said is by my friend who was in the class who just said, wow. There was no clapping, no round of applause, no ass cheeks clapping together. There was just no noise. It was pretty much pure silence except for my friend saying, wow. What was supposed to happen was a brief discussion and people asking questions about the story, but no one did any of that. No one asked any questions. They probably thought I was just some type of fucking lunatic who was one bad day away from self-immolation. Not even the teacher pitied me with some easy questions like what made you do that or anything. She just said, I appreciate you doing something a little different, and then went on to the next person's story. I still managed to get an A on the assignment overall, but I can't help but feel that that A was given to me out of fear that if I didn't get a good grade on this assignment, who knows what would happen. I mean, I came up with a really shitty Stephen King dark story for a very simple, dumb-looking mask. What else could this loose cannon be capable of if I don't give him a good grade? But yeah, I was embarrassed in front of the whole class. Still don't think it was that bad of a story, and I still have the mask somewhere. I'll try and find it one of these days. But yep. That's it. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I come before you today as a simple man with a problem with something that's common in the world today. Something I truly believe should be outlawed, and anyone who partakes in it should be punished to the fullest extent of barbarism, just straight up slaughtering and beating up anyone who happens to partake in this activity. I'm talking about one-ply toilet paper. Now I know this is low-hanging fruit, everyone hates one-ply toilet paper. But you know what, I want to toss my nutsack into the sausage fest as well. One-ply toilet paper haunts my boners. I hate it. Whenever I see one-ply toilet paper, my mood is immediately destroyed. It's the worst fucking thing ever. It's like watching a car accident with your entire family involved whenever you just see one-ply toilet paper in the fucking public restroom. I hate it. I'd rather clean the public toilet seats with my fucking tongue than use the one-ply toilet paper in there. It's awful. It's miserable. I don't get it. It's fucking horrible. I mean, I do understand why they use it. It's cheap to get, but still. Have some morals. It's unethical. Give me sandpaper. I'd enjoy that more. Give me fucking metal. Aluminum foil even. I don't care, but just don't give me one-ply toilet paper. That is the worst. Fuck. It's like using tracing paper on your asshole. No matter what, no matter how careful you are, no matter how many times you fold it over, that toilet paper is going to rip right in your chocolate starfish and you're going to finger your asshole. Without fail. Every single time. You're just in the public restroom and you have to shit. You know, no one really likes to shit in the public restroom, but sometimes shit happens. And you go in there, you take the one-ply toilet paper, you know, you're just having a nice little gentle rub on your asshole. All of a sudden, it rips. Next thing you know, your whole fist is in your anus. I fucking swear, one-ply toilet paper was one of the major curses of ancient Egypt. Excuse me, one of ancient Egypt's major plagues. You know, the locusts, all that kind of shit. One-ply toilet paper must have been at least tossed around as a plague, but they deemed it too unethical and just decided to omit it from it. Even they understood just how bad it was. It is truly beyond words. It makes me hate whatever location is using it as well. I could absolutely love the place, love everything about it, but if I go to the bathroom and I see one-ply toilet paper, that shit's getting a 1-star on Yelp. If I hit rock bottom and actually had a Yelp account, yeah, I would give it a fucking 1-star just because of one-ply toilet paper. It's just not right. It's wrong. That's not how a business should be run. It makes you look bad. It is bad. You're bad for using it. Fuck one-ply toilet paper. And God forbid that toilet paper get even the slightest bit of moisture in it. That thing will just literally explode. It just fucking melts. It's like a marshmallow that gets fucking roasted over an open flame. That toilet paper just turns to mush in your hand. If you have diarrhea, God forbid you have diarrhea and have to use a public restroom and you see one-ply toilet paper, you might as well just start praying right now, because that is going to be your demise. That is your end right there. That combination is fatal. One-ply toilet paper with a diarrhea butthole? No. That's a recipe for disaster. The second you use that one-ply toilet paper on that dirty rectum, it's over. You've already lost. Your fate has been sealed. Satan has taken your soul out through your asshole. An even more unholy combination is not only having one-ply toilet paper in the public restroom, but also being subjected to a toilet where the water isn't high enough to cushion the blow of your shit, nor is it low enough to not feel the impact of your shit. so when you drop your steaming load, it hits the water and creates this massive splashback as if a fucking sumo wrestler cannonballed into a fucking pool and just goes right up into your ass crack. And then you're going to be forced to use that one-ply toilet paper to not only clean your ass but dry it off, and that's not going to work. That toilet paper is just going to fucking disintegrate once it touches that water. I believe it's time we start to act like we're in the 21st century and just get rid of one-ply toilet paper. It can't save that much money to just put another fucking layer of paper over top of that one-ply. I truly don't think it's going to be that much more of an expense to at least improve someone's shitting experience in your business. I just can't imagine a business going under because they invested in a little bit better toilet paper. Ah, CEO Harold, what happened to your multi-billion-dollar business? Well, I invested in 2-ply toilet paper. Say it ain't so. What were you thinking? Ugh. So in conclusion, fuck one-ply toilet paper. It's time for change. It's time we start shining a spotlight on the important issues. It's time we demand better toilet paper. We're not cavemen. Cavemen probably had a better system for wiping their asshole. I'd rather use rocks like cavemen than use one-ply toilet paper. It's time we demand better toilet paper. That's it. Fuck one-ply toilet paper. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm on a train to Pennsylvania right now. It's a 23-hour train. And I'm sorry if it gets really loud and sounds like we're running over landmines. That's just how trains sound for people who've never been on one. It also rocks back and forth a lot like I'm riding a dinghy that's being pushed by the strong wake of a giant cruise ship. It's basically just feeling like a roller coaster that gets me from point A to point B, but doesn't go in a complete circle like a roller coaster. So let's get down to business. I wanted to tell a story since there's nothing else for me to do on this 23-hour trip, and it's a story that just happened to me recently. So every now and then there'll be a strong scent of shit because someone will shit their pants in one of the adjacent rooms and just open the door and just let it all waft through the air and contaminate the atmosphere. And it's truly just a brutal aroma of foul mephitis and anthrax release, some fucking nerve gas. And I decided, I wanted to join that cool kids club too. Well, I didn't fucking decide to, my body just did because I really had to take a shit. So, doing what nature is telling me to do, I went to go take a shit in the train bathroom. And I didn't expect it to be as difficult as it was. I've shit in planes before. There's few places I haven't shit. I'm kind of a shitting veteran. I've done it pretty much everywhere imaginable, but never on a train. This was my first time. This was popping my cherry. So I get in there, and it's a bumpy ride. We're hitting some hard land turbulence here. Now, doing what any good man would do in this situation, I started gently laying toilet paper down onto the toilet seat, because I'm not a fucking barbarian. I'm not just gonna raw dog ass cheek onto the public toilet seat. That's just yucky. So I'm preparing my shitting sanctuary for business, and it's a bumpy ride. I'm really gonna have to brace myself here. I was grabbing the sides of the cubicle and bracing for impact, but my nutsack wasn't quite ready. It was dangling down and just slapping the inside of the toilet bowl, and I'm a big hypochondriac, so I'm worried I've already contracted syphilis from this event. And I was just brutalizing my ball sack. My nuts weren't feeling the good vibe. And then I decided, it's not gonna get any better. I'm just gonna start shitting. I was gonna release my cargo. And this was a mistake, because right when I decided to do this, we started hitting some really, really hard bumps. And I'm talking some really hard shit. Like, I had to put both legs up onto the wall. Like, it was like I was climbing the American Ninja Warrior obstacle course with the way I've contorted my body. It was like a fucking circus act. And I was just rocking back and forth. I felt like Humpty Dumpty. I was about to fall down any minute and just start splattering shit everywhere. I mean, it wasn't diarrhea or anything. I could have just closed my sphincter, but for the sake of portraying the image, I could have tumbled over, and it wouldn't have been good. So I was just sitting there. I would just shit in bursts whenever it was a little bit steadier, whenever the sea wasn't quite throwing me off the fucking boat here. And, I tried to tame that mechanical bull. It wasn't going so well. Nutsack wasn't feeling great. And I'd finally finished emptying my bowels and then became a new boss. The final boss of shitting on a train was wiping. I was so worried with the bumps that I was just going to accidentally finger my asshole really hard or just even go elbow deep up there, just slide all the way up with the whole fist. It was a truly high-risk, low-reward maneuver. But I did it. Luckily, I didn't puncture my rectum or blast my anus open, tear it or anything. I cleaned it, and So that's a story about how I successfully shit on a train, but it wasn't an easy task. To anyone out there who has successfully managed to shit on a train, I think you know that struggle. A story I believe most can relate to if you've ever been on an extremely long train. Peeing wasn't too difficult because I've got great accuracy when I urinate, so that wasn't an issue when I had to do that, but shitting, that was a whole different beast. And hopefully the train noise in the background wasn't too loud. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Oftentimes I'll come up with an idea for a video that I just have no way of making, and since I can't make it, I usually just forget about it, and that's kind of wasteful. So I figured I'd at least start telling you video ideas that I've had that I can't make, so that way maybe someone out there can bring my baby to life, wake it up inside, and at least say, you know, this idea came from this genius. Or at least, if I just get the idea out there, you all can at least see the incredible ideas that I've cooked up that really could be game changers. You could all look at me and be like, holy shit, this man is on the same level as the Wright brothers. That video idea is truly something else. So, I'll just start with one I had last night. Last night my girlfriend was talking to me and asked if I could grunt during sex sometimes, and that's just not how I roll. That's not how I do things. That's not how I operate my business here. I'm not fucking Tim the Toolman Taylor. I don't grunt. I'm not a caveman. So I just said, you know, that's going to be very goofy if I grunt during sex. It's not going to be hot or anything. It's just going to sound like some type of angry dinosaur. And she understood, but I tried to, you know, meet her halfway. I said, I won't grunt during sex, but I'll give you my Mass Effect review while we fuck. Would that work? Because I just finished Mass Effect Andromeda, and a lot of things were floating around in my noggin, things I liked and didn't like about the game. And then it hit me, wait a minute. What if there was a porn genre dedicated to video game reviews? Genius, right? So, like, you could have a man fucking the girl, and he's just giving his review, you know. The gameplay, it was solid, combat was good, spanks her. Ooh! The characters were pretty poorly written, and the facial animations were fucking abysmal. Then the girl could turn over. Oh, but what about the story? You know, the story was kind of familiar, but it wasn't bad. It just didn't really catch my attention that much. Then after going through all of the elements of any good video game review, the man's getting his vinegar strokes and he's about to blow his load, so he starts to wrap it up quickly. Overall, I'd say 5 out of 10. And then poof, blows his load, but not on the girl. On the video game itself, an actual physical copy. Roll credits. I'd also think it'd be cool if the girl played it as well and gave a second opinion on the game during the porno. I think that would be a really, really good idea. Now, unfortunately, this is a video I can't make myself because I don't know how to make a porno. I don't have any handheld cameras or anything like that, or any high-tech cameras or lighting equipment. I also wouldn't be able to post it on YouTube, so then that got me thinking, well, what if I hired 2 porn stars to just read a script I gave them? Then I could just post that bad boy on Pornhub. But then I realized how difficult that was going to be and how expensive that was going to be, and that turned me off as well. So yeah, this is just a brilliant video idea that I just couldn't capitalize on. But for all the porn directors that watch my videos, you know, you can get in contact with me and we can try and set this up and make this a reality. This could be the next big step for humanity. First it was going to the moon, then it was the internet, next it could be porn video game reviews. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I just got back from the gym and I had a pretty interesting experience. This isn't your standard tale of seeing an old man schlong or just some old dude flopping his wiener around in the locker room. Those are a dime a dozen. This is a true tale of discomfort. So I went to my apartment's little gym. It's pretty shitty. It has like 2 treadmills and a slab of concrete that you're supposed to use for everything else. And I only go there because it's so close by. There's no reason not to. So I'm going to the Iron Temple trying to get my pump on to pray to the creatine gods, way men. It was just me and this one dude and his girlfriend. The dude looked like the offspring of the Naked Brothers band lead singer in Popeye. He was fucking massive but was somehow shorter than me, which is extremely rare. His face also looked like he had just gotten out of middle school, but I'm sure he was around my age, like 23, 24. And he was bumping some really shitty music from a small 1990s boombox. The audio quality was just abysmal. It sounded like it was being transmitted via ham radio while underwater. I could barely make out some of this shit, but I could recognize some of the songs. Already this man has checked one pet peeve of mine, which is just playing music for everyone to hear. Why not just put on headphones? But regardless, he's just letting these flaccid jams blare, and he's singing along too, and he's dancing. He doesn't even care that I'm there. I don't even think he's registered my presence, even though I'm right in front of him. So I'm immediately uncomfortable before I've even started any of my sets. And this man's just fucking animal. He's going straight barbarian mode. He was on a cable machine that the gym has, and he was just like fucking throwing it forward. It was like he was doing, it wasn't even an exercise I'd seen before. It was like he was throwing footballs with both of his hands, like working on his passing technique. His girlfriend was doing squats. All the while he's doing this tribal rain dance, he's singing the song that's playing. I don't know what song it was, but the chorus he was singing goes, "Fuck me to sleep." So he was just singing that, just letting it howl. I don't know why you would sing that chorus out loud. It's a pretty shitty chorus, and it's a pretty stupid thing to be singing out loud, but whatever. This man's, he's letting it go. He's doing his thing. I respect that. He's fucking feeling himself. And I'm just trying not to laugh, because it was just so goofy to me seeing this meatball of a man just saying, fuck me to sleep. I didn't want to laugh because I didn't want to feel his wrath. He would probably fuck me up. He'd break me in half, I bet. He was super huge, and he was pumping some big weight. I'm not going to sell the dude short. But this was just one of many weird things he engaged in my 45 minutes in that gym today. He had a bunch of dumbbells thrown about everywhere that he was using for alternating bicep curl sets. He was also using the cable machine, the bench for bench pressing, the Smith machine, and then one other machine that I'm blanking on the name of. Literally every machine that the gym has, he was using. Fucking cartwheels on the treadmill, you name it, he was going to be using it. And whatever he wasn't using, his girlfriend was using. All I got was some 25-pound dumbbells I could shove up my asshole. So that kind of rubbed my cock the wrong way, but there's nothing I can do about it. I tried to work in with him. I asked if I could, and he just said no because his girlfriend was working in with him or something. That checks another one of my pet peeves, which is hogging everything even though you're not going to be using it at the time. But I wasn't going to fight him or anything. I'm not going to try and pick a fight with this human sloppy Joe. I'm just going to use my 25-pound dumbbells. Fuck it. I guess it's better than nothing. So I'm just doing my thing, you know, with my 25-pound dumbbells. And then this man goes and checks off another one of my pet peeves, which is flexing in the mirror and taking his shirt off. I absolutely hate when people do that at the gym where they start checking themselves out. This man's just fucking feeling his titties and flexing really hard in front of his girlfriend. And once again, I was trying not to laugh at him because his girlfriend was about 8 or 9 inches taller than him, looking down and pretending to be impressed by it. I could tell she didn't really care and just wanted to finish her workout and be done for the day. But I started to get used to his singing and the hogging of all the weights and his bizarre exercises he was doing. I wouldn't have been surprised if they had picked up the boombox and started playing volleyball with it to train their triceps. I'm starting to wind down my workout, and I could tell they were starting to be towards the end of theirs as well. And then they did something I've never seen before. It's that kind of shit that you only see on YouTube from like fitness couples that do some wacky, crazy shit. They gave it their best attempt and it didn't work. So the girl went down into like a pretzel position and the guy was doing like a reverse praying dog yoga pose. And then the girl rolled on top of the guy and he assumed a planking position, and then she just started doing some push-ups on his back, and meanwhile the dude's acting like an old fucking fitness DVD workout guy who's, you know, come on, keep at it, you could do better, I expect more from you, what, you milk babies with those titties, I don't believe it, come on. And this girl's fucking sweating trying to do push-ups on his back and he's not happy with it. She was busting her ass for these push-ups, but he didn't think she was giving it her all. So then it was his turn to do this on her back. So she gets in a plank position, and this man gets in his push-up position on her back, and he starts fucking jackhammering her with push-ups, just fucking nailing him out, and this girl's just like fucking wobbling all over the place. It was like a Street Fighter Turbo Ultimate finishing move. This man was trying to drive his girlfriend into the Earth's core. He was like a bodybuilding plunger, and his girlfriend was the clogged toilet. The shit was brutal. Just absolutely brutalizing his poor girlfriend with these push-ups. I have no doubt that there was some lumbar issues afterwards. It was truly fantastic, an experience I really can't do justice with words. It's one of those things that if you saw it, it would be something you'd never forget. And I will definitely never forget that. I was pretty much done working out. 25 pounds isn't enough to get in a decent workout in any capacity. I was really just kind of killing time to watch them. I was just kind of a spectator for their show they were putting on. And then they pretty much wrapped up after that. They did like 1 or 2 more sets that were really boring, and then they just kind of left. So then I left shortly after. But it was a fantastic experience, and it made me really appreciate my apartment complex's gym. I'm going to try and sync up my workout schedule with theirs now and hope that they go there at this time usually, because I want to see some more of this shit. But yeah, that's it. So yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical. Over the last 4 or 5 years, there's a question that's constantly popped up that I keep forgetting to bring up in my yearly answering questions video, so I figured I might as well make a whole video about it today. A lot of you might not remember, but about 4 or 5 years ago, I was involved in a car accident, and then a lady faked an injury and sued me for it, and it was just a really shitty period for me. And I made a video after the whole lawsuit and everything was finished and done with, but I still get asked a lot to go into more detail about what happened. So I figured, fuck it, why not? It's kind of an interesting story. So I was on my way home from my figure drawing art class, and I'm pretty shitty at art, and drawing nude models was just incredibly difficult. They'd strike the most bizarre poses like the Inquisitive Masturbator or the YMCA, and I'd do my best to doodle them, but it always came out looking like something out of a 3-year-old sketchbook. It basically just looked like you were looking at bacteria under a microscope. But regardless of my artistic ineptitude, it's irrelevant. So I was driving home from that class, and it's just an ordinary commute and bumping some boner jams, and then all of a sudden, the car in front of me slams on their brakes, and I had absolutely no time to react. So I rear-ended that car, and then that car rear-ended the car in front of them. Now, it wasn't a high-speed impact. At most, I was going 25, but I didn't have time to slam on my brakes because I was driving a little too close to them. So that was like a full 25 in the anus. And luckily, no one was hurt in the accident. But I turn off the boner jams and I go check on the passengers in both cars. And I swear I couldn't have gotten in an accident with two worse groups of people in those cars. The car that I rear-ended was driven by a nurse who was also the babysitter of the two kids in the car whom she was bringing to their families, and the kid in the front seat, the front passenger seat, had a fucking artificial sternum and set of ribs. So when she told me that, I just figured the kid wasn't gonna make it, even though I don't think he was injured. Maybe the airbag clipped him and just destroyed the poor guy. But he was fine. The kid in the back seat was on like an oxygen tank or something, or I don't know what he had back there. He had some type of Star Trek contraption that was keeping him afloat. So I just thought they were both gone for. The lady was totally fine, and turns out the kids were both fine, but I was fucking panicked once I heard all of this information and saw when I looked in the car. And then the car they rear-ended was driven by a mid-90s woman transporting her 74-year-old son to a doctor's appointment to check on the condition of his fucked up leg. And when I went up to this car to check if they were alright, I thought it was just driven by two statues. They didn't even react. They were confused as to why I was up there. I don't even think they knew they were in an accident until all the dust settled and then they realized their car was kind of damaged. When I saw them though, I thought it was game over. I thought there was no way they survived this. It looked like a rogue tumbleweed could take them out. Turns out they were totally fine and more so just annoyed that they were going to be late to the doctor's appointment. So luckily everyone was 100% fine. The only one who even sustained any type of injury was me, and it was from when I went to check on the car in front of me. It was covered in broken glass that I didn't see, and I just cut the shit out of my hand on it. So the police show up, the paramedics show up, they give everyone the okay, a clean bill of health, no one needs to go to the hospitals or anything, they can all just go home, everyone's fine. But unfortunately the car that I rear-ended must have been made out of fucking tissue paper because that shit just crumbled. The entire rear end of that was just in shambles. My car had absolutely no damage to it, and that's not an exaggeration. There wasn't even a scratch on my car. I guess I just rear-ended a block of styrofoam. But anyway, so everyone's fine, everyone's safe, we all go our separate ways. And then about a week later, the woman driving the car with the two glass children issues a lawsuit. She's suing me and my family, stating that she suffered severe neck injuries as a result of the accident, which is just bullshit, and we tried to fight it, but there really wasn't much we could do, because she went to one of the most corrupt doctors in Tampa, who was well known for performing fake surgeries on ambulance chasers. So she goes to this bogus doctor, and over the course of a year, gets a bunch of injections of Dorito dust into her, and then gets her tits polished or something. Then after about a year, she got a settlement from my insurance company for a very mediocre sum of money, and I imagine at most she probably pocketed about $5,000, so I don't know if it was really worth her time and effort, but whatever. All power to you, you fucking asshole. So yeah, that's the whole story about what happened there. Luckily everyone was alright, even the girl who faked the injury. I'm glad she was safe, although she's a big old piece of shit. So yep, that's about it. See ya.